What's good, everyone joining up the stream right now? What's good, everyone joining in? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Hopefully everyone is having a fantastic day so far. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. I'm going to let the Instagram know real quick that we are going to be live right now. I am live. Alrighty. What's good, everyone joining in the stream? What's good, what's good, what's good? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. Hopefully everyone has had a good day so far. I spent the day with Mama Get a Job. Spent the day with Mama Get a Job and the whole family. It was really great so far for me. Had a fantastic day. How about everyone else? Happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. What's good, everyone? What's up? Is the audio better for people here on YouTube? I'm really hoping it's a bit better today. I'm hoping it's a bit better. Yes. Okay, that sounds great. Sounds like we're solid. Okay, we're going to start getting some people here in a quick second to get the debates going up here for today. There's just a debacle spiraling for Republicans about Trump's $1 billion ballroom. He's asking Republicans for help with the $1 billion ballroom for the payments in terms of Congress, and he can't, seemingly not having a good time getting a bunch of Republicans on his side for the $1 billion ballroom, actually, okay? $1 billion ballroom. That's crazy. That's insane. I can't believe that we're putting money into that instead of providing people access to healthcare. It's insane. Instead of expanding access to education, instead of, helping people out when they're actually in need. But instead, we're putting $1 billion of taxpayer funds into this ballroom, which, by the way, it used to be we're not putting taxpayer funds in it. Now we are putting taxpayer funds in it. And it used to be $250 million, and then it was $400 million, and then now it's $1 billion. Yeah, that's crazy, isn't it? We're going to start getting some people up here in a quick second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're going to start getting debates up here very soon. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. And if you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. We're going to start getting people up here very soon. What's up, everyone joining in? Let's get everything going. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Alrighty. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Oh,
How old are you?
I didn't know you're gonna put me first. I am.
Oh, I'm sorry. I literally just they didn't respond, and it sounded like maybe they were trolling, or didn't mean to join. So I literally just kicked them right away. I apologize. If you are a Trump supporter above the age of 18, just send a guest request right back. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Say that again?
If the election was held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
March 29, 2008.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I like what he does in the immigration policy. Like, his immigration laws are just good.
Okay. What immigration policy?
What do you mean?
What immigration policy? Okay, they just left. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria in the screen. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Nah.
Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what they were doing, but let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6, 7.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everyone. I do apologize. Sometimes it takes some second to get some people up here. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Do give us a quick second. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am so sorry. This
You're
was a
good. Don't
mistake.
worry. You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Okay, what? We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. I did not mean to invite them back up. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, to give it a second. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
6, 7.
Okay, well, this is what's left of MAGA, everyone. It's just a collection of fetuses trolling the stream.
Hey,
Yo,
babe.
what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 42.
Do you
Can
support
hear me?
Trump?
Yes.
Is there a way you can turn off the background noise?
Yeah, I just asked my wife
Okay.
to.
Alrighty, alright. Oh, okay. Alright, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because I like his hair.
Okay, so no actual reason?
I mean, I could say it's a lot better than voting for Harris.
But why?
Well, I don't think the woman should be president of the United States.
Why not?
I don't think they can handle the job.
What makes you think that women can't handle the job of being president of the United States, but you think Trump can?
Well, many reasons.
Such as?
I don't know, just a lot of erratic behavior.
Okay, like what erratic behavior? Like the behavior that he's conducting with them right now? Like how he said he wanted to annex Greenland and Canada and destabilizing relationships with our allies, starting a war with Iran.
I think those are all great moves. Honestly, like I haven't seen like power moves like that in a while, and you know, I was actually really happy to see that things are working out the way they have. But I don't know.
So that's like quite literally him being erratic. What about his Truth Social post, him calling for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and not follow unlawful order if you're given an unlawful order?
That's your opinion, saying he's erratic. I mean, a lot of these things are well thought out, but I don't think many people give him the grades. No, I'm not a Republican by all means, but I do have.
You said you wouldn't vote for a woman, but you failed to give any reason why. You said erratic behavior. You have no more reason to believe that women are more erratic than men. And two, Donald Trump is the most erratic person that we can talk about in terms of voting for, like, in any of these elections in modern history. So
great conclusion. Great conclusion, Parker.
Okay, I'm just going to go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, in what month? Wait,
July.
2006 makes no sense, bro. 18, 2006, really? It's 2026, bro. Yo,
Hey, why did Dean cheat on Abby Hahn with Sabrina?
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Only getting trolls. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I have a question.
Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
What's your birth year?
2008,
What month?
April.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Um, Probably Trump because Kamala Harris is in the Epstein files.
That's just not true. But I feel like they're trolling. So let's just go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Seems like there's no Trump supporters left, everybody. There's literally 0 Trump supporters left. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Okay. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, Parker. I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Wait, sorry?
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Who's the other option?
Okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
We are Charlie.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 30.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Honestly, Harris.
Okay. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yo,
Okay. And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump. For sure.
Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Well, I hate niggers.
You're disgusting. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump, of course. That's my goat.
And what's your birth year?
2007, June 27th, about to be 19.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Because he's my goat.
Okay, why?
We should just be like wiping out civilizations calmly,
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you do meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Let's go to the next individual, everyone. MAGA is dead, everyone. I think MAGA is dead. That's what it is. That's the answer. MAGA's done for. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2008, July.
Okay, that would be 17. So let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty. Do give it a second for people to join up. It is taking a bit longer today to get some people up here, but it's because MAGA is straight up just gone.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump 100%.
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, well, let's go on the next individual, everybody. Do you give it a second for people to join up? How old are you?
33 years old.
And do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, buddy.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
because honestly, man, I think he's running this country the right way, and he also gives us permission to watch you fuck Dean in the ass.
This is the best the trolls have, by the way. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, it's a power to you.
Oh, I've spoken to you like maybe 3-4 times, by the way.
Okay. I'm just gonna go on to the next person. We've talked like 3 or 4 times. I don't know. Else we could litigate at that point. Yo, what's a power to you?
36.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, Trump is already elected, so it'll probably be Rubio that I'll be voting for next.
Okay, well, sure. Why do you support Trump?
I believe basically we got our country back. We're number one again. We always been number one, but I feel like he's educating us on a daily basis, whereas when Biden was in office, we never got updated at all. So yeah, I like the transparency. I like the directness that everything has with Trump.
You like the transparency, so why is he not releasing all the Epstein files when he's legally obligated to do so?
When Biden was in office, they could have released it. So at least he ended up releasing it. I actually went through the files myself. And yes, Trump's name was in it quite a few times. But also there's so many names in there, and it's actually disgusting what's in the files. So do I agree why he didn't? I'm not educated enough to make that decision, because I don't know. I thought he released most of it, but I didn't realize he didn't. He's releasing like little parts of it.
Well, they said they're done releasing them, and there's nearly 3 million files that haven't been released. Plus, I can show you an NPR investigation that literally shows that they scrubbed interviews, like 3 interviews associated with allegations targeted towards Trump from the same person who got a settlement with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein, and those accusations include an implication of Trump.
Okay, yeah, I like I said, that's not one thing. Like I'm not gonna use is he like. I based upon a bunch of things of why I like Trump, not just that one thing. So what else would you like to discuss? I'm not educated on that, so I can't give you a follow-up.
Well,
I'll be honest with you.
not just in terms of that. We can look at transparency across the board. I mean, he said the 30,000 confirmed lies or misleading statements in his first administration. He lied about the results of the 2020 election, got 70% of the Republican Party to believe the election was stolen with absolutely no evidence. He's constantly lied about the war with Iran, saying that they were under an imminent threat of them getting a nuclear weapon, which was just not true. And U.S. intelligence, according to Tulsi Gabbard, saying on behalf of the intelligence community that there was no evidence that they had been building up the nuclear program since the original strike of Midnight Hammer about a year ago. So there was no imminent nuclear threat. Trump pulled us out of the JCPOA, which was Obama's agreement that prevented them from enriching uranium and had unprecedented levels of surveillance over their nuclear enrichment facilities to genuinely actually prevent that from happening without going to war with them. And Donald Trump decided to rip up that agreement, and now he wants to go to war with them. And
Okay, I have a question for you. Do you think that protesters, do you think that was all BS, or do you think people actually got killed during open fire with the protesters in Iran?
People were absolutely killed. The IRGC is horrible. I do not defend the IRGC. So you can think that the IRGC is horrible and also think that the war with Iran is not good because it's harming our country. We haven't met any of our objectives after multiple months of being involved in the war. We've created worse-off conditions on a global stage, distance ourselves from our allies.
Well, I think we're starting to realize, I haven't been a fan of NATO my whole life, actually. So I think it's nice to see the Middle Eastern countries stepping up, like the UAE, and a lot of them stepping up and supporting us, whereas our generally allies that we're giving all this money towards never help us, essentially. So I actually
they're not
do
going to
like
help us in an offensive conflict, but after 9/11, they all helped us. So I just you understand that it's Trump that can't command the support of our allies, not the U.S. as a whole, because under Biden, we did so to help defend Ukraine, and we did. Biden got the entirety of Ukraine to help fund and defend Ukraine. Do you think Trump could have done that with his relationships with Europe?
Me personally, I don't think Putin would have attacked Ukraine if Trump was in office in
I think
in the
you're
last.
misled and misinformed, and you have no good evidence to indicate that.
I'll be honest with you. That's the same way with China, like threatening. Oh my God, who are they threatening? They're next door. Who's their next door? China. Oh my God, why am I blanking out right now? I believe we lost a lot of respect. I don't believe in open borders. I never believed in that.
We didn't have open borders.
Oh, we did not have open borders. So millions of people didn't just randomly walk into our country.
No, we didn't have open borders, and there were millions of people that came to our country, but that doesn't mean that there were open borders. Open borders means no restrictions. And
Did you see live people interviewing people at the gate, and like no one was actually from South America? They were coming from China. They were coming from the Middle East. They're coming from all over the world. Did you see those live? I'm not talking about from the news. I'm talking about like independent. I'm talking about independent journalists.
Yeah, like
do I watch
you're saying Nick Shirley?
Yeah, I've been watching
Nick Shirley. That's what you mean by independent journalist? Is that what you mean?
Well, not just him. I've been watching it for over 3 years, 4 years for Nick Shirley. No, there's other. I don't watch.
Name one other person.
Name one other person.
Mm-hmm.
There's quite a few people, because I watch, even the BBC posted that as well. So it's not just like independent journalists. I'm just saying in general, they were all reporting it. It wasn't like no one else was reporting it. I saw live interviews of that. It was happening all year round. I honestly, I don't believe in sanctuary cities. I'm from Boston, Massachusetts, and I was brought up as a Democrat my whole life. And then I found out about sanctuary cities once I went back up there. That's when Mayor Wu like threatened Trump, saying that, oh, you can't come in here. You know what they did? They went all around, surrounded Boston, and ICE did what they had to do. But guess what? I know Boston Police Department. I know Massachusetts State Police. And the people that they were arresting were actually people that got released that committed crimes. So like that's, I believe in ICE. ICE been around forever.
So I would like a source for any of these statements. Like, can you give me any justification that the governments of these or democratically controlled areas are allowing people who have committed violent or serious offenses to be let go onto the streets?
Yeah, that's what so define
because I can give you an example of Trump doing that. I can give you an example of Trump doing that because, well, just give me an example of any Democratic run city that let people who have committed violent or serious offenses go into our country.
Murder, obviously not, but rape, yes.
Oh, rape, any source of that?
Misdemeanors.
Because, by the way, I just want you to know, you let a rapist control the presidency.
Excuse me?
You let a rapist control the presidency. You voted for him.
Who said I voted for Trump?
You just said you support Trump.
I support Trump. I didn't vote for Trump.
You said you supported him in the prior election, right? Or at least you said you'd vote for Rubio.
Yeah, I said the next election.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Well, Trump can't really run, so that's
Sir, obviously we're supposing within the hypothetical that Trump could.
Trump can't run. He's a second term.
Now, can you please answer the question? I think you're being purposefully dishonest here when you're choosing not to answer the question.
If there was a re-election right now and we had a vote, it would be Trump. Donald J. Trump.
There you go. So, like, you would put a rapist in the Oval Office over Harris.
Okay. Harris is... Why would you vote for Harris? How about that? Instead of you pressing everyone on Trump, why should we vote for whoever you support?
She's not a rapist. She believes in science. She has policies that benefit the average American by expanding the child tax credit to $6,000 for the first year of a child's life, $3,600 to them being 5 years old, $3,000 to them being 18, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $35 cap on insulin for people who are on Medicare, and expanding that to everyone. I can point to all of those things. She wanted to maintain all the tax cuts applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year.
I have a question for you. How do you feel about San Francisco? What's happened in San Francisco when she was over there back in the day and where it is today? How do you feel about that?
Do you want to address any things I said first before we move on to a different thing?
No, because that's honestly, Harris, she was a defense attorney, as you know, a prosecutor for so long.
Are we not going to address any of the points that I just made? Are we just going to completely ignore that?
Okay, $25,000 first-time home buyer. Where are you going to get that money from?
Her bill, according to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, her policies and plans would have added $4 trillion less on a central estimate comparative to Trump's plans. So she had significantly more of an ability to pay for it because she was willing to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year, which Trump was giving massive tax breaks to those above $400,000 a year.
Okay, that's okay. But why would you vote for Harris? Is it because of it's anything against Trump? Like once Trump leaves, we're gonna continue hearing this Trump, 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 Trump. Oh, because of Trump did this, Trump did that, Trump did that. What's gonna happen when Marco Rubio runs next term?
Well, the Democrats still have superior economic policy. I mean, the conditions we're in right now are because of Trump's war with Iran and because of Trump's terrible tariff policy. Do you think that Rubio would carry on those plans, or do you think that Rubio disagrees with all of those policies?
I don't think he disagrees with everything. I think Marco Rubio is his own person at the end of the day, and he's been in politics for so long. Obviously, they voted him in to be the Secretary of State. They, both sides do agree with him. So that's something that obviously I can't speak on him. Trump is a little bit more obviously old school. He just, since the 1980s, 1990s, he always said he just wants us number one. That's all he gives a fuck about. So I like the directness of Donald Trump.
He's not keeping us in that spot very well because he's making our economy worse off than what it would be under a Democratic administration.
Who's better than the United States of America?
Well, who's better?
Yeah, who's number one?
Well, in terms of what, it depends on what characteristic you're referencing. When you say number one, are you saying GDP or what are you saying? Because that's typically what people are saying.
Not just GDP, because then obviously it depends on the mass of people. I'm talking about
so
overall.
then what characteristic are we number one in?
If you was in general, like what other country would you want to live in other than the United States? If you was to,
the reason why I want to live in the United States is because my family lives here. So can you answer the question? By the way, I live in California, so California is a lot different than the rest of the country too. So can you answer the question?
What's the question? Ask me the question.
Yeah, what are we number one in?
Where do you think another country is better than the United States of
Sir,
America?
can you answer the question? I'm asking you a question. What are we number one in? What metric?
Everything.
We're not number one in everything. So can you tell me a specific metric that you're referencing?
Everything in general.
Can you give me any specific metric,
Why
sir?
do you think? Okay, metric. GDP, obviously, that's because it depends on the people. So it doesn't. Like, obviously, you could say Qatar because Qatar has the number one GDP or something like that. Like, you can't compare.
No, we have the number one GDP.
Okay. All right. So GDP.
That's like the only thing you could say. But we're not number one GDP per capita. We're not number one median income. We don't have the most economic freedom. We don't have the most political freedom. We don't have the most economic healthcare access.
No. Well, first of all,
we don't have the best conditions for childcare and education.
So, question for you:
What are we number one in? We're number one.
Capitalism. Number one in capitalism.
No, we're not. So we actually don't have the freest markets. I just already addressed that. Economic freedom index. We don't rank the highest.
Who ranks the highest?
The Scandinavian countries.
I don't know. Oh, whoop-de-doo, Scandinavia. So go live in Scandinavia. Which part of the Scandinavia?
Why do you say go live there? I just told you the reason why I want to live in the United States is because my family lives here. If my family lived there, I would go live there. I'm serious.
So go leave. If you don't like this country, get the fuck out. Like,
I do like this country, but without Trump being the leader.
Look what we're doing right now. We're having a conversation online on TikTok right now about freedom of speech. What other country can you do that? Obviously, a lot of countries.
Basically,
we're number one in military. We're number one.
What other country? We are not most human freedom. Look at the Human Freedom Index. We do not rank near the highest. Our democracy is being degraded since 2016. Since Trump's involvement, he's been degrading our democracy.
Number one self-defense. Number one
military spending. Okay, so how does that benefit you as a person, materially?
It benefits because no one could mess with us. No one could. We're the world leaders.
Overspending, so it's disenfranchising us.
Can I tell you? You have to overspend, and who controls the space controls the world, and that's just a fact.
We don't need to spend as much as we need to in order to be able to maintain a security for our country. National security can be maintained with significantly less military spending.
No, bro, we have to spend.
Yes,
money.
it can.
No, we're number one. That's it, bro. I live by Cape Canaveral.
Okay, so by the way, let me ask you this question: If China had more military spending than us, would you say China's better?
No, because China's not
but they're number one military.
Because we went straight to Venezuela. We went straight to Venezuela.
Answer this question. In this hypothetical example, they are number one military. So you're just
Venezuela. No, we spend way more money. We have so much time.
I understand, sir, but I just said I suppose a hypothetical that if they had more military spending than us, would you say that their country's better? And you said no.
So because I'm an American, and I'm proud to be an American.
So, sir, please listen. So obviously your standard for determining what is the better country is not predicated off of military spending. What
No,
are we
regardless.
best in that then indicates that we are the best country under your view?
Wait, my opinion, we're the best country. We're
Well,
number
like,
one in
based upon
everything.
what factors?
But based upon my opinion, based upon that I was born in the United States of America and I love America and I put America first, I would die for this country to protect it. That's a fact.
Okay, so if you were born in a different country, would you feel the same about that certain country?
Don't know. Don't know.
Okay. So like
I don't know.
You said it's
I
simply just
don't- I
because you're
don't.
born in this country. Okay. If you're saying you value that because you're born in the country, you love this country so much, well then why do you, when it comes to the policy that we're talking about, why don't you vote against someone who's actively harming the country? Who's
Yeah,
setting us
like
to war, who's decreasing the size of our GDP growth, who is creating worse off conditions, right? Based upon the
all right.
increase in
Can I tell you
inflation
something
based
right
on
now?
tariffs and
My
the war with
prediction:
Iran.
gas prices will be at $2.60 in the next probably about 3 weeks to a month.
3 weeks to a month? Would you?
I'm
well,
I'm
you-
sure I'm sure
you said-
I'm
you said-
shorting oil. I'm shorting
do
oil.
you want to
right now.
bet?
I'm shorting oil right now. So
But
yeah,
you said
I will make
in
a bet.
3 weeks to a month, you think that gas will be $2 on average, national average in this country?
Maximum 3 months. Maximum 3 months.
Like how we went from 3 weeks to 1 month to now 3 months.
How
That's a
much
really
is a
big
barrel
difference.
right now? How much is a barrel right now?
You just 3x'd it. You just 3x'd the amount of time.
Okay.
Whenever
Biden
someone
was in
brings this
office,
up,
we were
people
paying-
always do this. You're the second person to have done this exact same thing on my stream.
Would you like to make a
went
bet?
from
I'll
3
make a
weeks
bet.
to a month to now 3 months, and then
Yeah.
if we were actually going to start doing the bet, it would then turn to 6 months.
Listen, I don't know about you, but I have capital. If you really want to, I could make a bet that in 3 months or less, we're going to be at $2.60.
Okay, so now it's $2.60. It went from $2 to $2.60.
I
You
never
see how
said
all
$2.
these
I said
conditions keep changing?
$2.60. I said $2.60.
Yeah, I doubt I would get my money if we actually.
Well, oh, by the way, minus California because you have California gas tax. I'm talking. I live in the state of Florida right now, so it's a completely different market. Completely different market.
Yeah,
you guys
okay,
are. You
Can
guys
you
have
name
a gas
one way in which Florida is better than California?
Oh my God! Everything.
Name one thing.
Everything. Taxes.
Taxes?
No
Okay,
state
and
taxes.
you mean
They have
for
no
the
state
most, for the
taxes.
richest
No
Americans?
state
Because
taxes.
for
They
the
have no state
average
taxes.
for the average Californian, they pay lower taxes than the average Floridan. Did you know that?
We have no state taxes.
But you have other sorts of taxes in order to be able to fund your systems from a state level. Otherwise, you wouldn't have any state funding at all.
Yeah, we do have property taxes like everybody else. But we have this. Florida is honestly the best state. Period. My opinion.
Yeah, but like in what metric?
No, you can't say cost of living anymore because everybody moved over here ever since COVID. So you can't say cost of living anymore.
So
but
what
it's
metric are
like,
they the best in?
Basically, a work-life balance.
Work-life balance based on what
Yeah,
metric? How do you identify work-life balance?
You know, there's one thing there. So it's not a metric. It's more of the sun. The sun keeps you happy.
I live in California, and it's very sunny here in Southern California.
Well,
all
I
the
don't know what
time.
part of California. California is massive, so I don't
live
know what
in
part
Los
of California you
Angeles.
lived in. Okay, so you live in Los Angeles, which, as you know, I don't know if you were born there and raised there. Downtown Los Angeles is disgusting. Disgusting. Huntington Beach, disgusting now. It's I
That's
never
just
seen
not true, but,
two-story.
like so.
I never
so,
seen
but let me
two-story
just
tents in my
clarify. Let me
life.
just clarify.
until I went to
You're the
LA.
type of guy that judges the entire of LA based upon DTLA instead of the entirety of Los Angeles County.
Okay, I've been to LA growing up when I was younger, and it was not what it is now. That's a fact.
Do you have?
That's
When's the last time you've been to California
To California in general.
or to LA?
Okay, California, San Francisco. I was there last year.
Yeah. What
In
about LA?
LA, I was there 2 years ago.
So you haven't been there in 2
For a
years. And what was so
convention.
bad about LA when you were here 2 years ago?
I was at a convention in downtown LA, and all my clients were scared to cross the street. People walking around with knives. I see needles everywhere. Two-story tents everywhere. It's disgusting. It was fucking disgusting. San Francisco, disgusting. People are shitting on the side of the
Let me just
road.
clarify. You don't think
Disgusting.
there are any conditions like that within Florida at all?
Not at all.
Absolutely none. So there's
No, of course.
nowhere in Florida at all that
There's
has
a lot of there's law and order here. I'll tell you that right now. There's a lot of
law and order, and that's why you
A
mostly
lot of law
supported
and
a convicted felon for president.
Law and order. Very
Yeah, that's
law
law and order. You support a convicted felon for president.
Hey, you know what? I love it, and not just a convicted felon, someone that filed bankruptcy quite a few times as well. Don't forget that.
Yeah, and is an adjudicated rapist, and was credibly accused by a minor in the Epstein files who got a settlement with the Epstein estate, and bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without their consent, where two 18-year-olds came out, so there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms, who also said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who sexualized his daughter on countless occasions. You know, you're totally okay with all of those things, right? Who, by the way, is preventing the release of the Epstein files, even though he's legally obligated to do so, even though he literally ran on doing so.
Anything else?
Oh, I can do a million things, but like you're just gonna overlook all of those things, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I fucking love it. I love a fucking someone from fucking go down and he's always getting attacked. He's always getting sued. He's always getting. I love it.
Do you,
I
so
love
you
it. And he
like
keeps coming
supporting
right back.
adjudicated rapists?
Yeah,
Do you like supporting violent sex offenders?
I don't think he's a rapist.
So wait, do you support a violent?
I think Mohammed.
Oh my God, Carolina! Holy shit! Carolina, thank you so much for the Zeus here on TikTok. Thank you so much. Give me some W's. That literally made the guests just leave. They just ran away. Thank you so much, Carolina. Give me some W's for Carolina in the comment section right now. Why did the guests just leave, bro? He just ran away. That's so crazy, bro. That's so crazy. Thank you so much. Give some seriously, get some W's for them in the comment section right now. That is so kind of you. Thank you so much, Carolina. Let's go on to the next individual here quick. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. What
the fuck is this shit?
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. What's up? How old are you?
I did not mean to join. I am so sorry.
You're good. Don't worry. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What's up? How old are you? Do you support Trump? Okay. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody.
Come on.
What's up? How old are you?
I'm 33 years old.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump 700 times over again.
Okay, all right. Let me thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation.
And I would like to address some of your points about the Iran nuclear deal.
Yeah, we can in a second. Let me
Because
just thank some
you're
people real
wrong.
quick. Okay, we can talk about why you think I'm wrong in a second. Just give me one quick second. Fossey, thank you so much for the $9. Happy Mother's Day to you as well. Janet, thank you so much for the $2.50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, I'll have to make sure to look them up. Well, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section as well. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Again, if you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. As always, everybody. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump, sir?
If you're a law-abiding citizen, it ain't never been better for you.
Really?
Yes.
What makes you think that?
The big beautiful bill, my taxes were cut. I'm doing better than ever. My 401k is through the roof. My family's happier than ever. We're addressing evil in this world. We're doing great. And I want to address you about Iran, okay?
Okay, can I address these first points?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, Trump increased your taxes by imposing tariffs. So he's increased the prices of the products. Plus, the Iran war is also increasing the price of your products. We're at higher levels of inflation right now than we were when Biden left office. Plus, your 401k is growing if you have it in the S&P 500 or in the Dow Jones. It's growing at a lower rate than what it was in 2024. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the dynamic duo. Thank you so much. So actually, if you look at the end of Biden's administration, it was growing at a higher rate. So Trump increased your taxes. Kamala Harris would have kept all the tax cuts applicable in the big beautiful bill for income earners under $400,000 a year, and she would have only increased taxes on income over $400,000 a year. So she would have decreased your taxes. You wouldn't have had tariffs, so it wouldn't have increased your taxes there. And the economy would be growing better and faster because we'd have lower inflation. Therefore, the Federal Reserve would be able to bring down interest rates to stimulate investment within the economy.
But my taxes are lower. I got a bigger refund this year.
That's because you overpaid on your taxes.
No.
It
the
is.
big beautiful bill cut taxes for families making under 100,000.
Okay, but it cut taxes disproportionately for the rich and wealthy. and tariffs
But I still
increase
got a
taxes
tax cut
disproportionately
compared to
negatively impacting
2024.
tariffs.
It was the
tariffs.
taxes are lower objectively than under the Biden administration.
Actually, that's false because one, under the Biden administration, we were under Donald Trump's tax policy.
This is excluding tariffs. Are the taxes lower under the big beautiful bill?
Well, one, we were under Trump's tax policy under the Biden administration. So if you think they were too high under Biden, well, that's because of Trump.
I didn't think they were too high under Biden. I'm just saying they're lower than the previous bill.
Secondly,
are they objectively not? Can you answer that question?
Sir, secondly, Donald Trump has imposed tariffs, which have caused the prices of your products to go up, meaning you're paying more into the system, and that disproportionately negatively impacts income earners below $100,000 a year to a greater extent because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer products because of cost of living making up a greater percentage of their income.
Okay, I guess you got me on that one. All right. So let's address Iran for some reasons why we're experiencing this inflation.
Okay, alrighty.
So you've been spreading this myth that they were actually following the nuclear deal. According to intelligence reports, they were not following through with the nuclear deal. Their nuclear weapons program was bigger than they reported. Okay?
Okay, can you give me a source for the U.S. intelligence indicating that they were not following the JCPOA when the JCPOA was in place? By the way, I won't be able to hear you while you're out of the app, so you'll have to find the source and then come back and then tell me. If you're on YouTube again, everyone, make sure to hit that thumbs up. It really helps get it out to more
this
people.
is according to an Israeli intelligence report. Said they found archives from Iran saying, so they basically stated that Iran's nuclear program was bigger than what they reported to these oversight committees. I don't know the acronym off the top of my head, but then that same oversight committee discovered multiple sites that were not reported that contained uranium.
Yeah, but what year did they find this?
In 2018. This was prior to pulling out of the deal.
Okay,
so that's why we pulled out of the deal.
Give me the source on this. No, the reason why they said they pulled out of the deal is because they claimed that they wanted sanctions in place. That's what Trump claimed. It wasn't because they weren't upholding the deal. Trump actually signed off on the idea that they were upholding
the International Atomic Energy Agency. They discovered multiple sites that had more uranium than was reported.
Nope. Give me a single source of that.
The agency that I just stated.
Yeah, what's the title of the source so that I can look it up myself. Alrighty, give them a second, everyone, to find the source real quick. I don't think that they're going to be able to find that, but we'll see.
It's from Hudson.org. 7 myths about the Iranian nuclear deal. And in this, it states that those oversight agencies found multiple locations containing uranium. And in those intelligence reports, they stated that, or they discovered that Iran's nuclear weapons program was bigger than initially thought, and that they were pushing for weapons, and that they lied. They didn't report properly to the oversight committees.
Okay, let me go look at this. So, Hudson Institute is a research organization promoting American leadership for a secure, free, and prosperous future.
And this was reported by the International Iranian
certain
whatever
group of people. So, I mean, let me look at this. They say, what point of this are you saying justifies your point?
That Iran wasn't honoring the nuclear deal.
Where does it say that?
Under the article 7 myths about the Iranian nuclear deal.
But where
it says an Israeli intelligence report reported that their nuclear weapons program was bigger than reported, that was known. So they discovered this. They found an archive of nuclear intelligence from Iran, right? But the name of the article is
I don't
7
see
myths about.
Nope.
Oh, if you Google 7 myths about the Iranian
Israeli
nuclear.
intelligence report indicates that? Because I just looked up Israeli intel and nothing comes up. Do you hear that? That's because nothing comes
So
up
you
when I
went to
type in
Hudson.
Israel IN.
You went to Hudson.org's
Yeah.
7 myths
Yep.
about the
I'm
Iranian
on that
nuclear
page
deal.
right now, and I'm on Control F. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I typed in Israel. I can even type Israeli. And then IN. Oh, nothing comes up.
Yep. Control F.
Yep.
Israeli agents.
Yeah. Israeli agents conducted a dramatic operation.
Yes. Can you read that whole
Yeah, it says
paragraph and article?
breaking
And then
into
could
a
you
secret
refute the statements in that?
Yeah, earlier in 2018, Israeli agents conducted a dramatic operation in Tehran, breaking into a secret warehouse and capturing a trove of Iranian nuclear files. These documents revealed a more advanced and comprehensive nuclear weapons program that had been previously known. The nuclear archive also showed Iranian officials' plan for concealing nuclear weapons, efforts under the guise of civilian research and development, and how Iranian officials systematically deceived the IAEA. What was the evidence shown? Have they given this so that we can verify these reports? Because if they just claim that they have this information, I don't think that's verifiable information.
I mean, if the Israeli intelligence publishes that, I don't know if they publicly give the report, but I mean, we could work together, put our heads together and verify this, but let's posit that this is true and they weren't following this deal. And if you read the rest of that paragraph, it addresses
Okay, so but did the IAEA conclude that Iran has violated the deal?
It says that further in there. Yes, it says that they found multiple sites that contained uranium.
Wait, hold up.
Yes.
When did the IAEA find that they have violated the agreement?
It says that in the article. It says that they found uranium in multiple sites that were not reported under the deal. Would you posit that that's violating the deal? I don't know about you.
But did the IAEA indicate that they had violated the deal? I'm just asking you that question.
Yes.
Yes. So can you give me a source of reporting on that? We'll give them a second on that. Give them a second on that. Alrighty. We'll see.
Yes, it said the IAE or whatever it is. It said they found traces of uranium.
Yeah.
At unreported sites.
Yeah, but traces of uranium don't mean that they were enriched to a level in which that wasn't allowed under the JCPOA.
Okay, but if they had files saying about their plans and they had uranium at sites not reported and they were planning to create the weapon outside of the deal,
but
would that not posit that they weren't following?
The IAEA would have conducted an investigation based on this allegation. And did the IAEA
They did
conclude?
And Iran refused to cooperate. With that investigation.
So answer the question: did the IAEA conclude that Iran violated the JCPOA?
Oh, I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
Okay,
did you look it up?
I'll look it up for you. Did the IAEA?
Yeah, can you Google that for me?
I'll try to. I'll look up your own source for you. Include Iran violated JCPOA. Alrighty.
And can you refute the Israeli intelligence? Well, it wasn't really Israeli intelligence. It was Iran's own.
There's nothing that indicates that they had broke it. Nothing. I don't see anything when I look this up. Yep. None of these are situations where there was enrichment of uranium above the level agreed. So
okay, but they had plans. They had plans to.
Here's my point. If there is not a single indication that they had violated the deal, Trump pulled out, never mentioned that they violated the deal. It is simply just mentioning the fact that, oh, I don't like that they are able to make money because we got rid of the sanctions. And that's what he says is the reason. That's going to get you to likely conclude that, oh, It seems like we have no good reason to believe that they have actually violated this deal.
They
And
had
I can't
government
then say
documents
that
stating
Trump has
that
put
they
us in a
planned to
better
violate the
position
deal.
in terms of the agreements here. Trump has put
So
us
if
in an
they
objectively worse scenario. We have less political concessions right now than we had
currently
under Obama's JCPOA about 10 years ago. So
to
if we were in a
defeat the
better
evil, you
position
have to go
10
through
years
situations
ago,
like
listen,
this.
if we were in a better position 10 years ago when Trump wasn't in office, well, then that tells you that Trump has had a huge political blunder here, which has created a worse off conditions in terms of foreign policy. So if you try to cite Iran as an example of the Trump administration's foreign policy success, you have got to take into consideration that we are in a worse off position right now than we were prior to Trump being involved in the relationship with Iran.
But it was a lie. We were in a better situation. The intelligence showed, like I said, it was their own government plans to develop a nuclear weapon that were revealed.
Yeah,
And it
after
was
we
way more
pulled out the
extensive than we
JCPOA.
believed.
After we
Oh
pulled
no,
out
this
the
was before.
JCPOA.
This was in the months. This was in 2018 that this intelligence report was brought forth.
Yeah, so they did this after the JCPOA was done.
Yes, after it was done,
Okay,
they
so after
Israeli
Trump pulled out of the
intelligence
JCPOA,
found
of course
that
they're
they
going to
had
build
a
up.
plan to
Dude,
curtail
after
it.
the
So if you find
JCPOA
intelligence that
after
the
the JCPOA being abandoned by Trump, of course they're going to build up their enrichment of uranium.
No, this was prior to the JCPOA. That this led up to the canceling of the JCPOA when they discovered.
No.
Yes, no. The Israeli intelligence report came out earlier that year before they removed it.
One, has this Israeli intelligence report been corroborated? No, there's
I
been
don't
no
know. Let's
basis for that.
find out,
Two,
Parker.
there being trace amounts of
Parker, let's
uranium in
find
different
out.
areas is not evidence of them enriching that uranium above the level.
No, I wasn't addressing that. I was addressing that their government had active plans to curtail the JCPOA.
Yeah, and that's a claim. Has that been corroborated? Have we been able to
Yes, it
verify
has.
that intelligence?
It's
then
Iranian.
What U.S. intelligence report indicates that we've been able to verify that intelligence? What have they given it for us to review? Have we been able to review that, or is it just a claim by Israeli intelligence? Okay, alrighty. Give them a second, everyone. Again,
Oh
if you're
yeah,
on YouTube, hit that
I gotta
thumbs
go
up.
Google this real quick, Parker. I
Yeah,
want to get
that's
to the bottom of this with you. If you're
okay,
right,
that's fine.
I'll admit you're right. I'll say I'm wrong, and we'll get. I like to civilly debate,
Okay.
but it seems like they're a real fascist regime. Like they're actually killing their citizens, suppressing the media. In America, we're free to criticize our government. In Iran, they weren't, and they were killing people. Okay.
Okay, Trump actively is trying to undermine freedom of speech rights in the First Amendment in our Constitution. The idea that
Could you cite examples and could you cite sources for that so I can read
Yeah.
about it?
Yeah, the FCC under Donald Trump for Brendan Carr has talked about removing licenses of people specifically that do things the administration doesn't like. We can also point to the fact that the administration has, like Trump specifically, has said that he thinks it should be illegal to criticize him in the media. We can point to the fact that he said that people should be put in prison for a year for burning the American flag, which has been determined to be protected by the First Amendment according to the Supreme Court. We can point to his countless violations of the Constitution and willingness to undermine the Constitution and posting onto his Truth Social saying that we need a Jackson president, which means that he would violate the Supreme Court and say no to the Supreme Court when they wanted him to uphold the 14th Amendment.
But Parker, sorry to interrupt you, Parker. Are there any policies supporting this, or is this just hyperbole? Because I know Trump, he just likes to yap, but
He passed an
he
executive
has
order
a
saying
good
he wants
heart
to put
deep
people in
down.
prison for a year for burning the American flag.
Was
The
that an actual
FCC
policy
has
put forth?
actively said that they are going to remove the licenses of people specifically, or would want to do so, right? in
Have
order
they
to be
done
able
that?
to- So they have actively advocated for pressure on multiple people. We can bring up multiple.
So did
individuals.
Iran actively advocate to expand their nuclear weapons as evidenced by an actual intelligence report? That was just
But like we have no corresponding evidence to prove that to be true, and you're quite literally just you keep repeating that. But do you have any intelligence report from the U.S. that indicated or verified this information to be true?
Yes, they shared those intelligence documents that they obtained those documents
And
from the
what's the
Iranian
source for that?
government and shared that.
What's the source for that?
I haven't looked it up yet.
Okay, well then go ahead. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, over in Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, and if you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people as always, everybody. Alrighty, do give it a second. Do give it a second for him to find this information real quick, everyone. Alrighty. Maybe bring up another person while he's
So
doing
it
this.
says
No, it's-
thousands of documents were presented by Israel to the U.S. that corroborated that.
What's the source?
Google.com.
That's not a source. That's a search engine. What's the title?
It was Gemini AI that said that.
Yeah,
But
click
you know,
on the
sometimes
source
the AI can read.
Click on the source that Gemini gives you.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 sec, okay, Parker? Bear with me.
That's totally fine. Give yourself a minute. Do the necessary research. Click on the source. It's important to do.
It says the BBC.
Yeah. What's the title?
And I'm talking about the news agency, just in case anyone's confused.
Okay, of course. Can you tell me what the title is?
1 second. Let me find the title real quick, Parker, okay?
Alrighty. Alrighty, give them a second. They're going to give me a title here real quick. What are the odds it proves them wrong?
So it's the BBC, the British. I think that stands for British Broadcasting
Can you just
Channel.
just tell me what the title is.
Israel's Iran documents show that nuclear deal was built on a lie. Or that's something around. That's like the title of it, and it's from the BBC, and it's in 2018. So let's see if these. Because Israel's, I don't know about you, but
your title
Israel's
was
lies
Israel's
sometimes.
Iran.
They tell white lies sometimes.
Did you just read that? Israel's Iran documents show nuclear deal was quote unquote built on lies. Okay, let's take a look.
I just want to get to the bottom of this, Parker.
Okay, alrighty. Let's take a look. Let's find this.
Thank you for being civil. We're having a good
Deal
debate
was
here.
built on lies.
I think everyone's
U.S.
enjoying
president
it.
who is opposed to it decided whether to abandon it. What was Iran accused of? Benjamin Netanyahu accused Iran of conducting secret nuclear weapons program, dubbed Project Ahmad, which had continued to pursue nuclear weapons knowledge after the project was shuttered in 2003. Followed the revelation in 2002, excelled by Iranian opposition group. Iran was conducting secret nuclear sites in breach of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, of which Iran was a signatory. I don't think that's a JCPOA.
That was a separate.
Yeah, it's a separate one. Mr. Netanyahu presented what he was evidence of secret nuclear files that showed that Iran had lied about its nuclear ambitions before the deal was signed in 2015. Before 2015.
Okay.
So before the deal?
Yeah, I think so.
The Israeli prime minister did not provide evidence that Iran had violated the accords since it went into effect in early 2016.
That he didn't.
That's what your source said. Your source quite literally says the Israeli prime minister did not provide evidence that Iran had violated the accord since it went into effect in early 2016.
But it displays their intention to violate it. It's the intentions.
Wait,
And
no. So
publicly stated
that's not
their
an intention
intentions
prior
to
to the
use
deal.
weapons.
Wait. That's not an intention of the deal. That was their intention before the deal. So actually, you just were misinterpreting this information. And
So then why did
again,
the report
you're
come out in
misinterpreting what Gemini told you.
2018?
This is why you should click on these resources before.
No, it said the Hudson.org said it happened in 2018, though.
Okay, but what's the source for that? Because BBC is a better source than whatever the hell the Hudson is. BBC says that specifically that they provided no evidence that Iran had violated the accords since it went into effect.
The claim wasn't that they violated it. The claim that Israel made was that they had plans to violate it and keep developing.
These aren't plans to violate it. These are their intentions prior to the deal being put in place.
It says that?
Yeah, it says Mr. Netanyahu presented what he had said evidence of thousands of secret nuclear files that showed that Iran had lied about its nuclear ambitions before the deal was signed in 2015. So they were lying about their ambitions before the deal was signed.
So it doesn't refute that they continue those ambitions after the deal. Does it
Is there a
refute
source
they
for that?
continue
Where
those
does it say
ambitions
that?
after the deal? Does it say that that's not the case?
Yes. It says the
So it
European
says
Union's
that
foreign
after the deal
policy
was
is that
signed, they
the
completely
documents have
abandoned
not
their
put into
dreams.
question Iran's compliance with the 2015 deal. So your own
Someone in the
source
chat
doesn't
said
prove your
Israel
point.
has nukes.
What's up?
All right, I guess I'll have to do some more research, Parker.
I guess you will.
But can you posit that they probably weren't good on that? They wouldn't have stayed good on that deal. That their plans, they had plans to get
We have
nukes
no
the whole
evidence to
time.
indicate that they were going to violate the deal.
Okay, Parker. I'll have to look up evidence, and I'll give you a good. If I can debate again in the
Okay.
future, I enjoyed our debate.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes,
Is
sir.
there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes, like y'all say, he's never been criminally convicted of being a diddler. So y'all say that is, but until you're proven in the court of law, criminally, because even Michael Jackson was accused of being a diddler, but they didn't provide any physical evidence. There was no criminal trial.
I don't think MJ was innocent. Okay, of course you're one of those NPCs. So let me just clarify. So if you want to talk about this scenario, I have a question. Do you think that people who have accused Epstein of SA and trafficking, right, that got settlements with the Epstein estate, do you believe their accusations to be true?
But again, was there a criminal? So in order for it to be proven true, there has to be a criminal trial. You have to provide evidence. Because someone settled in a civil trial with the Epstein estate and they made a claim, that doesn't mean that it's true, that it's been proven to be true. Now, if it's proven to be true in a criminal court of law, I'll agree with you. I'll say, Trump, you're a diddler. I'm done with you forever.
Answer my question? Do you accept
diddler,
the
Trump, I'm done
accusations
with
to be true from the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate about their accusations against Epstein about trafficking and sexual abuse?
If they were they proven in a criminal trial? Was that a civil trial or a criminal trial?
I'm just asking.
Someone said MJ was innocent.
If they got
he wasn't criminally convicted. Neither has Trump been.
Yeah,
so
but
there
were countless minors that came out, even a victim specifically that was able to describe specifically a point next to his genitalia. That's an important thing to consider. Plus, why are you reading random comments instead of addressing the point that I'm making?
I did address the point. I said that it hasn't been approved. That was not a criminal trial where evidence was provided. That was an accusation.
Okay, but can you answer the question? Do you accept accusations to be true, right, from the victims of Epstein that got settlements with the Epstein estate?
They haven't been, no. If they have not been proven in a criminal trial court of law where you have to provide evidence, in this country we believe in innocent.
So you don't believe the victims of Epstein?
I believe them when there's a criminal trial held.
Okay, so you don't believe. So by the way,
I'm positing. I'm not trying to disagree with you here, Parker. What I'm saying is that in order for it to be proven true, it has to be a criminal trial. If a civil trial, like I said, a lot of people think Michael Jackson was innocent, but he was civilly sued for that. They didn't provide in order to get a criminal conviction is where
this
you have
is simply
to
just because of statute of limitations. So by the way, just because it's in civil doesn't mean you shouldn't accept it. It's only in civil because of statute of limitations, not because of the fact that there's not enough evidence. Wait, listen. It's in a civil court because of the fact that there is a statute of limitations on criminal courts.
But is there the same burden of proof in a civil trial as there is in a criminal trial?
Of course, there is difference, but that doesn't mean that the civil court isn't enough of a standard to demonstrate this to be true.
That's just, it doesn't compute with me because you have to provide beyond a reasonable doubt, and they have to be convicted of that crime.
That's for criminal cases, but some of these can't be tried in criminal cases because of the fact that there's a statute of limitations that says after a certain amount of years you can't try them in a criminal court.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Shit.
and those laws shouldn't exist. Those laws are insanely crazy.
No, I agree with you on that. But damn, yeah, I guess if he was criminally convicted, I mean.
Wait, no, I never
So you're
said he was
saying in
criminally
those-
convicted.
in
I
those
said
Ep-
that
those
I said it
civil
wasn't
Epstein
able to be
trials?
done in criminal court because of statute of limitations, but
Okay,
that's
I
why it
understand
was
that, but I'm
determined in
saying,
a
so
civil
you're
court.
saying in those Epstein trials, the victims of that accused Trump, is what you're saying.
So yes. So there was a interview that the FBI and whatnot conducted with this particular woman who had when she was younger been assaulted and trafficked by Epstein, and included within those accusations that she was trafficked by Epstein to Trump, right? So if she was deemed to be credible in her accusations against Epstein about trafficking and sexual abuse, well then that would implicate
she-
Trump here.
But did she civilly win a trial against Trump for that?
No, that's a different person that
Did
won
she
in the
civilly
civil case
or
against
criminally?
Trump. That's
Did
a
any
different.
Epstein victim civilly or criminally win a trial against Trump?
What? This particular victim didn't go after Trump in the context of the court process.
So there was no evidence provided for Trump in
they
that court process. It was just her
so
testimony.
the evidence is that if we accept the accusations against Epstein, that we would
I see
then
what
it
you're
would
saying.
those accusations implicate Trump, because one of the accusations against Epstein is that they trafficked her to Trump. If we believe the accusation to be true because it's against Epstein, well, if it implicates Trump and we already believed it to be true, we now believe something that implicates Trump. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can follow your logic there, but I still think in the same way, I don't know if Michael was guilty. So until there's even a civil trial, I want the Epstein victims to go after
Wait, there
Trump
was
civilly,
a civil
and I
trial.
want the files
Trump was
to
held liable
corroborate
for
all of
sexually
it.
abusing E. Jean Carroll, forcefully penetrating her against her will, by a unanimous
was in
decision of
Epstein
9
trials?
people in a jury.
And that was a civil trial.
Yes, that was a civil trial with a jury
And that was
determination of
past
9 people in a jury.
The statute of limitations.
The statute of limitations prevented them from going into a criminal court, but this determined them in a civil court, Trump to be liable in a civil court for sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll.
Well, shit, I'll have to read about that. I didn't know all that. Man, sometimes you just don't know shit, and you just fuck. Sorry for cursing, man. I didn't mean to curse on your live stream. Okay.
It's okay. So I mean, I would take a
People in
look
the
into
chat are
those
saying
things.
NJ was not guilty.
Given that everything I've said is true, would you say that you wouldn't support Trump anymore?
If that was determined to be true in a civil or criminal case, I know. Okay, why didn't they come after him before he was president, though?
Well, for E. Jean Carroll, there are countless reasons. One, because her family was alive and she didn't want her family to have to deal with this. 2, because it was the building up of prior movements, because of the Me Too movement, So We Think of the Galaxy, different things she was involved with other people, and there are countless things that led up to her being able to bring this out. Plus, there was a year that allowed for people to go after their abusers in civil courts because of a change in the statute of limitations for civil courts, for victims who are children and for adults. There was the Child Survivors Act and the Adult Survivors Act that allowed for victims within the context of a year or so to go after their abusers, even though it was past the statute of limitations.
Okay. And there was evidence. So if I look up that civil case, they provided evidence that corroborated beyond a reasonable doubt that Trump was in fact the diddler.
To a preponderance of evidence that Donald Trump sexually abused E. Jean Carroll.
What is preponderance? What does that mean?
Preponderance of evidence is the standard in a civil court.
Okay, so they had to. So there was a basic level of evidence they had to meet, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'll have to read about that. I'll have to read it.
Alrighty, for sure. All right, I appreciate you coming up.
All right, thank you. You have a good night.
You as well. Let's go on to the next individual, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Please, everybody, only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Sorry, did you say something that glitched out? Oh, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
I do support Trump.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Now Kamala Harris. I voted for him, but...
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
What's your birth year?
07
What month?
September.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Pick Donald Trump for sure.
Okay, why do you support Trump? Oh, okay, all right, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates.
How are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 33.
Do you support Trump?
For sure.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Donald J. Trump.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Because I think he fights for the freedom of the Americans. I'm Hispanic. I live in Washington, D.C., and I support Trump, and I will support Trump forever.
Okay. So you said he's fighting for the freedoms. I would say he's undermined freedoms. He's undermined constitutionally protected rights and constitutional amendments. He said he wants the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution. So what makes you think that he's fighting for more freedom?
Because, you know, the debt that the United States have in this moment, right? The debt is so high, so high. And he's fighting for do politics that resolve that debt, you know? Sorry for my bad English. I'm just learning and trying, okay?
You are totally fine. Don't ever worry about that. So I'm confused. What makes you think that he's? Do you maybe could you name a certain policy that you think has protected people's freedoms to a greater extent?
When he captures Maduro in Venezuela, and he make better deals for the oil in Venezuela, he's fighting for the future of this country because the debt is so high, you know. And when you talk about Iran, I think I want to ask you a question. Do you care about the Iranians' rights, the human rights of the Iranians? Do you care about them?
Yeah, of course.
Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. What makes you think that I don't?
You think that in Iran they respect the human rights of the woman?
Absolutely not.
So?
What's your point?
What's my point? You know what's my point.
Should we go back to war with the Taliban in Afghanistan?
I think the Islamic radicals are a really huge problem for all the world.
So I'm asking a question. Should we go back to war with the Taliban in Afghanistan?
Why are you laughing about something so serious? It's incredible.
No. I'm laughing while you're not answering my question. So can you answer my question?
I ask you a question and you don't answer my question because
really?
Because
I asked you a question and you're pivoting and not trying to answer my question.
No.
So should we go to war with the Taliban in Afghanistan?
I think we have to fight for the human rights, not only American people, all the world, not only Americans. You know, if you care, you say you care about the rights of the woman in Iran. I don't think so. I don't think so, because when you talk about Iran, you talk like it's normal they're living there. I think for you it's normal the situation.
Are you going to answer my question, sir?
I'm not answering your question, but you don't like my answer. That's different.
Can you repeat my question?
Answer. Can you repeat mine?
I asked you a question. You're supposed to be answering my question.
You didn't respond mine.
I'll answer and respond to any question you have as soon as you answer this question.
Yes, you asked me what politician Donald Trump makes to improve the country, something like that.
That's not what I asked you at all. So
yes,
I asked you,
that's your first question.
That was not my question. So let me clarify.
Yes, no, Parker,
can I just clarify my question, sir?
Rewards the life. That was your first question.
I promise you that was not my question. My question was,
okay,
should we go to war? Should we go to war with the Taliban in Afghanistan?
That's your second question. That's your second question.
Okay, well then can you respond to that question? That's the question I want answered.
I think, and I answered that question, but you don't like my answer. I think we must fight for the human rights, not only American rights.
Does that mean yes?
Yes, for sure.
So we should go back to war with the Taliban in Afghanistan. So did you know Trump set up the agreement with the Taliban to get us to leave?
When?
In his first term.
Yes,
Yes.
but now it's a different situation nowadays. You know.
What the what?
Why are
What
you
do you mean?
laughing? You
It's
lack
not
of
a it's
respect.
not a different
You talk
situation.
about education and your lack of respect. You're laughing about something so serious that kills people. It's incredible, Parker.
You
It's
act like I'm
incredible.
laughing at people dying or something. What are you talking about,
No,
dude?
you have to. Nah, you don't have
I'm
education.
laughing
You're
at the fact
laughing
that you
at
can't
you're
respond to my
laughing
points
about
and you can't
something so
address these
serious.
points.
Lack of respect, man. Lack of respect, man. When you're
Okay.
talking
Well, I mean,
about
who do you
something
support for
so
president?
serious
Sir, who do you support for president?
and something
You
that
support
I
Trump.
was
He literally called for the
for
complete end
sure.
of civilization for Iranians. He's called for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the
That's
law
a
and to not
lie.
follow
That's
unlawful
a
orders.
lie.
He said he's
You're
glad that
lying.
Robert Mueller is dead. He said that he's
You're
glad
lying.
specifically about Rob Reiner's death. I can
You're
give countless
lying.
examples of him completely not giving a flying fuck about his rhetoric and like literally supporting violent rhetoric. So how could you say that at all I'm responsible for this when you literally are supporting Trump still?
Parker,
Like
Parker,
that is incredibly disrespectful to
answer my
people.
question. Don't be scared. Answer my question.
Yeah.
Do you think the Islamic radicals are a problem?
Yeah. I think
Okay.
Christian radicalism, I think Islamic radicalism, or any type
Okay.
of radical religious ideology is typically going to be harmful to people. I think
And they
theocracy
are
is bad. That's
against
why I
the
believe in
human
separation of
rights.
church and state.
Islamic radicals are against human rights.
And so are
They
Christian
treat
radicals.
they wow. Okay. Okay. If you think so, you think that they are making something good. Okay.
Well, I'm just clarifying and adding an addendum on top of what you're saying, right? So are Christian radicals, right? Any particular type of
But
theocratic view
not in
that
this
is
time of
enforcing
history.
religion in the context of
Not
our
in
law
this
is
time.
typically going to
Not
lead to
in
bad
present.
outcomes. What?
Not in present. Not in the present. Because the Islamic religion doesn't I don't know how to say it, sorry, doesn't evolution in the time, you know. It's like they stuck in the past, you know.
You could say the same thing for plenty of Christian extremists.
No,
Now there are
no,
plenty
no,
of
no, 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 no,
plenty
no,
of
no, no,
liberals and progressives who are Muslim.
no, no,
For
no,
example,
no,
Zoran
no,
Mondani.
no. Here in Spain and other countries in Europe, Islamic radicals are a huge problem. A huge problem. The other day, 2 weeks ago, they killed a Chinese woman in Spain. She was only 16 years old. Islamic radical saying
Do you have any
Allahu Akbar,
evidence that
Allahu
Muslims
Akbar. Do you
do you
think this
do you
is
know any
normal?
do you have any evidence of Muslims committing more levels of violence in Spain
Yes,
comparative to the
yes,
average person in Spain?
yes, for
What's your
sure,
source?
for sure. In Barcelona,
What's your source?
you can search in El País. It's a
So
newspaper.
actually, you want to know something crazy? We should limit all men from coming to our country. That's a national security threat to allow for men to come into our country because men are significantly more likely to commit violent crime comparative to women. So we should ban men from coming to our country
No,
because of
you
the
can compare
significantly
that.
higher extent in which they're likely to commit
Doesn't make
violent
sense.
crime.
That
It's a
comparison
harm to our
doesn't make
country. They're
sense.
significantly more like, again, men are significantly more
Parker,
likely to
that
commit
doesn't make
violent
sense.
acts of terrorism. So we shouldn't
Parker,
let men
that
into our
doesn't make
country. We
sense.
should only let women, right?
That doesn't make sense, Parker.
What do you mean? You said that we should be
I
restricting.
give you source.
You're saying that we
Search
should
El
restrict some
País.
immigrants because you
Search
think that they commit
ABC.
higher likelihood of violent crime. Let's assume
Yes.
that to be true.
Yes, they
Then would
do.
you then argue that we should restrict men from coming to our country because they're significantly more likely than women to commit violent crime and acts of terrorism?
That doesn't make sense. That comparison doesn't make sense. And before you say something that was crazy. You say that Michael is guilty. Michael Jackson is guilty. That's
Why are we
bullshit,
pivoting?
man. No, because you say it, and that's bullshit. The FBI is searched for evidence 7 fucking years, and they didn't find nothing. And
Okay,
you are
I'm
talking
gonna
here
say
in
two
TikTok
things. I'm gonna say two
saying,
things.
"Oh, Michael
He
is
actively admitted
guilty."
to sleeping in beds with children.
But that
Okay.
doesn't make he's guilty.
Okay,
No?
I'm sorry. And then there was also a
Nothing.
literal security system to say that when people came into that specific room, not for the rest of the house to the same
Yes.
extent, but specifically just for that
Yes.
room, along with the fact that I want to mention that there was a minor that came out and explained
Yes.
and described aspects of the
Yes.
genitalia,
And
right?
and
which
he was
then
a liar.
were
He
corroborated.
was a
So
liar. He was a
Okay, so you just
liar.
claim that they're all liars. So I don't think that's
Yes.
good. I think that's
Did you
bad, and
hear
I think that
Aaron
that's
Carter?
just
Did
rape
you hear
apology.
Aaron
So
Carter? Did you hear Aaron Carter? What tells about Michael Jackson? Did you hear Aaron Carter? I recommend you to watch Aaron Carter
okay,
statement.
I'm not making this live about that. I said that's all that I'm gonna address that.
Because you hate Michael Jackson because he was friend of Donald Trump. That's why you hate Michael Jackson.
No, I actually believed this before I even knew that he knew Donald Trump.
No, you're a liar. You hate Michael Jackson.
I'm not. So I didn't even know that he specifically was friends with Donald Trump before
Yes,
I
you
even
did.
had this view.
Yes, you did. And you hate
No.
Michael Jackson because he was his friend.
That's
Don't
not the reason I
lie,
hated him.
Parker,
I
don't
didn't know that
lie.
he was. I thought he was
Michael
guilty.
Jackson is innocent.
Okay.
That
Okay. I'm not anymore going to address this.
now
If
you
you keep,
censor me.
if you're just going to keep, by the way, if you're just going to keep doing this after I told you
Michael
that,
Jackson is innocent.
okay, if you just continue to keep talking about this after I told you that this is completely irrelevant to the live, and that we are not
It's
going to
not
keep talking about
irrelevant.
this, we're not going to keep talking about this because it's not relevant to the live. If you want to continue to keep screaming over me and saying it, I'll kick you and go on to the next person. It's a waste of my time. This is a pivot from the conversation that we're talking about. Would you like to talk about that? Like what we're already talking about instead of pivoting?
You are false accusation Michael Jackson. That's a crime.
Okay.
What you're
so,
doing is a crime.
Okay, so you have one more shot. If you unmute and then decide to keep doing this, I'll just kick you.
Respect Michael Jackson. That's what you have to do. Liar. Because you're
Okay. You're wasting my time. I'm just going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
I don't think you're old enough. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are
I
you?
just want to let you know I love what you do, Parker.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Hey, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump still. I just feel like, I mean, I'm not
Why do you support Trump?
Republican or Democrat, but I feel like the Democrat Party just went really bad when they changed over to Kamala. I don't even feel like she was a good candidate.
Kamala? Okay. And what makes you think that she wasn't a good candidate?
I'm not here to debate about that, but I just wanted to debate about what do you think Trump relationship with Venezuela and Iran?
I think that Trump has put us off in worse off conditions in terms of foreign policy. The war with Iran has been detrimental to our economy, our economic growth, our relations with our allies all around the
Now
world.
let me ask you something. Do you believe that Iran should have nuclear weapons?
No. I think the JCPOA prevented them from getting
agree with
nukes to a
Trump
greater
when
extent.
He goes and he invades Iran for them not to have a nuclear weapon then.
Repeat what you just said?
So do you support Trump invading Iran for them not to have a nuclear weapon?
No.
So why would you prefer, what would be your idea for them not to have a nuclear weapon? Like, what can they do about that?
The JCPOA, like what Obama established prior. And even Midnight Hammer, the strike about a year ago on their nuclear enrichment facilities, that didn't cause a war. So, and according to U.S. intelligence, they haven't been building up their nuclear program since the original strike about a year ago under Operation Midnight Hammer.
I just feel like a lot of times when I hear Democrats talk, they always have a policy that doesn't support America being more powerful. Like, you know what I mean? When like the United States went into Venezuela, they took Maduro out of power and they in some kind of way took control of the biggest oil reserve in the world. It's like the whole America was mad about that, but that just makes America more powerful. Why are you guys against that?
I don't think distancing ourselves from our allies. I don't think that making our economic growth worse off. I don't think that. Can I make my point fully, sir?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
I don't think distancing ourselves from our allies. I don't think making our economic growth worse off. I don't think that, domestically ignoring our population to be so hyper obsessed about what's going on all around the world is beneficial for the average person in this country. I think we've spent trillions of
But you
dollars
still didn't
of
answer
debt-related
that.
spending.
Like, so if
Let me please
America is
finish.
becoming a more powerful country, why
Can
are
I
you
please
against
finish?
that? Go ahead.
We've spent trillions of dollars, right, of debt-related spending involving ourselves all around the world, not for better
But
conditions for
again,
people.
like you're pivoting the point into another conversation. I'm talking about Venezuela in specific. You can talk about Ukraine, you can talk about other topics, but again, so for this specific one, are you against the United States having control over Venezuelan oil?
Yes, I think that's a bad thing. I think that's
Why?
called stealing.
This is what I don't understand. Like I feel like a lot of people that are Democrats, they support China and they support Russia in some kind of way. Like if you went over there, you will have the same freedom. You know what I mean? Like if you were to go to Iran, they will not defend you. All the people that live in Iran, if you were to go over there and you say that you're American, they will kill you. So it's like I feel like it's a little bit hypocrite that you guys are out here defending them, where if you go over there, you know what I mean, they wouldn't defend you at all. So that's what I don't understand.
So I don't think you should refer to all Iranians in that way. I think that's a dishonest way to refer to all Iranians. I think you can portray the IRGC in that way, but to try to refer to all Iranians that way, I think is very dishonest and fucked up. Secondly, we don't support the IRGC, we don't support China, and we don't support Russia. I don't know what this argument is. When did I ever claim that I supported any of those countries' governments?
For me, the United States is the biggest country in the world, is the most powerful country, and it's the country that have recreated other countries. Like, for example, when Japan broke down, who recreated it? You know what I mean? The United States. When after this World War II,
the United States is the one who bombed them.
Who helped Europe
But
rebuild their countries? We
Wait, but
rebuilt Germany.
but that doesn't mean that we've done that with every other country.
France,
So
you know what I mean? And look at those countries. Now look at the countries that Russia and Cuba have supported. You look at Cuba, where's Cuba at? You know what I mean? They do not have any of that. They don't have money, they don't have oil, they don't have nothing. So it's just kind of like, for me, if I see the United States going into another country to try to help them, for me, that's just better. You know what I mean? I don't understand why, the United States is trying to keep their power in the Middle East and you guys are against that.
So I don't think that we've created better conditions within the Middle East, militarily intervening. I don't think that we've created better conditions in Venezuela, militarily intervening.
I mean, they have.
Can I please finish any of my points without you cutting me off?
But they have created a better condition in Venezuela.
How?
How? Well, first they took the guy that was torturing a bunch of people. And I'm from there. So I'm also like a nationalized American citizen. So I can attest for all the things that Nicolas Maduro and Chavez and all their people have done to my people out there.
We have the same regime in office, though. There's been no change in regime.
But hold on, but you can have them change the whole theme from one day to another, because it wouldn't work like that. Because I can tell you that over there, all the people on every local government, they will not change just magically because they took this one guy out of office. You know what I mean? So
exactly. So the point that I'm making is that
first they came out with an amnesty law where a lot of the political prisoners that they had, they let them out. You know what I mean? There have been a bunch of people that they let out and they've been in prison for no reason for years. And that happened after Trump took Nicolas Maduro out of Venezuela. So he has improved.
Okay, so you're saying the improvement is that they let go of political prisoners.
Well, improvement, you can say improvement, you can see that in different kind of ways. You're not gonna see 100% improvement just from one action. You know what I mean? There's different things that will happen after that one action.
Okay. Here, one second. Let me. Okay. So that's existed to some extent.
So the Venezuela situation
but not most of them still haven't. Most of them still haven't.
No, and I still have a lot of friends out there that I talked to, and they have said that everything has improved after that happened. They changed their regime in a way of now they took all the pictures out.
What else? Because I would argue that this is.
They're trying to change the president of the.
Let me know when I can speak in response, because I just want to have a conversation with you, and I think that we're not having a conversation about what I'm speaking about.
Go ahead. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
Yeah, please, because I just don't think that we're having a productive dialogue right now. So most of them still haven't been released. Now, I think that's a good thing. I think that's a material benefit. I think
Yes.
that's the only thing that you could probably mention. Is there any other thing you could mention? I mean,
Well, so first they took control of the Venezuelan oil. Now they're not gonna sell it to China. Now all the oil is gonna be sold to the United States. So then the United States are gonna have control of that money. So then they will be able to use it as a corrupt. You know what I mean? Because before they will sell it to China or Russia, and they will give the oil for free to Cuba. So how does that benefit the Venezuelan people either? I mean, I feel like if they take control of that oil and they use it for any reason, and the United States gets a profit from that, for me, that's good.
I think that's called stealing. I don't think that's good. I think that's actually like an example of how we're materially
So you
negatively.
would rather Russia and
Let me know
China
when I
have the
can.
oil?
Can we have a conversation without you cutting me off? I'm sorry. I'm just gonna be like this now. Like, do you want me to do that? I'm not gonna sit here and let you just do this a whole conversation. What the fuck is wrong with you? Genuinely.
Okay, go ahead. Answer.
Why are you laughing at me after I just told you to stop doing that?
Because like you're out here just saying that I'm cutting you off, but you're saying like
You were cutting
oh,
me
yeah,
off and
that's
not talking to
stealing.
me. Yeah.
But like it's not a stealing when Russia and China are taking our oil.
Wait, so I would say them deciding to trade with Russia and China is not stealing because they decided to
But
do
so-
that. But
okay,
it
I'm
is
sorry, I
stealing when
interrupt-
the U.S. goes in and by force forces them to give up oil and then takes it for our benefit. That is stealing.
But so you do know that the regime or the government that is set up in Venezuela is out of other people that are narco traffickers, right? You do know that. And you do know that all the
Okay.
government in Venezuela has been fake. A lot of people have voted for a different president, like in the moment it was Henry Capriles and Maria Corina Machado, where they didn't let her run for president. So it's just kind of like, all those things are corrupt. So when you say it's stealing, for me it's not stealing. Stealing is when they send it to Russia. That's stealing because they stole the power from all that. So I feel like when you have a policy as a United States to not have any allies from Russia or China in your continent, I feel like that's pro-America.
Okay, so I have a few things to address here. You think that Trump's administration is worse for narco traffickers? Just letting you know, you can't say any specific DRUG name. Just want to let you know it's TikTok TOS. But like going to this conversation, how do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning the ex-president of Honduras, who was convicted of trafficking over 400 tons of sea drug to our country?
I didn't know that he did that.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure that there's a lot of things that Trump has done that I feel like contribute on a bigger picture. You know what I mean? In a way of like, when he blockades the Strait of Hormuz, right? And he doesn't want to let other ships go by because he doesn't want to let Iran extort other countries for them to pay in the yen. I feel like that's good because it still keeps the dollar as the biggest monetary bill that you can use. You know what I mean?
Well, less people are using the dollar because of the fact that Donald Trump is destroying your relationships with allies all around the world
But
and
again,
imposing
but so
tariffs
do
all
you-
around the
but-
world
but-
as well. Plus, you're not answering the specific question I brought up. How do you feel about Donald Trump pardoning a convicted trafficker for over 400 tons of sea drug to our country? If he's so hard on narco traffickers, then explain to me why he pardoned one who was convicted.
I never said that Trump was against narco traffickers. I never said that. I said that Maduro was a narco trafficker, but I didn't say that he was against that. I feel like Trump does things not because they're against drugs or against anything like that. I just feel like he does things that benefit America. In some kind of way, when you were talking before about the tariffs, I feel like a lot of things that he did with the tariffs were just to press other countries to do the things that he wanted them to do. You know what I mean? Like, yes, that did make our prices go up, and I feel like in some kind of way it was stupid that now all those tariffs that he charged to companies are being refunded to the companies when we are the one that pays for those tariffs. I don't agree with that. But I do agree with him putting tariffs on other countries and then other countries doing things that Trump wants to do.
Okay, so can you name one policy that he put in place that benefit the average American more than it benefit the rich?
So, okay, but hold on. Now we're jumping, right? So you jump from the guy that he pardoned to now you're asking a policy that is helped that. But so what do you think
Because
about
you had
him
no
and-
response to it. You literally had no
but no,
response
but
to
yes,
it.
like I said, I didn't know that he did that. And,
Okay,
but
so then
now-
stop
now-
acting
now
like
when I
it's a
ask you something, what
pivot
do you
on
think-
my
what do you think
behalf.
about him
Why are you acting like
blocking
it's...
the
Wait,
Strait
hold
of
up,
Hormuz?
Pause. Why are you acting like it's a pivot on my behalf when quite literally you just didn't have a response to it,
Because
so I
now
moved
you're
on to
asking
another
about
point.
another policy. That's it. I'm just saying, like, you know, we went back to talk about that, and then now I want to talk about the Hormuz. What do you think about he blockading that?
Okay, wait.
Do you think it's a good
before
strategy
before
for
we talk
America
about
or
this,
not?
before we talk about this, can we mention the thing that I just asked you about? Can you name one
But I asked you
policy?
that before you asked me that, and
I
then you
don't.
told
I
me to
don't
go
remember
back
you
to that,
asking
and
that.
then I did.
I don't remember you asking me that before.
Yes, I was talking about the Strait of Hormuz and how Iran was extortioning other countries to pay in yang for the boats to go through. And then America blockaded because they still want to have that dollar power. If they let other countries pay in yang to Iran, then, you know, they wouldn't do that. So then that's why I'm asking about that. What do you think about that?
What do I think about that? I think that's more
Yeah,
likely
what do you
going.
think about America blockading the Strait of Hormuz? Do you agree with that?
No, I think that's a bad thing. So I think that
Why?
and they were actually using U.S. dollars to a greater extent in terms of U.S. trade because it was built on a habit. And the more that we go to war with these nations, the less they're going to utilize this. The more that we destabilize relationships with our allies, the less that they're going to use
So
this,
do you
which
feel like
inevitably doesn't.
it should be allowed
Wow,
for other
just let
countries
me
to buy?
know. Can you listen? What are we doing here?
Because I asked you one question. So, you
And I'm
know,
responding directly to that question.
so what I'm asking is, do you agree with other countries for paying oil to Iran in yangs or no?
So I would
Instead
prefer
of
that
using the dollar.
I would prefer they use the dollar. But the
Of
way
course,
that we
absolutely right.
the
So
way that
then
we get
why
them
do
the way that
you-
we the
why
way
do
the way
you
that we
go
get them to
against
use the dollar.
actions that guarantee
Wow,
that?
dude, this guy's just steamrolling. Like, hey, dude, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna kick you. Like, why do you keep doing this? This is not a fun conversation to have.
Bro,
Are you
I don't-
purposefully doing this to rage bait?
Bro, I'm not. I'm truly not.
So stop laughing when you just cut me off repeatedly, because I can mute you. If you need to, if
You
need,
can mute me if you
if you
want.
have if you have zero self-control and you need to act like a man-child, I will mute you, and I can control the
Man.
conversation that way. If you cannot have self-control,
Okay, bro, go ahead.
I don't know why
Let
you're
me-
laughing.
Let me hear you. Go ahead.
Why are you laughing?
I'm giving you mic, bro. Go ahead.
No, I'm asking why are you laughing?
Bro, just go ahead.
Answer the question. Why are you laughing?
Bro, I'm laughing because I feel it's funny that you get all mad just because I said something, but
Me getting mad? I told you to stop interrupting me, sir. That's all I did.
just go ahead. I'm not interrupting you. Go ahead, man.
Okay. So can you answer the question? Can you name one policy that Donald Trump passed
But
that benefits the average American more than it benefits the rich?
bro, again. But so hold on before we change to that, and I will go to that. So again, do you support actions that will keep the power of the dollar in the Middle East instead of them paying for oil in yanks, or no? You say that you rather them use dollars, but do you support actions to guarantee that?
I think that we had it to a greater extent. I think his actions have reduced the likelihood of them using the U.S. dollar. The reason why it was
How?
built upon the use of the U.S. dollar is because of habit. The way that you maintain those habits is by building diplomatic relationships, which is what the exact thing the Biden administration and the Obama administration did, was build diplomacy. So that's how you actually build economic relations, where they're going to then use the U.S. dollar, right, rather than actually relying upon Trump's military intervention, which has historically led to a reduction in the use of the U.S. dollar, which is exactly what's happening right now, and it was what you actually referenced.
So you're saying that other countries start using the dollar because of Obama and Biden, and not because of 100 years of history of America power? They've been using the dollars way before Obama and Biden. So why you give them credit for that?
Yeah, I'm just saying that the Biden administration and the
But
Obama
again,
administration
it's not because of the
wow,
Biden
I'm in the middle of me
administration.
explaining. I'm saying the Biden administration and the Obama administration maintained that habit by diplomatic
But-
relations.
But again, don't say that they did it through diplomatic things, because that happened before that. They maintained it just like every other president before them, and just like Trump maintained it between Barack Obama and Biden. So in the first Trump term, what did Trump do to go against that?
Well, I would say specifically that you can maintain it, but Trump under his administration right now is not maintaining it. So
But again, so hold on,
regardless
hold
of whether or
on.
not it was
On
maintained,
Trump's first term, between Barack.
regardless of whether it was maintained under his first administration, it was still maintained, or it still wasn't maintained under his second administration. So we're referencing the fact that he's engaged militarily speaking. When you're arguing that military intervention would allow us to secure
But
the
don't you
use
feel
of the
like your argument?
the use of the U.S. dollar within the context of these trades, and I'm arguing that Trump's use of military intervention did not do that. The
Okay,
maintaining
but
of
would you feel like
the maintaining of diplomatic relationships would maintain the usage of the US dollar on a world stage. And Trump has engaged in actions in which inevitably have led to a reduction in the usage of it. Can we now move on to the point that I was asking you about, or do we have to keep talking about this for the next 20 minutes?
No, but so before that, do you feel then like your argument about Barack Obama and Biden having diplomatic policies for them to use the dollars is a little bit ironic because every other president before them, including Trump, in his first term, maintained that diplomacy for them to use the dollar. So it's a little bit stupid to say, oh yeah, Barack Obama and Biden did it, but then all the other presidents before that, they also did it as well. So it's just not like Barack Obama and Biden kept the dollar. It's every president in the United States history have done that.
Well, not in the entirety of history, but all of these prior presidents maintained it, and then Trump dismantled it. Wow, you're just proving my point to a greater extent.
Oh man, you're funny, bro.
I mean, you're just gonna watch this back later and realize I owned you. It's okay.
Oh man, I'm not gonna watch this later.
What's
all
up
right,
with the
yeah,
fake
go ahead
laugh,
to your
bro?
next point. Go
Like,
ahead to
are
your
you
next
laughing
point.
out of cope? So can you answer my question then?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, can you name a policy that Donald Trump influenced to get passed that benefit the average American more than it benefit the rich?
So I feel like the idea that Trump had, where he wanted pharmaceutical companies to bring down the prices of medicine, I feel like that was a good idea. In some kind of way, it didn't get implemented, but I feel that was a good policy that he had. So at
So
some
what
point at the
policy?
beginning of his first year, on his second term, he came out with a presidential, I don't know the exact name for it, but he came out with something like that, where he was talking to other pharmaceutical companies for them to bring down the price of medicine. It's funny because, you know, I mean, and I just want to say this, you know, all you guys Democrats, again, I'm not Republican or Democrat, but a lot of people are making fun of my English, which I feel like it's funny because you guys are the ones that defend immigrants, and I'm also pro-immigrant as well, but for me, it's just funny that they are saying on the comments, he doesn't even know English, and it's just like, bro, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, I think that's horrible. I mean, I don't see anyone in the comment section saying that. Or actually, I mean, I see one person who said that. I think that's horrible. No one should be making fun of your use of English. That's terrible. I just want to let you know the Trump administration is racially profiling people and detaining people based upon their accent. So if you do have an issue with that as well, you should also have an issue with that when the Trump administration does that from an ICE policy perspective. And then can you tell me what policy Trump passed to bring down farm prices?
So, can I look it up? Can I have like 2 minutes?
Yeah, go ahead. Alrighty, in the meantime, while they look this up, I have a few people to thank. Do just give me a quick second. Jose, thank you so much for the $21. Thank you very much for these callers are so ignorant and dumb. I know this is your job, but how do you deal with the flow of stupidity vomiting from callers' mouths? It's something I've got used to over time. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tom, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that'd be a good point to bring up. But thank you so much. Monavan, thank you so much for the $21. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And Omega, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. Thank you so much. Literally, you should believe in sovereignty. Do give them a second to find this information real quick. Again, if you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Let's try to get to 5,000 likes, everybody. Or not 5,000, 500,000 likes, sorry. Let me make sure to send out my live by hitting repost. Oh, let me restart my TikTok, and then we're going to repost my TikTok live from my second account by clicking the arrow in the bottom right and then clicking repost on the left side of the screen. That will help push it out to significantly more people, hopefully. Alrighty. Did you find the information?
So I did find something here. Just, you know, he came out with Trump RX, which, to be honest, I feel like I don't agree that he has to put his name on everything. Like I said, I'm not Democrat or Republican. You know, I'm more of policies of a lot of things that I like and things that I dislike from Trump. And again, I things that I like from the Democrat Party and the things that I dislike. But, you know, the fact that he came out with Trump RX, where you can go and you can get some drugs at a discounted price, I feel like that's a good start. Again, I don't expect change from one day to another, but as long as we see some progress, I feel like that's good. For me, it's just insane how in Canada, like, insulin could be $15. In the United States, one shot of that, it's $600. Like, I can't even explain that. I can't even see how that could be legal, you know? And I feel like that's something the both sides to try to change, you know?
So Canada has more of a universal healthcare system, exactly what Democrats are advocating for. One, two, the Trump RX.
But
The
again,
Trump.
but
Let me
I,
please
sorry, I'm
finish
sorry to
my
interrupt.
statement.
Sorry to interrupt. Yeah.
The
Go
Trump
ahead.
RX is just literally Trump putting his name on Good RX. Good RX already existed, provides the exact same pricing, and it's literally just rebranded Good RX, where Trump just slapped his name on it. That's not a policy that reduces prices for the average person. That's quite literally just a rebranding where he put his name on it because he wants the attention for things that he didn't actually do in the first place.
Okay, I didn't know that. But so let me ask you something. Why do you think that none other Democrat president that has been, like Biden and Obama did create, Medicare, and he changed some things for healthcare, which I feel like is a pretty important topic. But I've never seen anybody said we're gonna go against pharma and we're gonna take the down price from, insulin. I would like to see a candidate that come back and says something like that.
You mean like Kamala Harris?
She never said that.
Yes, she did.
Was gonna make weed
$35 cap on insulin per month. Also, she did that through the context of the Inflation Reduction Act, which did it for individuals who are on Medicare. It also did a $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket for those that are on Medicare. And she wanted to expand that to everyone. She also advocated for a public option for universal healthcare access.
I don't have a lot of things against Kamala, but it's just I feel like the change from. I mean, do you think that Biden was a good run for the Democratic Party against Trump
in 2020? Yeah, he won.
No.
I don't think he should have ran again in 2024.
Yes,
I think he should have done just the one term like he said he was going to do.
That's a mistake on the Democratic Party having him run again.
Yeah, for sure.
Because in some kind of way, if you think about it, I mean, the average American people, and that's why Trump won. Didn't like Kamala. For a lot of reasons. And you can say that it's because of marketing. It's because
I think he shouldn't have run for the second time. Now, I definitely don't think that means that Trump is a better candidate than Harris or Biden. Biden's still a better candidate than Trump. Harris is still a better candidate than Trump. How could you defend that Trump is a better candidate?
No. So what I'm saying is that I feel like instead of being mad at Trump for winning, I feel like we should be mad at the Democratic Party for not coming up with a better candidate that people would like.
I think Kamala Harris is a significantly better candidate than Donald Trump. It's not even close. So explain to me how you think.
The country didn't like her.
So explain to me why you think that Donald Trump is a better candidate than Kamala Harris.
The fact is that the country didn't like her.
Okay, but I'm asking you what you don't like about her.
Me personally, so I feel like the fact that, I mean, to be honest, she was just a DI candidate. Like when she went for vice president, like literally Biden just said that he wanted somebody of color to be the vice president.
That's
and
not what he said.
That's
not what he said. He described that he was.
Which I'm not against. Inclusion.
He described that he had picked a woman. He never said a woman of color. He described that he picked a woman, and that's describing a characteristic that of her, not anything saying that he just picked her because of that reason. Plus, that's not what DEI is. Right? You understand that he wasn't saying he only picked people who met that criteria. He was just listing a characteristic of the person he picked.
No. I don't know. I don't know. I just didn't. There were a lot of things that.
Wait, plus
she was talking.
Can I say one more thing?
I feel like.
Can I say one more thing?
Go ahead.
She also was significantly more qualified than Trump for the position of presidency. Former district attorney, former attorney general, former prosecutor, former senator, former vice president, comparative to Donald Trump, who had 6 bankruptcies formerly, and has no clue what he's doing.
Also the former president.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you can say. Former president. That's it. And by the way, when he was president last, he did a bad job. And then since he's been in president, he's done a horrible job.
But what would you say he did about
Harris was obviously the better option.
He literally just carried on with the same policies that America had. I feel like, when you guys did the change to Biden, there's a lot of policies that he had that also Biden kept, like going against still Nicolas Maduro, is still going against Iran. You know what I mean? Even Kamala said one time when they asked her if she agreed if Iran should have nuclear weapons, she said, just don't do it. Don't do it. All these policies have been.
Wait, no. But Democrats obviously agree that they shouldn't have a nuclear weapon. Wait, you're not understanding.
Hold on. So you're saying I'm letting you speak, right? And then I'm speaking and you're interrupting too. You know what I mean? Isn't that true? So
that was simply because I was just trying to clarify misinterpretation. I apologize. I'll let you speak.
No, yeah, no. So what I'm saying is like, so if all these policies that have been in America for a long time, you know, no nuclear weapons in Iran, not having a socialist, communist, or whatever in Venezuela, why when Trump does those things, why you go against that? So let me ask you something. Do you think that Trump's idea to bomb Iran and go to war with them, do you think it was only his idea, or do you feel that it was also that was planned when Biden was president, and it's something that the CIA has also planned to do?
So, no, the Biden administration did not
Hold
take
on,
into
you're muted. I don't know. I can't hear you.
Yeah, sorry. The Biden administration did not take into consideration going to war with Iran. What was on the table for the Biden administration was the Operation Midnight Hammer if they couldn't get a JCPOA type deal done.
But so again, so hold on. Just to ask you this, do you feel like Trump is planning all this war, or do you feel like he's getting help from the CIA?
I think that Trump is obviously planning the war and telling us we should go to war, and then there are also
But
other
again,
people.
hold on. So you think that he's not getting help from the CIA?
And then there are also other people on his administration that also support this war, such as Pete Hegseth.
Okay, but do you feel like the CIA has helped him?
Sure.
Sure, right? And then it's something that they have planned. So don't you think that if the CIA was planning all this all along, it's something that they would have done even if
No, that doesn't mean that the
Kamala was in
CIA
power
was
too?
planning this all along. That just means that the Trump is using the CIA while going to war with Iran.
So, but that's what I don't understand. Like, I feel like, you know, all these things, they have been planned for the CIA. I feel like there's no way that the American government didn't plan all this out before they did it. And just because Trump came in and told all of them, yes, we're gonna bomb Iran, everybody just went, yeah, we're gonna do it. I feel like it was
Yeah, that's
something that
kind of
was
what
planned
happened.
before
Trump is the
that.
one who wanted to do this because of Netanyahu being a part of the determination in terms of them doing it.
Man, I don't think that way. But
Your
sure.
whole arguments are just like laughing at me.
No,
You-
I'm
like,
not laughing. I'm not at you. We just think differently.
Yeah, I mean, like
I
you,
just feel
you have
like-
yet to provide a single argument. You didn't even provide a single policy that Donald Trump passed
but I
that
just
benefit the
feel like,
average
you know-
American. You didn't provide a single policy that Donald Trump passed that benefit the average American more than it benefit rich people.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, that I didn't agree with, you know, the big beautiful bill when they said, oh, we're gonna cut your taxes on overtime and tips, but then on the small print, then they reduce the taxes for the rich people. Again, I don't feel like we should tax all the rich people like they do in Europe, where in Germany, you know, they charge you even for having a TV. You know what I mean? And they charge rich people 50% of all the things they made. I don't feel like this country should be like that. And I feel that's why this country is so big and they have so many companies. Because, you know, if you go to other countries like Spain, you know, and I can say this because I have friends everywhere, but I feel like the United States is the only country where you can come and you can build something from nothing, where other countries you can go and you can never become rich. Like if you go to Spain and you start working
I'm
on
sorry, that's just
McDonald's-
delusional. Other countries, especially Scandinavian countries, have more social mobility comparative to the U.S.
Nah, man. Have you
Yeah,
ever been
look up
outside
social
FedEx? Have you ever
mobility
lived out
index.
there? Have you ever lived out there?
No, I don't have to. I'm looking at a social mobility index.
But you're saying these based on a source that you're getting, and I understand that. I respect that. But you haven't lived out there, so how would you know? You know what I mean? If like some normal people, somebody like you or me, just goes out there, just tries to work through and get money, it's very hard. Versus in the United States, you can do that. That's all I'm saying.
I just told you a social mobility index. Have you lived in all those countries?
Well, I have lived in Spain, yes.
Have you lived in any other countries in Scandinavia?
No.
So you couldn't make a claim about any of those countries. That's just ridiculous.
Like, well, I mean, you haven't lived there either. Wow,
I have a
is that
question.
ridiculous?
Would you rather live in Nazi Germany or the United States?
The United States, absolutely.
Okay, but have you ever lived in Nazi Germany?
No.
But you can determine that it's worse off even without
But
living
again,
there,
I
right?
said that I respect that you have your sources.
You can
and all
determine
this.
that it's worse off
I think that
even without
different
living
from
there,
the
right?
people that live down there that actually
You can
know what's
determine
going
that
on.
it's worse off even without living there, right?
That again, I don't know what you're going to say. I already
You
said
can
that.
say that you think it's worse off even without you having lived there before.
Yes, but I already said that I agree with you on that, and I said I respect that. I'm just saying that for me, a better source is somebody that had already lived there. You know what I mean? Somebody
Yeah,
that
and these
it's on there.
indexes
knows
go
what-
over
knows
that.
exactly.
Yeah, the index is going to utilize information from people who live in those countries. You know that, right? That's why I'm looking at a social mobility index. It's going to look over all those factors, and it's going to get information from the areas in which we are trying to compare.
Again, I don't know, man. I respect your sources and all that, but for me, it's just proof of the day-to-day basis. You know what I mean? And just like I feel like a lot of the statistics that they use to say something about black people or Hispanic people in this country, they may be a little bit fudged. It's the same thing, bro. I feel like being out there and living it the day of day, that's what gives you the real truth.
Okay, I don't know what you're just engaging in nonsense describing. Like, the social mobility index by country demonstrates clearly that we have lower social mobility comparative to other countries around the world. You believing this is a pipe dream that we want to believe because we want America to have the best social mobility around the world, but we don't. So it's just like, would you like to actually provide an actual?
So would you rather
like,
live in those countries instead of America?
the reason why I'd rather live in the United States is because my family lives here.
But so if your family wasn't from here, you would live over there
Yeah.
instead of here. So then you're not a true American. How can you say
That
that?
makes zero sense. I'm just saying what country's government I would
You're
rather
saying that
like.
the only reason you live in the United States is because
If
your
my
family's here,
family
not
lived
because
in
you have
those
any respect
countries,
for
I
the
would live
country.
in those countries. I don't think that's that complicated. I'm
So
going to
why
live
don't
where
you
my
just take your
family
family
is.
with you and live out there?
What's up?
How don't you why don't you just take your family with you and live out there? You know,
That's not how
I
things
feel like
work,
it's
dude.
I feel like it's very patriotic to want
That's
to
not how
improve your
things
own
work.
country. But
Wait,
when
wait,
you
wait.
say that the only reason
So,
you're here
by the way,
because
your
hold on,
delusional
hold on,
argument
hold on,
here.
hold on, let me finish.
Shut the fuck up. Your delusional argument here is that I should
But
move
hold on,
out.
but just
Shut
let me
up.
say this.
Your delusional argument is
Just
that I
wait a
should.
second. But wait a second. Let me finish this.
If you don't stop talking, I'll just kick you. Okay? So your whole argument is that I should move my entire family and everyone I care about from the United States to a different country simply because I believe that their particular governmental and economic structure is preferable to the United States. Why wouldn't I want to make my country better off, right, that I grew up in? And why wouldn't I want to continue living in the country that I've lived my entire life in? I live in California. California is great. I love
Parker, you
California.
just said the only reason you live in the States is because your family's here.
Yes.
Yes.
And I care more about my
And then
family.
you said that if they weren't here, you would move to other countries.
Yeah, if my
So
family
how
lived
can
in a
you say
different
that?
country, if my family lived in a different country, I would live in the country where my family lived. Because I care most about family.
Bro, but do you hear yourself saying that the only reason you live here is because your family? I mean, like, you don't support
It's like
America.
are you just like not listening to me? Like, if my family lived in a different area, yes, I would go live with my family because ultimately what I care most is my family and the people that I care most about in my life. If that was in a different country, I would live in that other country.
So bro, I don't see that, bro. Like, you know, when you also were talking before about, you know, I understand that it's the First Amendment and, you know, if it's ruled by the Supreme Court that they should be able to burn flags. I mean, you know, again, I respect that because those are the laws or whatever. But
Yeah, I have a question.
I feel like
I have a question.
feel like
Do
they
you live
shouldn't
in
be
a
able to
red
burn the
city?
American flag. I feel like they should not be able to burn the American flag. I feel like that should be illegal, even though, you know, again, it's protected by the First Amendment, all that. I don't feel like that should be illegal. And again, like the same thing where you said, like, the only reason you live here is because your family's here. I mean, I feel like that's true for everyone. Everybody, somebody that's born in India, you know, they live there because, you know, their family's there. But when you said that, I thought you meant like you will move over there because they have a better index or whatever, instead of just making your country better, which I feel like that's what you should do, you know?
Yeah, I advocated for wanting to make my country better. I just said they have a preferable model.
But you said that after.
Secondly,
You didn't say that when you said that you will live in a different country because they have a better index.
yeah, I was just saying essentially in that context that I think that
Yeah,
that
you
is
said
better.
that after I mentioned it. So I just feel like in some kind of way you're
Okay.
not that patriotic.
Okay, can you just stop talking, please?
Sure,
Thank
go ahead,
you.
bro.
Okay, I have a question. Do you live in a red city?
No, I do not.
Why don't you move to a red city?
Bro, again, like I said, I don't support Democrats or Republicans. I support policies. There's some policies that I support, and there's some other ones that I don't. Like I mentioned before, there are things that Trump has done that I dislike.
Why
And
don't you
there's-
move to a city that's run by someone who supports Trump?
But look, I'm gonna say with the same thing you say, cause my family is here.
There you go. Like, isn't that reasonable?
Bro, but it's not the same thing living in the same country. I was talking about a different country, and you say that you would move out there if it wasn't for your
Yeah,
family.
if your family lived in a different country, would you want to live in that country where your family lives?
My family lived in a different country. I mean, I have family here, but I also have family there. I'm an
I meant
immigrant.
like everyone you care about in your life, your significant other, your friends, your family, if they all lived in a different country, would you want to live in that country?
Man, I love America. I love this country. If somebody were to ask me today if I were to move back to my country, I would never do that.
Okay,
I
even if
love this
everyone
country,
you
man.
ever cared about lived in that country?
Yes, I love this country. I
Okay.
love living here. I love supporting here. I love improving my community. I love volunteering here. I feel like, and again, I've been in a lot of different countries. This is a country where I can see where people help each other, So I just want to support that.
If you want to help others, why do you support Trump?
Like I said, man, there's some things that I support and there's other things that I don't.
So, like, if you want to help others
So
the
I
most,
support American power. I want America to be the greatest country ever. And then, if that means that we have to do things to keep that power, I agree with that.
so I have a question. Would you be okay with killing people at mass and taking over and annexing countries if it were in the benefit of the U.S.?
But so this is a very hypothetical question. I mean, what is the context of this? You know what I mean? I wouldn't agree with them going
Like for example,
doing
would
a
you
whole
support the
genocide.
U.S. annexing the entirety of the Western Hemisphere by military intervention if you thought it was a
Just feel
benefit
like
to the U.S.?
that's a very hypothetical question. I feel like that would never happen. I feel
Yeah,
like
but I'm just asking you, would you support the U.S. annexing the entirety of the Western Hemisphere, right, through military conquest and intervention?
to be honest, probably not. I don't see the benefit on that. I mean, like if they
But
were
no,
to
I'm saying
invade,
if it benefit the U.S., would you
but
support doing that?
how? Like if they were to take control of like whole Central America, what would they gain? The Panama Canal?
Yeah, well,
You know what I mean? That's the only thing that they
we're
could get.
supposing
But
that it's
besides that,
beneficial
all
to
those
the
countries, they
we're
only have
supposing that
farmland.
it's beneficial to the country. Would you support it?
But again, this is just so many hypotheticals, man. Like
If Trump said that it was beneficial to the country, would you support it?
I mean, probably not. I probably would not believe on him on what he's saying.
So you would disagree with that. So just
I would
because
disagree.
something benefits our country does not mean you support it, especially considering
But
it's at the detriment of other countries around the world to a massive extent. Okay, can I ask you a
But that's
question?
not something that will happen. You are going on such
Okay,
a
all
big
right, please be
hypothetical,
quiet.
just saying
Please
like
be quiet.
if,
Just
if
be
this
quiet.
and
Please
this
shut up.
and this
Shut
and
up.
this and this
Shut
align,
up.
like I could.
Just shut up.
Hold on. But you're saying, but this, look at my point. I'm saying that's a very hypothetical, and then you add something else, and then after that, then you go, if this happened, or that's in the, if this happened, and then if this happened, this is such a big hypothetical. You know what I mean? So what? So let me tell you this: what will happen if Iran had a nuclear weapon and they were to bomb the whole Middle East, and United States were to use a nuclear weapon before them and kill them all? Will you agree with that? And then you will be like, well, I don't know. And then but what will happen if he will do that and you will say the whole country or the whole world, and you will be like, well, I don't know. Well, no. So it's like just so many big hypotheticals, bro. Like for real.
If you don't understand the use of the hypotheticals that I was relating to, you can ask for why I was using the hypothetical, and you can ask or try to explain why it's an unreasonable hypothetical to compare. Just saying that you don't want to engage with it because it's a hypothetical is just unbelievably stupid. Like imagine being in math class and you get asked a question. Oh, if you have a bag in your hand and there are 2 red balls in the bag and 2 blue balls in the bag, how many balls are total in the bag? And you responded with, well, I don't answer hypotheticals. That's not a hypothetical that actually happened. Therefore, I can't engage with that. What type of
Man,
ridiculous
you're
question,
comparing
teacher, are
a
you
bag-
asking me?
you're
Because that
comparing a
didn't
bag
actually
with
happen
balls
within real
in
life.
it.
I don't have a bag. I don't see 2
Taking
blue
control
balls,
of
and I
the
don't
whole
see 2 red
atmosphere,
balls.
that's just
That is
a
a
very big
ridiculous thing for
difference.
you to ask me, teacher. How dare you ask me a question for something that didn't actually happen? That's ridiculous.
There's a very big difference, man. You're talking about a math class hypothetical versus taking control of the whole West Hemisphere. I feel like that's crazy.
So the point that I'm demonstrating with the hypothetical is that just because something benefits the country doesn't mean that you would engage in that. So that's the point that I'm trying to demonstrate. You think it's wrong to steal from other countries at the benefit of our country, right?
To an extent. To an extent.
So what extent are you referencing?
I mean, do you? So let me. So okay. Now let me ask you this, and I make relevance after that. So, do you feel? And again, if you don't believe this, but it could be a hypothetical for you, right? But do you feel like if Russia and China are doing all their efforts to try to get drugs into our country so that our population is addicted to those drugs and is not productive, do you feel like the United States should do something about that?
Yes, we
Yes,
should
right?
try to
Okay.
prevent those deaths.
Right. So now let me ask you this. So if the United States were to go into, let's say, Afghanistan or Pakistan, and they will create a farm of drugs so that they could send them to Russia, even though it's illegal and even though they're doing something against Russia through that, would you go against that?
I would oppose that, yeah.
But so then, if they are doing it to the United States, why wouldn't the United States do it to them?
Because that's harmful to civilians. That's like arguing because terrorists kill civilians, that means we should kill civilians too.
So then you will say that if, let's say, Russia were to attack the United States, they shouldn't do anything about it then, because they shouldn't kill civilians when
You
they're
can
doing
do
it to
something
us?
about it without killing civilians.
Bro, I could disagree with you on there. I mean, I'm not in favor of killing civilians. I wanna make that very
That's
clear.
what it sounds like you just argued
Yeah,
for.
but I just wanna say, bro, if they are out there and let's say that Russia and China are sending drugs into our country and the United States is doing the same to a different country in the Middle East, I feel like that's just fair game. So when you asked me before, oh, would you agree with the United States stealing something for the
Okay,
benefit
so I
of
have
the
a
country?
question.
I
So
would agree
because
with that.
Iran's committing terrorism and funding terrorism around the world, does that mean we should do that too?
So not create terrorism, but stop Iran from doing that
Can
by
you answer the
exposing the
question?
force of the United States. Yes.
So do you think that because they're funding terrorism, we should also fund terrorism?
Again, so like I said, to an extent. So I'm not saying that America should go and they should kill the whole Iran population, but they should do things to stop Iran from doing that. And in that thing, they
Can you
may be
answer
some
my question? Like, I'm
casualties from.
asking you a basic question. Can you answer?
But like, I'm answering your question, and for some reason you're not understanding.
Because they're funding terrorism, does that mean we should also fund terrorism? Because they're funding terrorism, does that mean we should also fund terrorism?
So again, but okay, I'm gonna say no, but so now let me ask you this. So again, if Iran were to attack the United States and they were funded by somebody else or whatever, shouldn't the United States hit them back?
If we get attacked by Iran, we should obviously respond and
Right?
hit military
But
sites,
so then you're saying that
not
Iran,
civilians.
and you're saying that Iran is doing terrorist attacks, right? So shouldn't the United States try to stop that, not by any means, but through significant things that lead to that? It may not be 100% diplomatic, but that's just because that's not how the world works. Again, like I feel like out here you have all these views of like, yes, we can solve every problem just by talking or whatever. But I feel like in truth, when you go out to those countries, when you go out to Iran, you know, you go out there with that diplomacy, oh yeah, you know, let's be all happy. It may not be how it works.
I don't think we're the world police. I don't think that we've stabilized the Middle East by
But so,
militarily.
hold on, before we go into that, and I'm sorry to interrupt. So, would you agree that if Iran is doing something
I hate
to
this
support
guy.
terrorists, the United States should do something against it? Because that's what you were saying.
I
That
do
is
think
not
that
through
we can.
diplomatic
I do think
actions.
that we can prevent those things from happening without going to direct war with Iran. So we want to do things to prevent things like this from happening and harming us in terms of our domestic soil. But that does not mean we should go to war with Iran without provocation.
So what would you do then?
In response to them engaging in funding terrorism?
Yes. So if you're saying that the United States should not go and do something that is harmful to the Iran's population, so and obviously they can find a diplomatic solution. So what would you suggest?
I would prefer a diplomatic solution to going to war
But
with
again,
them.
if that wasn't an option, what would you suggest?
Well, then I don't know if there's a way that we would be able to prevent them.
So then you would just let them do whatever they want? Is that what you're saying?
No. But I think
So
that
then, okay,
if there's no
but that's
capacity
my
to,
point. You asked me before. Oh yeah, are you?
if there's no capacity to prevent them from doing that, well, then that's obviously something that we can't prevent them from doing. Now, I don't think us going to war with them is
I
going
feel like
to
we're doing
prevent
that
this
pretty
from
well right
happening
now.
to any
We're
greater
stopping them
extent.
from having a nuclear weapon.
I don't think us going to war with them has prevented them from doing this to any greater extent. I still think that they're using their money to fund terrorism around the world. Plus, this condition's also very much benefited Russia because it's allowed for Russia to sell its oil all around the world for higher costs because of the fact that the Strait of Hormuz is closed. So it's very much beneficial to Russia. So you're not taking into consideration all of the negative impacts on a global stage because of this war with Iran. And obviously we want to prevent Iran from engaging in terrorism or promoting terrorism around the world, but I don't think going to war with them is the way to prevent that from happening. And I think that inevitably it just has led to worse off conditions.
I don't disagree with that. But so again, what will you do to stop them if you can't find a diplomatic solution?
I think I've already responded to this question.
All you've been saying is that you're gonna keep trying to find a diplomatic solution. That's all you've been saying.
Yeah, I would prefer diplomat. I'm not going to war.
But again, so if that wasn't an option, what would you do?
Anything that does not involve going to war.
So you see my hypothetical? It's the same
outside of what I'm just
like
mentioning,
you were
but you
giving to me
can't take
before.
off
You asked me
diplomatic
5
solutions
ifs,
when that is
right?
the way
And
that
I
we
say
would
I
do
don't
it.
answer hypotheticals, and all you do is you just, when I ask you a question, you just say, "Oh yeah, I wouldn't go to do that. I wouldn't go and do that. I wouldn't go and do that." That's just not an answer, bro.
I think I directly answered the question.
Parker, this is funny, man.
You can't say without considering all of the solutions that you think would be relevant towards preventing this from happening. What would you do? That's just it's a stupid question to ask.
Why is that a
Think of the
stupid
Galaxy.
question
Thank you
to
very much,
ask?
Sci-Fi. What's it?
Oh shit.
What'd you say?
Bro, why would you say that's a stupid question to ask? Like you asked me the same question before.
just
when
explained
you asked me 5 hypotheticals.
What?
You asked me the same questions before when you asked me like 5 hypotheticals.
What's
In
the
some
same
kind of
question
way,
I asked
so,
you?
Look, in some kind of way.
You said I asked you
feel
the
like-
same question. What was the question, and what question did I ask you?
So, okay, so when you asked me about the hypotheticals about if I wanted to live in Nazi Germany, right, and all these things, or I don't remember the exact question you asked me, but I told you that you were asking me hypotheticals. I'm asking you also a hypothetical, and then all your answer is like,
It was actually in response to the hypotheticals you were asking me about Scandinavia and other
I wouldn't
countries.
go to war with them. But so
You're not explaining how I
s-
explained the exact same hypothetical. That's literally incoherent.
So, before you said that you were against Iran having a nuclear weapon, and then we have seen that the diplomatic solutions have not worked. So then, what's your
JCPOA
solution?
was working, and Trump pulled out of the JCPOA.
I just feel like you have such a big picture in your head of everybody. Let's just talk and let's just speak everything. And I wish that it worked that way. I don't want to.
We established this through the JCPOA. Trump pulled this out. You are incapable of actually engaging with this point.
I don't know what the CGPOA is.
The JCPOA is the agreement that we set up under the Obama administration to prevent them from enriching uranium to the level in which would weaponize it. They actually prevented them from weaponizing or from enriching it above 3.7%.
What happened to that?
Okay, the fact that you don't know, Trump pulled us out of that. So the fact that you don't know that shows that how little you actually know about foreign policy as it relates to Iran. If you don't even know what that agreement is, then you clearly don't know enough in order to say that we're in a better position right now because of Trump's involvement in trying to prevent this. Because I think Trump's involvement has put us in a worse situation. We have less political concessions right now than we had 10 years ago before Trump was involved in politics.
Man, I just feel like in some kind of way we should just see what's happening right now. They may have done that in the past, and if it was working as great as you say it's working, I guess that it was a very bad decision to pull out of it. I didn't know that happened, but the situation that we have right now is that Iran was trying to create nuclear weapons, and we stopped them from doing that.
The JCPOA prevented it from a greater extent. Via, thank you so much for the galaxy. So while you're sitting here just laughing, I actually know what I'm talking about, and I can describe to you why I have the certain position I have. You're ill-informed. You have no basis that justifies your position, and you can't acknowledge that we're in a worse position right now as it relates to preventing Iran from having a nuclear
But I
weapon
just did.
comparative
Did
to
you
what
hear
we
what I
were under
said?
the JCPOA. And I've just proved that for you right now, and you've just chose to completely ignore it.
But bro, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
But I just said that if it was running as good as you're saying that it was running, I said that it was probably a bad decision to pull out of it. I just literally said that. So why are you
Okay,
saying that I'm
so now
going
you do.
against you?
So
I don't
let me
see
clarify.
that.
Let me clarify. You do acknowledge now the JCPOA had us in better conditions. Therefore, you cannot use Iran as a reason to say that you support Donald Trump's administration more than you support Harris, for example. So what is the reason why you support Donald Trump then, if it is not his involvement, militarily speaking, with the war with Iran?
So let me say this. I will say that again, if it was running as you're saying it was probably a bad decision. But it's something I will have to look up. You know what I mean? Just I will have to do a better research on it and then see for my own all those things, and then I will probably come to the same conclusion if what you're saying is true.
Okay, so is there any point you want to bring up or talk about or address?
I feel like we're good for the day, bro. Well, the last thing I want to say before you kick me out or whatever, again, bro, I'm not against Democrats or I'm not against Republicans. There's a lot of things that the Republicans do that I don't agree with. There's a lot of things that Democrats do that I don't agree with.
Okay, can I ask you a question before you leave? Can you name one Republican policy you agree with, or I mean you disagree with, and one a Democratic policy you agree with?
Bro, I disagree with abortion. I disagree with them banning abortion because I feel banning abortion in the States is just banning it for the poor. Because then the rich can just travel to a different country and get an abortion there, and then that works for them. But the people that can't do it in their state and they can't travel to a different state because they don't have the money, I feel like that's just a way to don't let the poor people get abortions when the rich people can do it because they can travel. I feel like that's a policy that I disagree with for the Republican part, and the policy that I agree with on the Democratic part will be a better way for immigration in some kind of way. But I don't agree with them opening the border like they did when they let a bunch of people in. I feel like there
I
was
didn't
not a lot
ask
of
you for
control.
what you disagree with in terms of Democrats. I asked you what you agree with. Just making the legal process go quicker.
And that's what I said. I want them,
Okay.
because usually the Democrats they have a better policy for immigration, but I don't agree with what they.
Omega, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I appreciate on YouTube Super Chat for part of being truly patriotic is demanding that our government do better. America has a lot of work to do to live up to the American dream. That's very true. Thank you so much, Omega. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Kiss of W's for Omega in the comment section right now. Justina, thank you so much for the $35. Thank you very much on PayPal. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Yeah, he's really ridiculous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Justina. Janice, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I know people bring that up and they don't even realize that Trump just rebranded it. As well as Billy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. That's true. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I get you there. As well as Janice, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. As well as Megan, thank you so much for the dollar as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he was condescending for no reason. But yeah, let's get on to this next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always, everybody. Hey, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Leva, thank you so much. I really appreciate the air dancer. Thank you. Again, if you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. It'll help get out to more people as always. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. I love you.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes. It's European.
Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. We have at least an hour and 40 minutes or so left on the live, everyone. Just letting y'all know. Just letting y'all know. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Aiden, thank you so much for Really Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you very much, Aiden. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Oh. Sorry. Paris, thank you for the hand art. Thank you very much. Let's go on the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Jose, by the way, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much on Venmo. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I totally get you there. Let's go on to this next individual here quick, everyone. As well as Erica, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Erica. Coots and W's for Erica in the comment section as well. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18 years old.
Do you support Trump?
I do not, but I just want to say you're the GOAT. Thank you, man.
Appreciate you very much. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everyone. We do not have many guest requests right now, so if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the answer, by the way. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go on this next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Peak, thank you so much. I really appreciate the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
At one point, me and Anna had talked about running away. We had everything packed. Both of
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I genuinely think.
Okay, we are just looking for debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18. I'm 18.
And do you support Trump?
I support him just because he sounds like my favorite instrument, a trumpet. I won't lie to you.
Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm 18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006.
You said you're 18?
No, that doesn't.
Okay, I think they're wrong with their age, so let's go on to the next individual. Blue Bonnet, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. That person is disgusting. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yep.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
What's your birth year?
2008.
Okay, and what month?
January.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Can we start by why you don't like Trump?
Yeah, he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. He bragged about walking into the changing rooms of naked women while they're changing without the consent, where two 18-year-olds came out. So there were 4 girls as young as 15 years old in these changing rooms. His economic policy disenfranchises working-class people at the benefit disproportionately of the rich and wealthy. His war with Iran violates the things that he ran on, such as no new wars, has made our economy significantly worse off, has met less objectives than what we had established through the JCPOA. It has been a foreign policy blunder. I can give countless other things, but those are just a few to mention.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't I don't really think the character part matters, but like talking about his policies more, what you know what I mean? Like what
No, I
policies are
mean,
you
if someone rapes a woman, I think that's enough reason to stop supporting them. Do you
No, I
agree?
mean, well, I guess, but like,
You guess?
as,
I mean, I would hope that that's a red line that you can establish. I think that it should be illegal.
well, it's like,
If someone's
well,
held
I mean,
civilly liable
like
of sexually
president.
abusing a woman or criminally convicted of sexually abusing someone, it should be illegal for them to run for president of the United States, regardless of political ideology.
Okay, but like, all right, I guess you're right. But yeah, I mean, I guess I'd support Trump.
Okay,
because
but
of
why?
that article. I don't know, man.
You don't know? Are they leaving now? Wow. That's sad. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. They just left. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, make sure to send a guest request right now. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
I was born on December 5th, 2005.
Okay. And why do you support Donald Trump?
Because of his views on abortion.
What about abortion?
I just think it should be banned, basically.
Okay. What makes you think it should be banned?
It's murder. It's murder of a baby, which deserves a chance to live, and abortion is basically killing a human being. So yeah.
Okay. And do you think it should be illegal in all circumstances?
Yes, except if the mother's life is at risk.
So, like a 10-year-old girl who's assaulted should be forced to go through a pregnancy?
No, because a 10-year-old girl, like, she'd probably die if she didn't, get the abortion.
If she were
throughout the
medically
process.
able to go through the pregnancy, would you say that she should be forced to go through it?
Yes.
A 10-year-old girl, you'd force them to go through it because you think that they medically could survive it?
Yeah, if they can.
Okay, so I think that's a crazy thing that you would force a 10-year-old to go through a pregnancy because they didn't cause it. They would have no obligation to maintain it. That's absurd and ridiculous. Now, let me ask you a question about this. In terms of your abortion policy, would you say that we should investigate miscarriages?
Yes, of course, yeah.
So if a woman just has a miscarriage, there should be investigators that come to her house that investigate it? How are they supposed to determine whether or not that's applicable?
I mean, I'm not really sure about like that, but yeah, it should be though. Yeah.
Okay, how do you enforce that?
I mean, I'm just here for abortion, to be honest. I'm just here talking about abortion, not miscarriages.
Okay, how about this? Do you think that abortion over the past 30 years is morally comparable to the Holocaust?
Yes, worse, yeah.
It's worse than the Holocaust?
Yeah.
Okay, can I ask you a question then? Do you think violence was justified to end the Holocaust?
Yes.
So do you think violence is justified to prevent abortionists from committing abortion?
No, because like it's legal already. So I mean, I think we should just.
But the Holocaust was legal within Germany and within the areas in which they took over, to Nazi Germany.
To be honest, I don't think they should be compared because those are like two distinct evils. So, but
Okay,
both of them
but you
like,
just said
really bad.
you said it was worse than the Holocaust.
Not
So if you think that violence is justified in one scenario to prevent the Holocaust, but it's not justified to prevent abortion from happening, well then it seems like you don't think abortion is as bad as the Holocaust.
That's because there's one person responsible for the Holocaust. That was Hitler. So we needed to end that.
But it's not just one person that was responsible for the Holocaust.
Yeah, it was
Let me
Nazis in
clarify.
general, but yeah.
I'm talking like, would violence be justified? Would it be justified to kill a Nazi official that was going to go to work and kill Jewish people that day?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So then would it be justified to kill an abortionist, right, prior to them going to work?
After it gets banned, abortion gets banned, then yeah, they should get.
That's like saying after you hold them accountable in the Nuremberg trials, then they can be. But if they weren't, if it's prior to that point, then don't hold them accountable. That's ridiculous.
That's because it's like, so it's just like a little bit different here,
What? Your argument is the same one that the Nazi officials made within the Nuremberg trials. They said because it wasn't illegal prior, then they can't use the law to then go after them because it wasn't illegal at the time they did it. That's what they argued in the Nuremberg trials, and we determined that that was a terrible defense, because then the first person that was ever charged for murder, because no one had been charged before for this particular crime of murder, that they shouldn't have been charged in the court, and that's absurd to say.
Yeah,
Because
well,
then we would never
abortion's
be able to have any murder laws.
yeah, well, abortion is like illegal in some states, so you can't. How can you just go and like prosecute the abortionists right now?
Well, no, I'm not talking about prosecuting them. I'm talking about using violence to prevent them from doing what they're going to do. Because
What
you
type
thought
of
it was
violence?
justified to use violence to murder a Nazi official before they go and murder people who are Jewish. Okay, but if you think that the Holocaust is not as bad as abortion, well then why don't you think that it's justified to use violence to murder abortionists before they commit abortion, right, or are going to engage in abortion during the day?
My question to you is like, who would be the one committing the violence against them? Like who?
Like just some random person. Like, do you think it would be justified for a random person to commit violence against a Nazi official, right, and murder them before they go and murder Jewish people?
Yeah.
Okay, so then if you think that abortion is morally comparable and actually worse, then why wouldn't you think it's justified to do that in the scenario with the abortionist?
Actually, yeah, you can. You can do that. You should be.
Because
able to
you
do that.
don't think it's morally comparable.
No, I do. You should
Because
be
you
able
don't
to do
think
that.
it's
You
as
should
bad
be
as the
able to do that.
Holocaust.
No, you should be able to do that.
Wait, you think it's justified to use violence and murder abortionists?
Yes, because they're doing murder. Yeah.
Wait, did you just actually just advocate within our society right now, just go murder abortionists and doctors that commit abortion?
I mean, yeah. Actually, yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Dude, you're fucking sick. You know that
No,
we can,
like, if
you know
it's-
that
if
if you
it's
do that, you can go to
illegal-
jail, right? Like we'll send you to jail.
Yeah, but like, if you killed a Nazi, like you wouldn't go to jail because that's something that's bad. So I think we as a society we need to realize that abortion is bad as well, and we need to
But not
prosecute
morally
those-
comparable to the Holocaust. We don't believe that. We think that's insane. So the fact that you believe it's justified to murder abortionists
Why don't you
based
think it's
on your
morally-
own view is insane.
Why don't
to
you think
me.
it's morally comparable?
I don't think it's morally comparable to the Holocaust. You said it was worse.
But do you
that
think
was
abortion
your
is
position.
murder?
That's not my
Would
position.
you agree that? Would you agree that abortion is murder of children?
No,
Well, what species is the fetus?
it's obviously human.
Yeah, so it's a murder of a human, which
No.
is literally murder. Yes,
It's not
it is.
murder because it's not unjustified and because it's not a person.
It is unjustified. I mean, murder's never. You're never justified to kill a baby just because it's convenient.
Yeah, you absolutely are. It's not a baby. It's a
It is a
human
baby.
cellular
Yeah,
life.
but
It's
you're
not a
never
baby.
justified
It's
to
not a
kill people.
person.
Okay,
It's a
even if
human
it's not a
cellular
baby, it's a
life, and
human.
you are
Okay.
absolutely unjustified in getting an abortion
even if it's not a
because
baby, it's
you
still a
want to
human,
have
right?
kids later on in your life.
Even if it's
Totally
not a baby, it's still
justified.
even if it's not a baby, it's still a human, right? So you don't have any just reason to kill a human being.
I have a question.
Yeah.
It's totally a reasonable scenario that if my girlfriend got pregnant and wanted an abortion, that I would pay for her abortion. Do you think it would be justified to murder me before I pay for her abortion if it would prevent her from being able to get her abortion?
No, because those two are still like two people like dying. You know, why would I want to kill you just because of that?
But it would prevent the abortion from happening.
That's like one murder versus another. Like,
Well, you said it was justified specifically to do that with the abortionist.
I think you should be like, I think you should get in trouble for that. Yeah, but not
But
like murder.
do you think
yeah.
it would be
'Cause
justified to
I'm
use
not justified to kill
violence
you.
to prevent me from doing that?
No,
No, it wouldn't.
no.
Okay. Do you think it's murder?
Yes.
Do you think it'd be justified to murder someone to prevent them from murdering someone else?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Do you think it's justified to murder someone to prevent them from murdering someone else if that's the only way to prevent them from murdering that other person?
Is the other person like completely innocent?
Is it justified to kill someone, right, who is going to murder someone else? Because you would argue that's self-defense, right? Like if someone's about to go kill a kid in front of you, you would think it's justified to kill that person to prevent them from being able to kill the child, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if you killing me is the only way that you could prevent me from paying for my girlfriend's abortion, do you think it would be justified from your own perspective to do that?
If I wouldn't get any legal consequences, then yes.
if you weren't to so you think it would be justified for you to literally murder me because you think that, wait, you think it'd be justified to murder me if you just didn't have legal consequences? That's fucking nuts.
No, that how? Well,
So if you could murder me in that instance and no one would find out, so if you could murder me in that instance and no one could find out, would you do it?
Yeah, because you don't have the right to kill that other person.
Dude, you're fucking nuts, dude.
Wait, give me one good reason why you should be able to kill.
Well, I don't think it's murder.
Well, is it the killing of a human being?
It's not a human being at that point.
You literally said it's a human being.
It is not a human being at that point.
Yeah, yo, you literally said that it is a human being. I said
it's not a human being at that point.
I asked you what species was the fetus. You said it was a human being.
No.
Stop lying.
I said it was of the human species, not human.
Yeah.
Being.
So it's a human, right?
There's a difference between of the human species and being a human being. Do you agree?
No, I think if you're of the human species, then you are a human.
Human sperm. Of what species is it a part of?
No, because the thing that a sperm isn't fertilized yet. When
so answer
the
this
human
question.
being that we're talking
sperm
about,
is living.
the human being that we're talking about has
answer this question.
sperm
All
fertilized
living
an egg
organisms.
to create a zygote. That is the human being that we're talking about.
Do you agree with me that all living organisms have a species?
Yes.
Do you agree with me that sperm is living?
Yes, but it's part of the human.
Human sperm.
Human is the species.
What
species? It's part of something else.
Human sperm.
Like, for example, my liver isn't a human being. My liver isn't a human being. It's part of me.
Human sperm. What species is it a part of?
A human.
It's a part of the human species, but it's not a person or a human being, right? So being a part of the human species does not make you a human being. Do you agree?
Okay, you could say that, but the baby, it is a separate human being from the mother. Would you agree that it is a separate human being?
No. It's not a baby.
So it's not. It's part of the mother. Like it's literally, it's like
prior to sentience,
from the mother. No, it's a different. It's a different like being altogether from the mother.
But it's not. But it's not a person. It's not a human being.
It is a human being. Yeah, but like if you don't, let's say you don't give it abortion, then yes, it's gonna become a human being. And right now it is of the human species, but it can't become a human being. So you don't have the right to take away that human being. Sorry, what?
And if I didn't pull out, there could possibly be a kid too. If I didn't use contraceptive, there could possibly be a kid too. But it's not wrong to use contraceptives.
Yeah, because the thing hasn't been fertilized yet. It hasn't been an embryo.
Yeah, but so you don't care about just future. And that's kind of the point we're making, is that it's just a future at that point.
No, but
that
a new separate human life.
Listen to what I'm saying, please. So it's just a future at that point. There's nothing established that we would be continuing in terms of that something that would be valuable, like an experience.
No, it becomes a zygote. It's still a separate thing from the mother. It's a different life from the mother. It's
so by the way,
part of the
let me just clarify. If I had a petri dish in front of me and I slapped the zygote, should I go to prison? Killed it?
Well, how could you kill zygotes inside the mother? What?
I said it's in a petri dish. A zygote in a petri dish. Slap and kill the zygote.
Well, does that have the potential to be?
Do you think I should go to prison?
Yeah.
Okay, so same example that we provided earlier. All right, I'm about to slap a zygote, and you could murder me to prevent me from slapping the zygote. Do you think it would be justified for you to murder me if you had no legal repercussions prior to slapping the zygote?
Yeah. I mean, like, what gives you the right to kill that zygote?
You would kill me to save a zygote? Are you fucking serious?
Let's
say you were in a burning building. Let's say you were in a burning building.
And the zygote's a human being.
Let's say you're in a burning building.
Let's
say you're in a burning building, and you can either save 1,000 zygotes or one newborn baby. Who you saving?
1,000 zygotes. 1,000 zygotes. Because those are 1,000 human beings. 1,000 humans. 1,000 human lives.
Okay, let's say you're in a burning building, and you can either save 100 newborn babies or 1,000 zygotes. Who you rather saving?
Will those 1,000 zygotes like become babies?
In the future, yes.
Then yeah, the 1,000 zygotes, obviously.
So you'd let the 100 babies burn alive?
100 babies for 1,000 zygotes? 1,000 zygotes, yeah.
Dude, you're nuts. Okay, what about 999 newborns?
What's the moral difference?
What about 999 newborns or 1,000 zygotes?
See, that's like that would be really tough to say. But just because the human suffering difference, I would say the newborn babies.
Okay, so then you would say the newborn babies. What about 900 newborns or 1,000 zygotes?
The zygotes, yeah.
You would rather save 1,000 zygotes over 900 newborns from burning alive?
Because those are human
lives. Dude, you are nuts, bro. You are fucking nuts, dude. 900 newborns. 900 newborns, my guy.
Do you not agree that those are separate human lives? Like those are human lives that need.
But they're
need to
not
be
human
protected.
sentient lives. They're not people. There's no way
No,
you
there are-
value a fucking zygote as much as you
There
do
are
a person.
no, there are.
That's so nuts, dude. It's pretty close. Like, you value a zygote pretty close to as much as you value a person. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, because it's gonna like get out of the womb in a few months. Yeah. And right now it is still a.
We're talking about a
human
zygote. When you say a few months, it's a lot more than a few months, but
Yeah, but it's still.
these
is
are
a
single
separate-
cell organisms. I just want to clarify. You are fucking delusional.
Yeah.
If you believe that
No,
a
'cause,
single
like,
cell
in
organism
literally a few
is
weeks, it's
similar
gonna,
to
the
my
cells
level of
multiply. No,
let's
'cause
let's say we were in a burning building, right? Would you rather
Yeah.
save me or 2 zygotes?
I'd rather, if it's that close, then I'll probably save you just because of human.
Okay, what about
suffering.
3 zygotes? Me or 3 zygotes?
At that point, it's really tough to say. I'd probably just like flip a coin. Yeah,
Me
no.
versus 3 zygotes. Flip a coin, actually. Okay.
Listen,
But,
a
okay,
hu-
wait.
a
So hold
zygote
up.
is a living
Do
human
you value
organism.
the zygotes as much as you do a person?
Yes, I do.
So
yeah.
why would you save me over the 2 zygotes?
No, just because it's almost the same amount.
No,
And
it's not.
you
2 is
suffer
more than 1.
Yeah, but like here's the difference. Like, if you say 100 zygotes was 1,000, 100 humans
Wait, but
was
wait, hold
1,000,
up. Pause.
100.
Pause. 2 is more than 1. Would you rather save 2 people or 1 person?
Like, would I rather? So that's not the question. The question is like, would I rather save 2 people who don't suffer at all, or 1 person who's going to suffer a lot? The answer is going to be I would rather say that 1 person who suffers a lot.
Okay,
But the difference is
then
huge.
can I ask you a question then? So,
Yeah.
if you're categorizing in suffering, do you think abortion is justified because the person who's pregnant would have to go through suffering, but if they had an abortion prior to sentience, it would cause no suffering? Therefore, the abortion is justified?
No, because the person who's going through the abortion, they don't die, right? They just go through suffering. Yeah, a death is worse than suffering, but death with suffering is worse than death without suffering.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, that's still not addressing the point that I'm referencing.
Can you repeat your question?
Yeah, do you think that abortion would be justified because that would prevent the suffering of the pregnant person if you give them the capacity to choose of whether or not they want to get an abortion? But if they get an abortion, it wouldn't cause any suffering to the zygote or embryo or whatnot because they're not sentient and they don't have an experience.
No, but they're still going to die. Dying is worse than suffering. So
Dying is okay. So if dying is worse than suffering, wouldn't that then mean that you would think that the 2 zygotes dying is worse than me suffering and dying?
no,
You
the
said
2
dying is
zygotes-
worse than suffering.
Yeah, but like suffering
So 2
without
deaths
death- no,
is worse
dying
than.
is worse than suffering.
Wait.
but
So then
without
2
death.
deaths would be worse than 1 death with suffering, under your view.
2 deaths.
If death is worse than suffering, right, to this extent of suffering,
Yeah.
then you think that 2 zygotes should be saved over me because the fact that you think that 1 death plus suffering is less than 2 deaths.
But you said the zygote won't suffer though.
So there are 2 deaths versus 1 death with suffering. You said suffering is viewed as not as bad as death. Okay, so 2 deaths is more than 1 death plus suffering then.
Yeah, but the difference is so close between those 2, like 2 and 1, that.
Wait, but like
one
if you
death
do the
would
the math based upon your argument, it makes 0
I
sense
think
for you to
I
say
think the
that.
better way to put it would
You
be
would
like
actually have to
10
concede
deaths, 10
that
deaths
you would
without
rather save
suffering
2
or 1
zygotes
death with-
over me, which is nuts.
No, I think the better question is to like have a more different, like have a bigger difference, like 10 deaths without suffering, or 1
OJ,
death with suffering.
I'm gonna ask you one question, and then I'm gonna kick you. Do you think that Trump should go to jail for committing blasphemy?
Can you give me what example of blasphemy he's done?
He represented himself as God.
Yeah, but if he repents after that, then no, he shouldn't.
So you would say that he should still be president, and we shouldn't send him to prison for committing an unforgivable sin. But if women get an abortion, they should go to prison, even though that sin is not unforgivable.
Well, no, if you repent, you can still, yeah, your sins are still washed away even if you repent. If you repent.
Not if you commit blasphemy, because blasphemy is unforgivable.
No, like even if you commit like a sin, like if you repent, then yeah, it's not gonna be, it's gonna be forgiven.
What? It's gonna be forgiven, even though it says that
No,
it's
even if-
unforgivable.
No, and like no, even if you're like truly repentant and you want forgiveness, like it's not considered an unforgivable sin.
It is an unforgivable blasphemy. Is an unforgivable sin according to your God.
The unforgivable sin is a persistent, like deliberate rejection of God. Not just doing it once. If you do it once and you repent, then it's forgiven. But if you do it continuously over time and you refuse repentance completely,
blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is an unforgivable sin. That's a fact. That your own Bible says that. Your own God says that. It does not get washed away. It's an unforgivable sin, my guy.
Yeah, but if that's blasphemy is like persistent, deliberate rejection of God. It's persistent and deliberate. It's not just a one-time thing.
If you represent yourself as God, so if you represent yourself as God, that means it's not blasphemy?
No, because blasphemy would be doing it like multiple times.
So wait, so where in the Bible does it say that blasphemy has to be done multiple times in order to be considered blasphemy?
Like I don't know that's the way that most like pastors and theologians.
Where in the Bible does it say that you have to commit it more than once in order for it to be considered blasphemy?
No, that's just how we interpret it. Like we're interpreting it as that, like as it's a persistent, deliberate rejection of God completely. Like if you're an atheist your entire life, then that's blasphemy. If you're an atheist once, but then you convert to Christ, then
atheist for your whole life is blasphemy. No, can you tell me any aspect of the Bible that specifically says that you have to commit blasphemy more than once in order for it to be unforgivable?
No, that's the way we interpret it. Like based on studying the entire Bible and analyzing Christianity. That's how
based on the way you interpret what scripture?
The Bible. That's how we interpret.
Where in the Bible?
No, because in Matthew 12:31-32 it says every sin and blasphemy will be forgiven, but blasphemy against the Spirit will not be forgiven. Like basically, if you do it like repeatedly, it's not going to be forgiven. Like your entire life.
It does not say repeatedly. You're just making this up.
No, yeah, the Bible doesn't specifically say if you do it more than once. Like, but that's how we interpret it, basically. Yeah, that's how we're
interpret what scripture, what Bible verse?
The whole Bible. Like we're interpreting that blasphemy is a continued rejection of God, not just a one-time thing.
So you're saying blasphemy is a continued rejection of God, but you're not providing any aspect of the Bible that's demonstrating that. You just keep saying you believe that.
I mean, I haven't read the Bible deeply. I haven't read the Bible deeply, to be honest.
I doubt you've read it at all. Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Sorry, what?
Can you tell me the first 4 books of the New Testament?
Yeah, those are super. It's Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. Yeah.
What about the Old Testament?
I'm not really sure. I just converted to Christianity like 2 weeks ago, so I've just started reading.
I
began with the New Testament.
Wait, so you just converted 2 weeks ago, and you're already saying we should enforce it in the law to restrict people from having access to abortion? That's fucking nuts.
No. My views on abortion.
2 weeks in, you're already doing
my
that?
views on abortion aren't influenced by Christianity. It's just morally accurate.
What? There's nowhere within Christianity that tells you have to view that, and then also I don't know how you came to that conclusion that pro-life was preferable, but also again, if you're a 2-week Christian, then you probably don't know
it's
that
against murder.
So blasphemy doesn't need to be committed more than once in order to be considered blasphemy.
Yeah.
No, where in the Bible does it say that?
I mean, that's how like people have interpreted it.
But
like pastors
but
and people who are more knowledgeable. People who are more.
I understand, but where does it say this?
It doesn't say that specifically.
Okay, so then how do we know this?
Well, I could ask you
We
that
just
back.
feel
How
like
do you know
it?
that's only one? How do you know it's only a one-time thing? Then it's punishable if it's only one time.
Because it says blasphemy of the Holy Spirit is unforgivable. It doesn't say the amount of times you have to commit it. It just says that in of itself it's unforgivable.
But throughout the Bible, it says if you repent your sins and you
like,
still
bro,
go
that's
back to
like saying you have to commit murder multiple times for it to be considered murder or wrong.
No, the thing is that blasphemy is like
it says thou shalt not murder, but it's like you have to commit it multiple times for it to be wrong.
No, so I've read that it says that so the Bible verses themselves don't say continued rejection, but that's how many Christians and theologians interpret it.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Is that like a consensus in the community? Is there any backing for that or any basis?
Yeah. Again, I just recently converted, so I'm not very deeply knowledgeable about that, but my views on abortion don't come from Christianity, they come from just morality.
Okay, so if you would acknowledge that this is blasphemy, would you say that you don't support Trump anymore?
If it's blasphemy and if he doesn't repent it, then yeah.
He's actually said that he's never asked God for forgiveness. Did you know that?
If he's never, how do you know that?
He said it.
No, yeah. I don't think he has. No.
Yes, he has. You want me to play the clip?
Yeah, sure.
All right, give me 1 second, and I'll pull it up for you. Give me 1 second. I gotta find the video where it's just him speaking, because a lot of them aren't showing. Let me just do this. Give me 1 second. We'll pull up YouTube, and it should come up there. Here we are.
Modern day situations into the sermon. The Power of Positive Thinking, which is a great book.
But have you ever asked God for forgiveness?
I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't think so. I think if I do something wrong, I think I just try and make it right. I don't bring God into that picture. I don't. Now, when I take, when we go in church and when I drink my little wine, which is about the only wine I drink, and have my little cracker, I guess that's a form of asking for forgiveness.
So, well, he might have said it. So he might have said this in like a prideful way. Like he might have said this because maybe he seeks forgiveness for it afterwards. Like we don't know that part if he seeks forgiveness for it afterwards. So.
Just
like,
go and try and do a better job from there. I don't try and do a better
so there's no
job
way
from
for
there. I don't
so
think
there's
so.
no way for us.
I think
so there's no way for
if
us
I
humans
go
to
and try
determine
and do a
whether
better job from
someone
there,
should
I don't
be,
think so.
someone deserves salvation.
I'm not sure I have. I just go and try and do a better job from there. I don't.
Again, there's no way for us to determine, like us humans, to determine whether someone deserves salvation. That's only for God to determine. So, but I think that he is still Christian. He's explicitly said he's a Christian. So yeah, I do support him. Yeah.
So Kamala Harris is also a Christian. Did you know that?
Yeah, I think she's a Baptist Christian. Yeah.
Yeah. So then why don't you support her?
Because her policies are very, pro-immigration, anti-ICE, which conflicts with my beliefs on immigration.
One, I don't even necessarily think it's anti-ICE, and like, what policy did she support that was anti-ICE?
When her and Biden were, in charge, the executive branch, they let in a lot of legal immigrants. They let in like millions. The border's really weak.
Yeah, but what policy did they pass that was anti-ICE?
So it's not like explicit policy, but they did allow in like millions of legal immigrants, and Trump has really done efforts to stop that. Okay,
so there is no anti-ICE policy. Okay, so you said that under their administration, millions of people came to the country. Okay.
Yeah.
Did they cause that? What did they do to cause that?
So so basically she supported bills that reduced detention practices. She increased protections for undocumented immigrants, which encouraged.
What policies did she pass that reduced the amount of detention?
Like she supported bills that would do that. I'm not sure of the specific bills, but I know that she has. Like, would you agree that she has supported?
I'm waiting. What are these bills?
Do you want me to research it?
Go ahead. I'll give you time. Alrighty, if you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Cat Whiskers, thank you so much for the 5 membership subscriptions. Thank you very much. Darsel, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Darsel, can we some W's for Darsel in the comment section right now as well? Thank you very much. Amy, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe sometime. Kimoni, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. Jose, thank you for the $5 for slapping Zygotes. Thank you so much. Ken, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. And Sydney, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sydney. As well as Brianna, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
So she's enacted. She's enacted the Dunn Act, which is the Detention Oversight Not Expansion Act, which reduced detention beds, and required, and which basically it lowered the space for people in detention.
Yeah, and what year did that get passed?
2018.
And that was never passed. It was just introduced. And what about it? Do you disagree with? Because it never got passed. This is under Trump's admin in 2019, and it was never passed, just introduced to the Senate.
Yeah, but if she was, president, she would encourage those. She would kind of enact more policies to help out undocumented.
So, by the way,
immigrants
let me just tell you what this bill would do. It says this bill prohibits Department of Homeland Security from using any federal funds to construct or expand immigration detention facilities and requires additional oversight of such facilities. DHS Inspector General shall conduct various oversight activities into immigration detention facilities, including periodic unannounced inspections, audits to ensure compliance with various legal requirements, and investigations into issues such as deaths in custody, detainee access to medical and mental health care, and sexual assault and harassment. DHS may not continue contact with any facility deemed less than adequate in 2 of the most recent Inspector General inspections, audits, or investigations. What's wrong with that?
Okay. So, but Donald Trump has increased ICE much more by hiring more ICE officers, which have increased deportation. So that's the main. He promised that he's going to protect the border. That's one of the main reasons.
Okay, so you say that he promised that he was going to protect the border. Okay,
yes,
I think that his policies specifically don't do that to a greater extent. I think what actually does that to a greater extent is providing a quicker legal pathway for entry into this country. Plus, Kamala Harris wanted to secure the border as well. The bipartisan border bill would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker. Considering both of those facts, why don't you support her immigration policy over Trump's?
Wait, so it seems like you're on my side. Like, do you support illegal immigration or are you against illegal immigration?
I think there should be a pathway for undocumented immigrants for citizenship, where they don't have to leave the country if they have not committed a violent or serious offense. Now, the Democratic policy on the matter is to criminalize undocumented entry, prioritize going after those that have committed violent or serious offenses, and make the legal process go quicker.
Could you explain why you want people who are not supposed to be in this country stay here?
I think it's better for ensuring legal immigration to this country by providing a legal pathway for undocumented immigrants who have not committed a violent or serious offense. I think it's better for our economy. It's better for our culture. It's more humane of a process. There are countless reasons.
Well, these people aren't supposed to be in our country, so don't you think that they should be sent back and we should start prioritizing American citizens?
I think that they should be given a pathway to citizenship, and they can be one of these American citizens. And I think that this allows for us to prioritize American citizens to the greatest extent possible, because immigrants actually benefit our society.
Illegal immigrants, yeah, not illegal.
Immigrants as a whole.
So I think that's why I disagree. I think that even if they do somehow benefit the economy, they should still be sent back because they're not supposed to be here, and kind of encourages more people to come in here illegally.
Okay,
Also,
so why don't you provide? But if you provide them a pathway to citizenship and you make the legal process go quicker, doesn't that incentivize people to go through said legal process?
No, they should. They should have done that from the start instead of coming here undocumented. They should have done that from the start. They should have applied.
You could have said that, but the legal process takes so long, so that's probably why people are coming through through this process.
Is that really our problem to do that? That's not our problem, though.
Well, I think that this is something that we can acknowledge to then realize what's going to be best for the country.
No, but I don't think that even if the process is hard and long, like it shows, if you wait in line, it kind of shows your dedication towards this country.
Yeah, but
just coming and cutting
I think the legal process takes too long right now, and I understand why people would come through the process undocumented. I think that makes sense. So making the legal process go quicker is going to be the best process to facilitate legal entry into this country. That's kind of my position.
No, we actually haven't like too much immigration of a problem in the U.S. Like we've had the job market been strained. We've lost our cultural identity. Largely
this is ridiculous. Immigration is a part of our culture and our identity. Immigration increases employment rate for natural-born U.S. citizens. It increases wages of natural-born U.S. citizens, according to a National Bureau of Economic Research study that looked over immigration over the past 30 years.
No, cities like New York City and Chicago have publicly said that migrant arrivals have created budget pressure on schools, hospitals, emergency services. So there's housing and cost concerns associated with them. There's a lot of crime associated with them, even though they do commit less crimes on average.
Immigrants proportionally commit less crime.
Yeah, I know.
They decrease the deficit. So the argument you're making is only saying that for legal immigrants who are going through the asylum process that have been prevented from working in the first place, so they can't provide that benefit to the federal and state funds, right? Because they can't work.
Because of immigration,
there are restrictions for them working.
No, because of legal immigration, we've had a strain on the job market.
So immigration as a whole is beneficial to the job market. Like I just explained, it increases employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens. It increases the productivity of workers within the country.
Control. Like right now, we have way too many immigrants. We need to reduce immigration and scale it back. in order to keep our identity as in America.
How does immigration getting rid of our identity?
Because a lot of these immigrants, they don't speak English, they don't assimilate into U.S. culture. They have you seen a lot of like Hispanics primarily speak Spanish? Like they don't make an effort to even learn English despite staying here for many years.
Most people who immigrate to our country inevitably do end up speaking English, but what's wrong with that? I don't care if I don't think that someone needs to or is mandated to speak our language, and if they don't speak our language, then we should remove them from the country. I think that's insane. If people want to speak different languages, please listen. If people want to speak different languages other than English, I have no problem with that. I think that you're a snowflake.
No, I think I am an American patriot because I actually prioritize American culture and Americans over illegal immigrants.
What is American culture?
Wait, like supporting things in our constitution, like constitutional rights. For example, like mass immigration from Muslim countries have created like a problem within our culture. Like these people, they don't really understand our constitution. They don't understand our values, like free speech, freedom of speech, having lots of freedoms to do kind of whatever you want. They don't understand these freedoms, and they degrade our identity.
Ironically enough, you arguing to prevent certain people from coming to our country, right, ideologically speaking, is against free speech, is against the First Amendment.
No, that's not
so
free.
you
That's
sitting
not free
there
speech,
saying
no.
that they're undermining our values and because of the Constitution and because of free speech is ironic, because that's what you're doing right now. And you also support Trump, who called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, and has actively violated multiple of our constitutionally protected rights and has violated multiple constitutional amendments.
All right. First of all, what we're saying by what I mean by the First Amendment is people who had the freedom of speech, freedom of press, all these freedoms, and I don't think that people who aren't supposed to. First of all, people who are going to ruin our identity as America should be here. Like that is the number one main thing. Like we cannot lose our identity as Americans by importing people from third world countries like Somalia and sub-Saharan Africa.
So now you're moving to Somalia and sub-Saharan Africa.
Yes, basically all third world countries. I think
how is that in violation of our? How is this in violation of our values?
Would you agree that we need to put an end to third world immigration?
No.
Could you give me a reason why?
Yeah, I think that immigration as a whole is beneficial to our society. I see no reason to discriminate against people coming from certain countries. And actually, I think the policies that you were advocating prior of wanting to prevent Muslims from coming to the country because they disagree with our values is quite literally antithetical to free speech. So it's ironic that you're saying that he upholds constitutional rights to a greater extent when he called for the termination of the Constitution, and he actively speaking, you were just advocating for undermining the First Amendment rights because you said that you care about our values of free speech, but then you want to undermine that. So American culture is what you're undermining, not immigrants coming to our country.
No, I'm actually undermining, like, especially third world immigrants who aren't supposed to be here. Who come here
they're more in accordance with our values than you are.
Would you agree that they
are more in accordance with our values than you are?
No, they're not. No,
yes, they are. You are actively supporting an administration that is fundamentally against American values.
A lot of these people who come from Islamic countries, like Somalia and stuff, they are against free speech. They're against giving both genders equal rights.
Wait, what's your source? That most Somali Americans are against equal rights.
Yeah. Also, most Somali immigrants, like 80% of them are on welfare.
What is your source that most Somali Americans, right, want that? Can you explain? What's the source?
So would you agree that most Somali Americans that come into the U.S. are Islam?
So can you just give me a poll or a source that justifies this instead of just running through something else?
No. So what I'm saying is that since most people would you agree that most people, would you agree?
I'm asking for a source. Stop fucking yapping about random bullshit and provide me the source I'm asking you for.
All right, let me search up the statistics on Somalian Americans. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay. If you're on YouTube, everybody hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody. Alrighty, let's get another person up here to help him out real quick.
All right, an estimated 99% or more of Somali Americans are Muslim, and about 80% of them, even after staying in the U.S. for 10 years, are still on government welfare. So they strain our economy more than they give back.
Are you pivoting? What was the question I asked you for?
You asked me to find out like Somalian American statistics.
Yeah, you said most Somali Americans do not believe in equal rights. So I'm asking you, what evidence do you have to support that?
Of them. I did show you the statistic. I said 99% of them are Muslim, and Islam.
So
they
can you
largely
give
do
me
not
a
believe
single
in free
source?
speech.
Give me a single source saying that they are against that without just saying, "Oh, they're Muslim." Seriously, shut the like, dude. This is so frustrating. Like, it's the dumbest argument.
No, wait. Can you listen to me for 2 minutes and then you can answer back? All right. So
No,
what
I
I'm
want
saying
you
is
to.
that
I want you to answer my question.
yeah, I've given you. All right, wait. Would you agree that 99% of them are Muslim?
Dude, can you give me a source that indicates most Somali Americans do not
Minnesota
believe in
Department
equal
of Health.
rights?
Minnesota Department of Health. If it's literally
Give
said
me
that
a
99% of
source
them are
indicating that they do not believe in equal rights. Do not just say they're Muslim. Them being Muslim does not mean that
no,
they
the
do
thing
not
is
believe in
because they're
equal
Muslim.
rights.
Islam doesn't believe in equal freedoms and
Not
equal
all
rights for
Muslim
everyone.
Americans do not believe in equal rights. It's ridiculous. You can't even give me a
They
source
do not
indicating that
believe in freedom of
most.
speech for everyone. They do not believe that women should get freedom.
You
They
have
believe
no
in lower freedom of
argument.
speech for women.
You have no argument saying that most Muslim Americans don't believe in equal rights. Can you give me a single source indicating that most Muslim Americans or most Somali Americans do not believe in equal rights?
Yes, let me just get back to you in like a minute. Is that fine?
Yeah, go find that source. Don't give me something else. Give me that specific source. Alrighty, give him a second to find this information. He's not going to find jack shit because he's wrong, and he won't be able to acknowledge it. Watch it. It's about to happen. Let's get him someone up here to help him out real quick.
All right, so like 51% of U.S. Muslims wanted Islamic Sharia law implemented in the U.S. Sharia law is against, Western values. It doesn't believe in freedom of speech.
I want a source indicating they don't believe in equal rights.
All right, so it says Center for Security Policy.
No, does it specifically talk about equal rights? Or are you going to say Sharia law?
It says Sharia law. You know what Sharia law is?
Yeah, people have different interpretations of what they believe to be Sharia law. So I need you to provide me a source that most Muslims or most Somali Americans do not believe in equal rights.
51% of...
If you just keep repeating the same bullshit after I disputed it, I'm going to kick you. You're wasting my fucking time. I already responded to this. If you're just going to act like I didn't fucking say that, I will kick you.
All right, but can I ask you a question?
No.
Would you agree that Sharia law is against Western values?
No.
All right, so
Answer the question.
So this is what you do. This is what you
provide the source.
All right.
I ask for evidence for the positions that you say. Yes.
Center for Security Policy. Poll of U.S. Muslims.
I'm not asking about Sharia law. I'm asking you, give me any evidence that most Muslims or most Muslim Americans and most Somali Americans do not believe in equal rights. I don't want to hear anything else. I want to hear that specific point. Then we can move on to any other point you want to make. Okay?
All right, so nearly a quarter of Muslims polled that it is legitimate to use violence to punish those who give offense to Islam. For example, portraying the Prophet Muhammad. That is a violation of free speech.
Okay. One, that's not the government doing that. Therefore, it's not a violation of free speech. Two, you're arguing that based upon a poll of Muslim Americans?
They want the government to enact those things that punish other people for not
By the
believing.
way, one, that's not most Muslims. Two, right, if you're referencing
nearly
a quarter,
that's disturbing.
Is this Muslim? Is this Muslim Americans?
Yes, Muslim Americans. And would you agree
so
that is disturbing?
what's the title?
U.S. Muslims. It's about U.S. Muslims.
No, what's the title?
It's like a poll of U.S. Muslims showing support about Islamic.
What is the title?
Center of Security Policy.
Title. Do you know what the title is?
Muslim reveals ominous.
Okay, repeat it. Start from the top.
Do you want the link to the article or something?
I want the title, dude.
Okay. Poll of U.S. Muslims reveals levels of support for Islamic supremacist doctrine of Sharia and Jihad.
Poll of U.S. Muslims shows what?
Reveals levels of support for Islamic supremacists' doctrine of Sharia.
Okay, is this from? What is it from?
Center for Security Policy.
Center for Security Policy. Here we go.
By the way, chat, my parents are from
This
the
is
US.
an online survey. This is fucking
Yeah.
stupid.
No, but this is a credible source. Though.
It's an online
Center
survey.
for Security Policy.
Hey, dude.
This is a credible source.
This is an online survey. Okay, that means that it's just whoever decided to respond to the survey online. Plus, you can't even determine that they are.
600 Muslims living in the United States.
Based upon this, you have no basis to say that.
No, this is based on 600 Muslims living in the United States. I could pull up. I could pull
Say
up
that
so
one more
much more
time,
sources.
sir.
No, this is based on Muslims, like U.S. Muslims.
So the sample was drawn utilizing online opt-in panels of respondents that have previously agreed to participate in survey research. Potential survey participants were recruited using multiple sources, using a dynamic sampling platform for verification, real-time profiling, and random selection based upon project requirements. This multi-sourcing model increases reach and capacity, improves consistency, and minimizes bias. I don't think so, because I think that the opt-in panel of respondents quite literally in of itself would decrease the level of verification of the study in of itself. An opt-in online panel for survey of 600 people is not an effective way to conduct a study.
Well, first of all, that was one survey that I found to you in literally.
So can you provide me a different one then?
I could, yeah. Could you give me a little bit more longer so I could find a better source?
I will give you
according to you. All right.
Alrighty, give it a second, everyone. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. Look up your source, try to find it before you do it. I want an actual legitimate source that's unbiased. That'd be great. Alrighty. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. We're just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Alrighty, I don't think we have like any guest requests actually.
All right, according to the Pew Research Center, in nearly every single country, Muslim majority country surveyed, a majority of the Muslims say that a wife should always obey her husband, and that
I didn't ask you about those countries. I'm asking you about U.S. Muslims. Holy
so those are still
shit, dude.
those are
I'm gonna go fucking crazy.
Those are still
can you find
Muslim
a source?
Majority.
Find a source justifying your standpoint, please. You're not providing a source for the claim that you're making.
So you want it only for the U.S.?
Yeah, I said U.S. Muslims. You said U.S. Muslims. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, a little bit.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Today I would vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Honestly, you know what, man? I think that we should get illegal immigrants out of the country, to be honest.
Okay. And can you name one material benefit that you've had on your life from Trump's immigration policy?
Yes. Well, not affecting me directly, but affecting the people around me. So you know who Laken Riley is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that she was killed by an illegal immigrant, and I feel like that if we had more documentation with immigrants coming into the country, we could know their background better, and it should protect the American citizens rather than just rounding them all up.
Which is what we would have had under the bipartisan border bill. Secondly, Donald Trump called, or specifically, he undermined that bipartisan border bill, along with the fact that also in terms of immigration policy, what you brought up was Laken Riley. Undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit violent crime, drug crime, property crime in the country compared to natural-born U.S. citizens. So actually, if you want to specifically focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population, you would say, oh, let's provide a pathway to citizenship for undocumented immigrants who have not committed violent or serious offenses. And then the immigrants that would be left over that are undocumented would be individuals that meet that particular criteria. So when you go after undocumented immigrants, proportionally, you'd be able to be spending more of your time actually protecting the country from those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population. I don't think that Trump's policies would have prevented Laken Riley's death as well.
I think if we don't have any more illegal immigrants coming into the country, that we could protect the American population better. Like I said, by knowing their documentation, right?
Well, what you're not taking into consideration is that undocumented immigrants commit lower rates of crime compared to natural born US citizens. So they reduce the level of crime rate if there are more undocumented immigrants in the country. So if you're saying it increases the nominal level of crime, well, based on your own argument, you could justify banning legal immigration. You could justify banning tourism. You could justify banning people from having children, because all of those things will increase the nominal level of crime in the long run. Just nominal means overall amount of crimes that happens, because the population would increase.
But another thing I do agree with is I think that there should be a better pathway for citizenship for immigrants. That's something I do agree with right there.
That's something that Republicans have undermined.
I would say MAGA. I'm not MAGA. I'm Republican. There's a distinct difference, I feel like. But I think that there should be a better pathway for immigrants to come into the country.
Okay, and Trump has undermined that. So what immigration policy of Trump's gets you to start supporting him?
I don't know, bro.
Okay, so then overall, what policy is the reason why you support Trump?
I just, from going on news, right? Not just Fox or CNN or anything, right? I'd be going on like different news sources that are unbiased, and what I see from the Democrats is a lot of fraud, like in Minnesota, if you see that, right? And then I feel like on the Republican side, of course, there's going to be fraud on both sides, right? I feel like that on both sides, there's going to be some sort of fraud.
Do you have any evidence that Republican states have less fraud?
No.
Okay, so you can't just say because there's fraud in Minnesota, because I can give you evidence that indicates that Florida has proportionally almost or actually more than twice the level of fraud comparative to Minnesota.
Well, Minnesota has been proven by the bro. If you've seen what's that dude's name? The dude that went into Minnesota and was
Nick
like
Shirley.
recording.
I know.
Yeah, Nick Shirley. Okay. How?
How? Because he didn't actually expose any fraud. This was stuff that was already investigated. The thing that he said he was committing fraud, the quote-unquote Leering Center, the Quality Leering Center, which is the learning center, of course, that was not actually fraud at all. That was the infractions they had were for like how they were conducting it, not for fraud. So that's what, and also there were kids that went in there before and after, and media came and provided evidence of that because they literally showed the video recordings of people going in.
Okay.
Before
well,
and after.
I'm gonna get going. Thank you for talking with me and educating me. I appreciate that. Okay, everybody, sure. God bless.
For sure. All right. Did you find your source?
All right. So I found this. Do you know Brandon Gill?
No.
So he's a U.S. representative, and he shared results from a polling that has been verified. It doesn't say the specific name of the poll here because it's like a newspaper.
Oh, I fucking knew it would be this guy. I know who that is. Yeah.
Yeah, and he shared that 33% of the Muslim population in the U.S. would support Islam being made the national religion, and 39% of them would support the implementation of Sharia law.
So one, that's not a majority. Two,
39%
that's Sharia law and not that's Sharia law and not the claim that Muslims don't believe in equal rights.
Dude, Sharia law is basically leads to unequal treatment for women.
And by the way, what was his source? What was his source?
So I haven't seen a specific source because it's a news article. This is a news article.
So this random conservative Republican said this in Congress. Therefore, it's true. Therefore, it's true. Actually,
no, because I've seen multiple reports. I've seen multiple polls like everywhere on it. So I can assume that most Muslims would want Sharia law implemented, or at least if not most, at least like over 30%.
Sharia law. By the way, you said less than 50% wanted Sharia law implemented.
Wait,
by the way, you said less than 50% wanted Sharia law implemented.
39%.
Secondly,
that's disturbing. 39% is disturbing.
Secondly, Sharia law is interpreted differently depending on the person you're referencing. Not all of the notions of Sharia law are saying that there is not equal rights. There are notions of Sharia law that people would say include equal rights. So, would you like to provide me any actual poll? I gave you time to look this up. You couldn't find it.
Sharia law does lead to discrimination for women, and the sources I found were for the
that's how it's typically enforced. The same way that the laws enforced based upon Christianity have also led to oppression of women.
No, we haven't had in the U.S. There's no like law that
really the
discriminates against
overturning of
women.
Roe versus Wade.
Yeah, because abortion is murder. Like, I do not support a woman's right to kill a baby. No.
Okay, but that's not murder. That's literally just a right to have control over your
murder.
body.
No, that is murder. That is murder.
It's not murder.
It's the unjustified ending of a human life, which is murder.
What? Wait, repeat that one more time.
It's the unjustified killing of a human being, which is murder.
It's not unjustified, and it's not a human being.
First of all, it is unjustified because no one gives you the right to end a human life, especially your own that you created. Second of all,
do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
Could you repeat that question one more time?
Yeah. Do you think it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that is brain dead?
I think that it is not murder because removing life support
That's human cellular life, sir.
Because
so
listen,
you don't think it's murder to end you don't think it's murder to end human cellular life?
No, because a brain dead patient is already legally and biologically dead, and life support doesn't keep them alive.
Wait, but they still have cellular life. So if you think that they're medically considered dead at that point, well, that's because you consider medical death at the point of sentient death, not at the point of cellular death.
No, because the thing is that
so
life
if you
support...
consider medical death at the point of sentient death, why don't you consider medical life at the point of sentient life?
No, again, life support doesn't keep a person like alive technically. It just maintains their bodily functions artificially.
Yeah, that keeps them alive.
Removing the ventilator doesn't end the life. The person's already
It does
gone.
end the cellular life, genius.
Okay. Yeah, but the baby's completely different in that it's like it's literally prospering. It is able to become. It is already a human being. It's able to become get out of the womb in a couple of months, if not killed. If it's not killed. So it is very different from brain dead patients, and that's not an accurate comparison at all.
Okay, so how is that responding to what I just said?
Because you've compared brain dead patients to babies in the womb, and that's not...
So you're saying, oh, in the future it has this chance of getting there. What I'm saying is that...
No, it is a human already.
Please shut up and listen. Already. Please shut up and listen, okay? So sentient death is the point in which you consider they're medically dead. So then medical life would be the point in which sentience begins, correct?
No, because I'm not saying it's not that. It's just they're legally and biologically.
Jesus Christ.
Their organs are not gonna work without the ventilator. Like they're almost like dead. It's just pumping the blood artificially, right?
Yeah, sir. My dad almost died. He was sentient, and he literally relied on the medical services to stay alive. There are plenty of individuals that are on life support that are sentient that we don't think it's justified to pull the plug, and we do think it's murder if you were to pull the plug. Okay, so let me just clarify. You obviously are going to view it based upon sentient death is the basis for saying that they're medically dead. So if medical death happens in terms of sentient death, so then medical life would be defined by medical... So medical life would be defined by sentient life. Do you agree?
You're talking about a brain dead patient. A brain dead patient is legally dead. They're already legally and biologically dead. It's not just sentience. It's just they're biologically and legally dead.
It is sentience. That's why we consider them biologically and legally dead. The biological and legal death is defined at the moment where sentient death happens.
No, but they're also biologically dead, which babies in the womb are not biologically dead.
Okay, so
they're
not cellularly speaking alive.
A baby in the womb.
Sorry, not cellular. They're not sentient alive. So
why does sentience
you have to
matter?
understand my criticism here. My criticism here is saying if you consider biological death at the point of sentient death, well, then you consider biological life the beginning of sentient life. Do you agree?
Like, could you repeat your question again?
If you consider biological death to being the point when sentient death happens, well, then you consider biological life to begin with sentient life. Do you agree?
No, because biological life doesn't end when sentient life ends. Like if you're unconscious, right? You're not considered dead.
But that's not sentient death. Unconscious is not sentient death. Do you understand that it's difference between sentient death and unconscious?
What's sentient death?
Sentient death would be brain death.
Okay, yeah. So
if you consider brain death the point in which they are biologically dead, which means sentient death is the point in which they are biologically dead, then sentient life is the point where they're biologically alive. Do you agree?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so if sentient life is the point in which biological life begins, then under your view, you don't think it's murder prior to the point of sentience.
No, because even if it's not like it is technically like biologically speaking, right? There's almost no debate. There's literally no debate that a developing baby in the womb is alive. Like that is a fact. Would you agree with that? Would you agree that biologically a developing baby in the womb is alive and it's separate from the mother?
Cellular life, not sentient life. And Brandon Mason show in the YouTube chat. Are you a Trump supporter?
Sorry, me?
No. Answer my point, or respond to my point.
I don't understand the comparisons you're bringing up because I've researched this topic and I've seen that a developing baby in the womb is alive and it's separate from the mother and therefore it deserves equal rights and protection.
Okay, but what you're not acknowledging is that you don't think it's biologically life until the point of sentient life.
No, it is. No, it is biologically life.
No, it's not. You just said biological life was going to be sentient life. We already went over that.
I think sentience doesn't depend to like life. It doesn't
So
necessarily.
you don't think
determine
brain
life.
death is the point of biological death?
No, like listen, I'm not a scientist. So I don't know these facts, but I've seen that brain dead patients are considered biologically dead. Would you agree that brain dead patients are considered biologically dead?
I would consider them, but you have to understand the notion of biologically dead in that context is the notion of sentient death, not the notion of cellular death, because they're still cellularly speaking alive.
Yeah, but they're also legally dead as well.
What's that?
They're also legally dead as well.
Yes, I understand, but it's the medical death, of course, from a standpoint from the hospital. So can you acknowledge that? That if you consider that the point of death when it comes to this perspective, then you should consider the point of life to be when sentient life begins?
No. I don't think that life ends when sentience.
I can't have
ends.
this conversation anymore. I don't think
No,
you're
listen,
a rational
listen.
being
No,
when it comes
no,
to this conversation.
Sentience death ends. Well, no, sentience does determine death, but not life. Life begins when you are conceived. Yeah.
That makes zero fucking sense. If it determines death, then it also needs to determine life. I don't know what that even fucking means. What is death? The lack of life, right? When life stops, right? So it has to be the basis for life if you're saying it's the basis of death.
In that concept of specifically
and then Brandon Mason show, we don't need to schedule a debate.
That's not how it's determined in general. Generally, it's just determined like when they pull the plug. That's when it's like determined.
So Brandon Mason show, how about you send a guest request right now and let's debate? We're not going to schedule. What email? I'm not emailing. I don't know who the fuck you are. How could I email you? How about you send a guest request and let's debate? Yeah, continue your point, man.
Yeah. So life begins at conception. Would you agree that life begins at conception?
Cellular life begins at conception.
So you don't think that cellular life is worthy of protection?
I don't think cellular life is worthy of protection within the womb. No.
But would you acknowledge that it is a human being?
No. How many more times do we have to go over this?
Well, no, it is no. That's just incorrect because it is a human being. Yeah, it is a human being. Like the life.
By the way, in the YouTube chat, can we get an L for the Brandon Mason show? He's too scared. He just ran away. We got a runner on the loose.
So even a zygote is a living human organism, so it is a human being.
Do you want to move on? Because I don't think you can have this conversation. I think that we're just going back and forth on this topic, and it's not moving forward. It's not being productive at all.
Yeah, I don't think you're understanding the biology behind it, but I mean, it's fine.
I already did respond to that. I literally was the one explaining it to you. Don't act
because
like
you're
it's
not.
because
You're saying
I
that
don't
it's not a human
understand
being
this.
when literally every
I
single
literally
evidence.
been very patient with you. I've explained it to you,
Every
and you've
single
purposely
evidence
not engaged with the points that I've explained.
No, every evidence shows that it is a human life and it's separate from the mother, and therefore it should be worthy of protection. Like,
sir, we
if you open a
acknowledge
simple
that it's
science
human
textbook,
life.
if you open a simple science textbook, you can see that it is a
no one
separate
disputed
human
this.
life.
It's cellular human life. No one disputed that. But from the notion of biological life that you brought up, it's not biologically alive from that definition because you were basing it upon sentient death determining that it's not living anymore. So if sentient death determines it's not living anymore, then sentient life is going to be the basis of biological life. I'm not going to say that again.
No, sir. No, that's not how it is. Like about a zygote, like it is still considered a human being, even though it's not sentient. Like,
I don't consider it a human being.
Well, I mean, most scientists would consider it a human being.
No.
The only debate here,
human being is different. Human being is different from cellular life. Saying cellular life begins at conception is different from saying it's a human being at conception. Those are two different claims.
If it's a separate cellular cellular living thing from the mother, then it is a human being.
No, is sperm a separate living thing from the mother?
Yes, but
Is it human being? Is sperm
if a sperm
is living
fertilizes an
sperm a
egg,
human being?
no, it's part of the father.
Is it a separate human being?
It's part of a separate human being.
But is it itself a separate human being?
No, but a zygote
Okay,
is
that was what was in
itself
question.
a separate human being. A zygote is in itself a separate human being, unlike a
Okay,
sperm.
I don't think in and of itself is a separate human being.
All right, man. But biology is against you, but yeah.
Biology is not against me.
It is,
Biology
'cause-
does not define what a human being is. Biology simply defines when cellular life begins. Okay, that's descriptive.
Yeah, and cellular life correlates directly with a human life.
Yeah, but not a human being. Because human being is going to be a moral distinction.
I would consider all like human lives as a human being.
I think you disagree with that because do you consider a brain dead individual a human being?
I would consider them like a dead human being. Because they don't have the capacity to live anymore, basically. They don't have the capacity to ever wake up or have sentience ever again. But a baby does have the capability to have sentience in the future.
Can you define human being?
A human being is just an individual human life.
So it has to be living.
Yes.
So then a brain dead individual isn't a human being because it's not living.
Well, you can call a human being a dead human. Like technically, they're not like a human being anymore. You call them a dead human, though.
Yeah, they're dead human, but they're not a human being.
Exactly.
In
So
the specific notion
exactly.
that
So
we're referencing here. So then, if they're not a human being based on that definition, then you can have human cellular life and still not be a human being.
No, because a human being is an organism that belongs to a
anymore.
species. No,
Is
listen.
there anything else you want to talk about?
Yes, a human being is an I just searched it up.
I don't do
A human
this.
being,
I can't do this
A human
anymore.
being is an organism belonging to
I
the species
can't do
Homo
this
sapiens.
anymore. I can't do this anymore.
Zygote is. You've lost the argument. Because
You think I lost? Are you fucking serious?
Yes. All right, because you're not hearing me out. You're not listening to me. I've searched it up. You know what? I've searched it up biologically.
You dishonest. You're so dishonest. I've done nothing but listen to you and allow you to make your argument and be very patient with you and be very patient with you and nice to you. Okay, do not sit up here and claim victory because you won't understand my argument and I'm telling you to stop repeating yourself and I don't want to keep going over the same thing.
Well, I'll search the biological definition, so you can argue against biology, but yeah, whatever.
I already explained how you were wrong and you're just repeating the same thing over and again and then claiming victory. Okay,
No, because listen, I just searched it up and it says a human being is an organism that belongs to the species Homo sapiens. And previously you agreed that a fetus belongs to the species Homo sapiens. So a fetus is a human being. That's what you claimed.
What is the organism?
A human being is an organism that belongs to the species Homo sapiens. So if you're of the species Homo sapiens, you are a human being.
Do you think human sperm is an organism, a living organism?
It is part of a living organism. It's not in of itself an organism.
What is an organism?
It's an organism is like a separate individual life that can do all of its functions, not just a liver isn't an organism. It's part of an organism.
What functions does it require for you to consider it?
An organism is something that is a life, just a life. Okay.
Okay. Is sperm living?
It's a separate life. No, it's a separate life that's like on its own, basically. It has its own DNA and stuff.
Okay. Technically sperm does. So can you answer the question? Is sperm a different living organism? Technically, based on your definition, it is. So an organism about a part of the human species, which human sperm is. If you would consider that to be a human being, then you think that sperm are human beings?
No, a sperm isn't considered a human being an organism on its own because an organism is defined as an individual living thing that can function as a complete biological entity. So it's like a human, a dog, a tree.
What does a complete biological entity mean? Can't you consider a sperm a complete biological entity in of itself? That it could lead to something future in the future, but it's in of itself a complete biological entity?
Yeah, so an organism can maintain themselves independently. They grow and develop as a whole. They carry out major life processes. And a zygote can do that inside the womb. It does do that. And then after it no longer requires the dependence of its mother, it can start out outside the womb. So, but it's still an organism the whole entire time. It is still and it is a Homo sapien, and Homo sapien is a human being, so it is a human being.
Okay, I have a question. Two identical twins that have the exact same DNA. Not all identical twins have the same DNA, but some do. Are they the same person or two different people? One human being or two human beings?
No, they're not the same. They're not the same because they come from
But they have the
one
same DNA.
fertilized. They have nearly the same DNA. They can't have the exact same.
No, they do. Like in some situations, they have the exact same DNA.
What? Like, I don't know if that's a fact. Let me just no. So identical twins have almost the same exact, but they can never have the.
Look up in some scenarios, do identical twins have the same DNA?
No.
Don't just say
They
no.
can't.
I told you to look it up, dumbass.
No, I know. I've done that.
No, you didn't, because it would tell you yes.
No, so that only happens right when the embryo splits. But after that, there's always going to be
So
a tiny
at that
difference.
point, are they one human being or two human beings?
Two human beings, because they're never ever
So
going to
wait,
have
hold
the
up. Let me
exact same DNA.
clarify. They have the exact same DNA. They do not have separate
that's not
DNA.
possible.
Please shut
That's
the
not
fuck
possible.
up. They do not have separate DNA. In that scenario, if you agree they do not have separate DNA, they have the same DNA, identical DNA, then you think that they're the same person under your view.
So if they have the exact same DNA, are you asking me that exact same DNA, should they be considered the exact same human being?
Yes, under your view, they would be.
I mean, both of them can have two different experiences. So DNA isn't the only thing that
So
makes
now it's
someone an individual.
experience. So do you see the basis of being a human being
No,
is
it's not.
based
No, it's
upon
not
their
just
experience now?
that's just a part of it. Listen, that's not.
So
That's,
then
that's
what?
just a
So
part
then
of
what
it.
is the differentiating factor
But they have
prior to that
they have
point?
separate bodies. Body's the main thing. Body. They have a separate body.
So separate bodies. So let me just clarify. Does a zygote have a body?
Yes, it's a separate body from
A
the
single
mother.
cell organism is a body. Can you tell me what a body is?
A body just like the whole organism is basically the body.
Okay. So do you think that plants have bodies? I guess you could say yes. So do you think that single cell organisms have bodies?
So it doesn't have a developed body, but I would still consider
So
it
no,
like
they
a
don't.
body
They don't have
'cause-
bodies. So if single cell organisms don't have bodies, then a zygote, which is a single cell organism, doesn't have a body. Do you agree?
No, it does have a body, but not in the traditional sense where it's developed.
Okay. Identical twins, do they have the same body? Or not identical twins?
No, they have separate bodies.
Conjoined
they have
twins,
separate
do they have
bodies.
separate bodies?
No, they have separate. They have that are conjoined.
Yeah. Are they the same person or two separate people because they have the same body?
That's where it gets really weird. I mean, I would say that there's two separate in one body.
Okay, so having two separate bodies is not the basis of two different people. So what is the basis of personhood?
what
What
would
is
you
the
say? What
basis
would you
of
say
being a
that-
human being if it's not predicated off of having individual bodies? What is it? Tell me.
It's like a combination of like multiple things. Like the basis of human DNA.
No, you don't think it's DNA because if it's DNA, well then you agree that two identical twins with the exact same DNA are the exact same person.
No, 'cause they're
and that
never
there's
gonna
not
have the
two
exact same
people,
DNA.
there's not two human beings, there's just
All right,
one.
dude, I gotta go right now. But I'm saying they have two separate DNA. So yeah, bye. See you later, dude.
Yeah, you run away, buddy. You're scared. Get dunked on. Get fucking dunked on, bro. Get dunked on. You know you lost. Like 8. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I tried my hardest. That guy was so ridiculous, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. So ridiculous. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. We deal with insufferable people like that every single day. You know what the hell are you?
28.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
And why do you support Donald Trump, sir?
I'm a very religious man, and I believe that men are just better leaders. My preacher talks about it a lot.
Men are better preachers, you said?
No, leaders.
Leaders? Okay. Tell me, why do you think men are better leaders? Is it just because your religion says so?
I mean, yeah. But also, like, historically, throughout time, most great things have been created under a, male leadership.
Okay, I have a question. Who would you rather vote for? Joe Biden or the Virgin Mary?
Well, that would be a tough one. I'd rather vote for. I guess I'd probably vote for Joe Biden. He is a Christian man. And
you would vote for Joe Biden over the Virgin Mary?
Over the Virgin Mary, because he is a Christian man.
Jesus' mom. You wouldn't vote for Jesus' mom.
I'd vote for Jesus.
You think Jesus' mom is a worse leader? Didn't Jesus' mom raise Jesus?
I mean,
didn't she lead Jesus? Isn't that who God chose to have lead him through childhood?
I mean, there also was Joe there, too.
Okay, so it was the man, it wasn't her.
Aren't
the women the caretakers? Wait. In the context of the Bible, the women are the caretakers, right? Like historically, right? So if the women are the caretakers, that's women are leading caretaking.
So do you think women? And that's what I think. Do you think that Jesus?
So why did? So then explain to me why God chose the Virgin Mary to lead his own childhood. If you think that she is not a good leader,
I would say he didn't choose her to lead. He chose her to carry it to term.
Okay, can I ask you another question? Actually, then, can you if Kamala Harris and Donald Trump swapped bodies, Donald Trump in Kamala Harris's body, and Kamala Harris in Donald Trump's body, who would you rather vote for?
Well, if I knew they swapped bodies, I would vote for Trump and Harris's body because it would have a male mind.
But in that context, he would be a woman, right? Under your view?
But he would have a male mind.
Okay, but the brain is honestly in that situation is female.
But it would be Trump's mind, who is a male, and while he's not perfect,
but he's within the context of a woman's body, right?
The righteousness. Sorry, what? I didn't catch that.
But he's in the context of a woman's body, so you would vote for Donald Trump,
like I said,
as a woman. So in that scenario, you would say the woman is the preferable leader.
If I knew they had swapped places, so it would be Donald Trump's mind, I would vote for Donald Trump in Harris's body. But if I didn't know, then I would.
Wait, so are you saying gender is based upon the mind?
No, it's biological.
Okay, if it's not based upon the mind, if gender is not predicated off the mind, well, then you think you would vote for the woman. So then if gender is not predicated off of the mind, then you would vote for the woman in the scenario. Wait, hold up. If gender is not predicated off the mind, you're agreeing that you think the woman is the better leader in the scenario, right?
No.
You quite literally are.
No, I'm not.
Because you think that gender is not based on the mind. If it's not based on the mind and you swap the minds, the male mind isn't relevant. You don't think gender is based on the mind.
I'm going based off the gospel.
Okay, can you tell me what the first 4 books of the gospel are?
Of the New Testament, I'm more New Testament. It would be Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John.
Okay. Alrighty, now can you answer the point that I was making? So, do you acknowledge you don't think gender is predicated off the mind? If you swap the minds, that doesn't change the gender of the individuals. So you'd rather vote for the woman over the man in that scenario?
Well, then there's the pre-existing things like women are more emotional and susceptible to like flattery and stuff like that. Like let's see how like Harris would have dealt with Kim Jong-un or Putin or Zelensky for that matter.
I definitely disagree with you. I think men are more emotional than women. Do you want to know what my evidence for that is?
Sure.
Men are significantly more likely to commit violent and serious crimes. Men are more likely to commit.
That's not emotions.
That is an emotional outburst. They don't know how to like engage with their emotions and actually take care of them. Men don't know how to express their emotions and deal with them and communicate them. They have less emotional intelligence than. Let me please finish.
Anytime that we try.
Let me please finish. Can I please finish? Can I please finish? So you see what I mean? You're demonstrating your emotional nature by literally not letting me finish this argument. So men are more emotional than women because they're significantly more likely to engage in violent or serious crimes. They're significantly more likely to engage in crimes, not even accounting for the physical differences, right? Even if you're referencing things such as cyberbullying, cyber harassment, and things that don't even take into account physical presence. Men are significantly more emotional because they don't know how to actually address their emotions and regulate them, because women have more emotional intelligence than men on average and are significantly better at communicating and expressing and dealing with their emotions, because within society they're actually taught the abilities to be able to do that, whereas men are taught to repress their emotions, to not address them, and to not communicate them as much, which limits their ability to actually be able to deal with their emotions. And that's why their emotions manifest in violent ways rather than in other ways in which would be better for them to be able to deal with them. It's because they don't have as much emotional intelligence.
No. I would just like, my ex-wife was very emotional. And,
well, of course she would be emotional dealing with such a man-child like yourself.
There's no reason to be
How could
rude.
she not be emotional around such a horrible husband such as yourself?
There's no reason to be rude. I mean, I could be rude too. I mean, you're here.
Well, aren't you making these claims about women in general? You're okay with being rude to women in general, but as soon as I apply any level of that level of scrutiny to you yourself as a man, you immediately get mad.
I'm not getting mad.
You are being rude to women. You're saying women are worse leaders than men just because they're women. You're saying women are more emotional than men just because they're women, but providing no evidence for that at all.
I feel like I triggered you.
You didn't trigger me. You're the one that got emotional, that started getting mad at me.
All right, man.
You're like, oh, don't call me. Don't say that to me. You don't have to be rude to me. You sound like such a snowflake, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just in here trying to be a Trump supporter. Trump's a piece of shit, and obviously women would be better leaders than men.
Okay. Alrighty. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. Listen to the TikTok screen. Marina, thank you so much for the $10. I'll make sure to do that to catch up with you as well. Kelly, thank you so much for the $25. Thank you very much. Carol, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Amy, thank you so much for the $1 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Alrighty, let's get on to this next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Please, everybody, only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen, everyone.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. Hi.
Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. You're back after you ran away like a coward?
Buddy, I destroyed you. So
you got dog walked. That's why you ran away.
So I learned that biology is actually defined by human DNA, and baby is a separate human DNA from the mother. Also, I have like 5 minutes.
So then, sir, you think that two identical twins with the exact same DNA are the exact same human being? There's one human being, not two.
They don't have. They can never have the same human DNA, even if they're
they can.
Both.
You want to bet? You said there's no two human beings under your own view that have the exact same DNA. Do you want to bet?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
How much?
I don't know how much, dude. I'm lucky broke. But no, so it is practically impossible for two separate human beings to have the exact same DNA. You can share this. You can search this up how much ever you want, but yeah.
So you can look it up. It does say that in some circumstances they have the exact same DNA.
That's a lie. It is not a lie. It is impossible. It is impossible.
Then take the bet.
I searched it up. Then search it up.
I already have. You look it up.
Show me a source. Tell me the exact source. Tell me the name of the article. Tell me where you got it from.
Yeah, I got you. So that's from Biology Insights. Specifically says that they start with the same DNA.
Yeah, but no, they start with the same DNA, but they're not gonna have the same DNA. Yeah, obviously obviously the embryo is gonna start with the same DNA, but in the end, when it
so if they start with the same DNA and you think that they're human beings at that particular point, then you identify it based on your own view. They have the exact same DNA.
Yeah, but
let me clarify. I'm not saying in every scenario that identical twins have the same DNA. I'm saying
they never do.
I'm saying in certain scenarios they do. You're saying it never happens. That's wrong.
Two identical twins. Do you mean like outside the womb or inside the womb? Where?
It doesn't matter. Under your view, you think it's a person at the point of conception.
Mm-hmm. Wait, are you asking me a question? Can you repeat it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if in the circumstances where they have the exact same DNA, do you think that they're one person or two people?
If they have the exact same DNA, then it would be one person. But
okay, so
that's never possible.
Two different people that have two different subjective experiences. If they have the exact same DNA, you think that they're the same person?
Well, that in of itself is a contradictory statement, since two individuals cannot have two separate.
How about
DNAs.
this? Let's suppose this. Let's suppose this. Okay.
So what you're doing is you're trying to give me a hypothetical.
Let me give you a hypothetical. Let me give you a hypothetical. Okay. Let's suppose there's a multiverse. Okay. In the context, let's suppose there's a multiverse. In the context of this multiverse, there are other Parkers. Okay. If we were to go to a different universe and grab one of those Parkers, they have the exact same DNA as me. Are we the same person or two different people?
Well, that's not impossible in real life. Like, can we stick to real scenarios that actually happen in real life instead of arguing about hypotheticals? Like this isn't.
I think that this is something that you can engage with. If you choose not to engage with it, I'll just kick you and go on to the next person. Honestly, fuck you. You're a waste of my time.
I'm fine. Continue my thing. Continue your debate.
Then can you engage the point?
Yeah.
Okay. So if we were in a multiverse, we got a different Parker into the Parker verse. There's another Parker in the Parker verse. All right. We have two different Parkers. Okay. They have the exact same DNA. Okay. Would you say that there was one person there or two people there?
Exactly. So okay. I would say that there are still two different things because they also have the same
two different people.
bodies.
So even though they have the same DNA, they're two different people still.
I would say that there are still two different people. What would you say?
I would say they're two different people, of course. Even though they have the exact same DNA, they're two different people.
Could you tell me why?
Genetically identical does not mean that they're the same person. They are two different people because they have two different subjective experiences.
So you think that experiences is what defines a human being?
I think subjective experience, an individual subjective experience, is what defines that as an individual human being.
So you think that a human being is only made after birth?
No, after subjective experience is maintained.
And when does that happen?
23 to 24 weeks in the womb.
So you think any abortion after 23 to 24 weeks should be illegal?
I think it's immoral, but I don't think that making it illegal would prevent elective scenarios of abortion happening, a lethal abortion happening after that point. So I don't think it should be illegal because it would restrict people in exceptions in scenarios like that. But if we could suppose that there would be, if it's logically possible, or not logically, if we could suppose that it was possible to bring about a law that had perfect exceptions, then I would support that. But I don't think that that's possible, like within the real world, to get a law that has perfect exceptions.
Okay, I think we are significantly going to differ on this topic about abortion. I don't see myself changing my view because I believe that it is a separate individual human being, and you clearly don't.
Okay. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
Yes, actually, yeah. So if Trump legalized abortion, if Trump said that, let's say hypothetically Trump said that he supports abortion, and I would not support
So if he supported legal abortion access at all, you would stop supporting him?
Well, I know what you're getting at here. You're basically talking about like him saying the states should decide, right?
Yeah, like leaving it up to the states is saying it should be legal in those states, yeah.
Well, no. Well, his personal opinion is that it should be banned completely. But the reason he's saying that because it's one step further. He knows that it's never going to be possible to get everyone to.
If he says it should be banned completely, why did he vote against the abortion law that they were trying to pass in Florida? Because he said it was too early.
He said it was. Could you like show me the source? Could you tell me could you give me more context about it?
Yeah, that was the vote specifically. He was supposed to vote on it. It was like 6 weeks. And he originally said he was against it because it was too early.
Too early for people to actually get to that law.
And he's in the past said that he supports abortions up to 15 weeks.
He said that he supports abortion up to 15 weeks?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do have a few disagreements with him, obviously. Like, it's not like I agree with him on everything.
You said if he supported abortion at all, then you would stop supporting him.
I actually do take that claim back. I said that it's on most viewpoints, like most world viewpoints. Yeah, if we disagree on a couple of things, then I'll still support him. I'll still agree with him and his side much more than the other side.
Yeah. By the way, this is from an AP News article. Trump suggests he'd support a national ban on abortions around 15 weeks of pregnancy. Now,
the Democrats don't even support that. Yeah. So
now let me clarify further. So, you think that you would go back on that. So can you name a single thing that he would do that would get you to stop supporting him?
If he said something outrageous or did something outrageous, then
like calling for the end of a civilization for the Iranian people, or calling for the deaths of some Democrats
that thing was taken,
because they said or like for example calling for the deaths or like for example calling for the deaths of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow an unlawful order if you're given one.
No, about the civilization in Iran one. That was what he meant by that is he's gonna try to ruin their military power and stuff so that their age can be like their modernity can be set back like multiple civilizations, not like actually kill them. It was just
No, he said
it was
end
just
civilization.
Yeah, what he meant was like take their civilization back to the Stone Age, like reduce their advancements in technology that much. He didn't mean like actual literal.
No, he said complete end of civilization with Iran. I just want to clarify that. And then secondly, like him calling for the execution
That was taken out of context. Yeah, he wrote that poorly, but that's not what he meant. Yeah.
Him calling for the execution of some Democrats, is that not far enough? Or him saying he's glad that Robert Mueller's dead? Is that not enough?
What did he say again about the Democrats?
Yeah, he said that they were engaging in seditious behavior punishable by death when they said that if you're given an unlawful order, do not follow that unlawful order if you're given it. And he said that that was seditious behavior punishable by death, and then reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood.
Wait, what did the Democrats do though? Why did he? Did you target specific ones or in general? What do you mean? Like who?
Yeah, specific ones that made that video, like I just said.
Could you tell me what the video was again?
Yeah, they literally said, if you're given an unlawful order, an unlawful one, do not follow it. Remember your constitutional oath. That's all they said.
Were they talking about ICE or something?
Nope, they weren't specifying anything. They just said, if you're given an unlawful order, don't follow it.
Yeah, so I would, if he did say that, but if he has said that, then I would, oh, wait, no, he said that their actions were seditious behavior, punishable by death, said they should be arrested and put on trial. So yeah, I mean, I would agree that he does say...
someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood.
Eugene, sorry, what?
And then he reposted someone saying HANG them, George Washington Wood.
AGNG?
HANG, spell.
Oh, hang them? Okay. So yeah, I would. I'm not saying that he doesn't say outrageous things. Like yeah, he does say stuff sometimes. But I mean, like
you said, if he said something outrageous like that, I'd stop supporting him. Now, given that I've told you that he's done this, are you saying that you still would support him?
Let me re-clarify what I said. What I meant was like if he continuously keeps on saying that, like he advocates for it, basically, not just said it like
like he calls for the end of a civilization within Iran, calls for the execution of some Democrats, says that he's glad that Robert Mueller is dead. Is that not multiple times? Him pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them
about
patriots?
The civilization in Iran, that was taken out of context. The civilization in Iran.
No, it's not.
He meant that he's gonna take their like civilization advancements and bring it back to Stone Age. Like,
he said a whole civilization will die tonight. Never to be brought back again. He said never to be brought back again.
Yeah, like their level of like modernity and stuff, like how modern they are civilization. That's what he.
That in of itself is still a war crime.
No, like
because that would involve hitting civilian infrastructure.
No, he hit the civilian infrastructure because targeting the terrorist regime of Iran.
Ending an entire civilization within Iran would be a war crime. Do you agree?
No, he didn't mean it literally. Again, he meant like he's gonna.
You're such a fucking dishonest prick, dude. I'm gonna thank some people, then we can continue with our conversation. You're insane. You're deluded as fuck. Nick, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I can't for mayor, but for Gov, Steyer over the other candidates because he's the best option to win for the most progressive candidate. Otherwise, I would prefer Porter. Jared, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you very much on Venmo.
Even though
thank you so much, W's for Jared in the comment section for the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Jared. Shut the fuck up, bro. OJ, be quiet. Thank you so much, Jared. I appreciate the $100. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. He said I showed you and Dean to my mom, and she said send me clips when they get when they really get them. If you could wish a happy Mother's Day to Annette, that would be lovely. Happy Mother's Day, Annette. Absolutely. Happy Mother's Day. I hope you have a fantastic day. W's for Annette in the comment section. W's for Jared. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Seriously, that is so kind of you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Let me catch up over on YouTube Super Chat as well. Just give me a quick second. If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat, as always. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. It depends on the circumstances. In some circumstances, they do. As well as Sky, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get W's for them.
So I do revoke my statement. I said that
hey,
I
dude, can you stop cutting me off in the middle of me thanking people? Sky Hiker, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it on YouTube super chat. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You said Trump literally said he could be seduced. I'd just be nice to him, and he said you would fight till the end for them, even if they're bad people. That's crazy. Megastar, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Light 8, thank you for the $5 as well. Chris, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I think I am fully caught up. Again, happy Mother's Day to everyone. Hopefully everyone's having a good day so far. And can you thank all the donations before you go on to your argument?
All right. So again, I don't like care about. I should take back what I said earlier. I don't care about what he says.
All the
I care about what he
donations,
does.
OJ?
What?
Can you thank all the donations?
Thank you guys.
Okay.
All right.
Go
So so again, I don't care what he personally says. I just care what he does. I don't care about someone's personality. I care about what the things they actually do for a country. And so, like, he hasn't done anything immoral. He might have said things that are immoral, but that doesn't.
He hasn't done anything immoral, really?
I don't think so. No.
Cheating on his wives isn't immoral. Being adjudicated rapist isn't
I'm saying
immoral.
he hasn't done anything immoral that would affect me personally. That would affect an American personally.
Really? Because I would say that he's done plenty of things that are immoral that have affected you personally. And I can give you explicit examples like starting a war of aggression against Iran. That was immoral,
well, Iran's
and that negatively impacts you.
Well, Iran's government is terrible, and it's a terrorist regime. So
the reason why it's immoral, though, is because of the fact that it's a war of aggression.
But so you don't think that you think that we should allow a terrorist regime to just continue on? Like, America's always been a country which always tries to stop terrorism from taking over. Has always been trying to.
Then why did Trump set up an agreement with the Taliban to leave Afghanistan?
He set up. Wait, what?
Yeah, why did Trump set up an agreement to leave Afghanistan then, to let the Taliban take over?
That's for our interest. Like, whatever we do, we need to prioritize our interests too. But the thing is, right? Because
this guy does not hear himself. He doesn't hear himself, dude.
No, I don't think you do. Because
really, Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. We got a Trump whisperer here. Trump didn't mean that. Trump actually meant this. Yeah, he's a Trump whisperer. What can I say?
Even the thing he's done on Iran, like, I think that is a terrorist regime. I think it's actually worse than the Taliban in some ways, and I think it is beneficial
you said
for
who's
us
worse
to
than the Taliban?
The Islamic regime, yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, but they're both like going to be incredibly oppressive, right?
Yeah, that is true, but I think the Islamic regime of Iran is much more oppressive than the Taliban.
They're both like extraordinarily oppressive. I don't know if I would make this comparison
but we can't
of like one being more oppressive than the other. I think they're both.
Obviously, we can't take.
I think they're both incredibly oppressive. Saying the Taliban's not as oppressive as the IRGC is kind of just like a nuts thing to try to bring up. Like, what is the relevant difference between the Taliban and the IRGC?
Well, we need to take care of things that are the most oppressive first, right?
Wait,
even though
answer this question. What is the relevant difference between the Taliban and the IRGC? That means one is more oppressive than the other.
Well, the Islamic terrorist regime of Iran does hold a lot more power and is more influential than the Taliban. So
just because they hold more power, not because they do anything worse.
No, dude, don't you know the things that they do to their people?
Do you know what the Taliban does to their people?
Yeah, but but if you have someone who has like more power and is doing this on a larger scale, then obviously you want to target.
But I don't think that U.S. military intervention has historically led to better conditions. Our military involvement in Iran led to these conditions within Iran.
Yeah, but again, like we do need to show the world that we're the strongest country.
Why did Trump set up agreements to leave and not go to war with Iran anymore? Like we sent something to Iran saying this is how we're going to end the war.
Yeah, I do. I don't agree with that, but the thing is that the things he's done is still more beneficial to me as an everyday American, and is something that I agree with more than what the Democratic Party does for sure. Such as lower taxes, privatized healthcare is really important to me. Something that the Democrats are fighting against.
Privatized healthcare ensures that people die due to lack of access to health insurance. You know that, right? 45 to 68,000 American lives lost every single year due to lack of health insurance.
Which is,
plus, if you care about private health insurance, that's not ensuring affordable health care for all Americans.
No. I think Medicare should still exist, but we shouldn't have.
That's not private healthcare.
But obviously we shouldn't have a full form of universal healthcare. It would lead to longer waiting times and less efficient programs. Since we're such a large country, it would be harmful to us overall.
You're
And
not
it'll lead to me
categorizing the wait
waiting.
times for individuals that can't afford their health care in this country, along with the fact that there are countries around the world that have lesser wait times than other countries that have still public options. So we can maintain the current system we have right now and still maintain fast wait times and higher salaries while
really
simultaneously
inefficient.
having a
There's
cheaper
no
system
there's no large
because you just
country.
cut out a middleman who's just taking profit in between. Denise, by
No
the way,
large
thank you so
country.
much.
No, privatized healthcare would you agree that universal healthcare would lead?
Denise, thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Denise in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Denise. OJ, can you thank Denise for the $50 on Venmo?
All right, thank you. All right, would you agree that privatized healthcare leads to lesser waiting times for people who can actually afford it?
No, I don't think so.
It does lead to lower waiting times. It's a proven fact.
No, because you have to consider this. You can maintain the same wait times while under a public healthcare option because you just cut out a middleman between you and your doctor.
Well, so I've researched this and it has shown that universal healthcare do have it can have shorter waits on certain things and longer waits on others. For such a large country like us, it does make waiting times longer for surgeries and stuff like that. Especially for not emergency surgeries, like non-emergency surgeries, it would be much longer. There would be much higher demand for it, and we've seen that there's already a very high amount of demand. So I don't want to wait.
Well, there already
longer.
is that demand. It's not going to increase the demand. There already is that demand. It's just people aren't able to get access to it under the context of the current system we have right now. Plus, what you're not taking into consideration is that
but even if people can't afford it right now,
public
it's still
access to
really
healthcare,
long.
public health insurance ensures that people have preventative access to healthcare, which reduces the amount of people in chronic conditions which would be taking up hospital beds in the first place. So actually, you're going to reduce wait times within certain emergency cares because of the fact that you're going to allow for people to have broader access.
The thing
to
is,
it,
we actually
which
have
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
All right, we have.
I'm done talking to him. I can't do it anymore. Annie, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for Annie in the comment section again. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Harper, thank you so much. The Galaxy, thank you very much. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 22.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump, 100%.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Well, it's mainly between three things. His domestic policy, and that would be like, his border policy, immigration, and that of abortion. And then his foreign policy. I really like what he's doing with Iran. And then the third thing, I really like his hair. But that's more of like a miscellaneous thing. We don't really have to go over that.
Okay, can you name one political concession we've gotten from Iran since the beginning of the war?
The Ayatollah no longer exists. Well, we have his son. He may or may not exist, but
So that's not
their
a
big
political
figurehead is
concession.
gone.
Can you give me a single political concession we've got from the war?
They're not really as effective. Like I know that's not a political concession either, but like they're extremely ineffective now. They're not going to be effective.
Can you name a
for
political
while. Their
concession, or is there
military
not
has
a
been-
single one?
There isn't one because the IRGC
So if there's
is
no
so
political
darn
concession,
stubborn.
then can you explain to me how we benefit at all from going to war with them?
Because our enemies are being weakened at the moment. We have three main enemies geopolitically. If we really talk about the grand scheme of things, we have Russia, China, and Iran.
And you're
Russia's
increasing the
being
strength of
weakened, being
Russia
held up.
because you're decreasing the amount of oil that's going through the Strait of Hormuz, which is allowing for Russia to sell their oil for higher costs. So you're benefiting Russia.
But I don't mean to cut you off, but at the same time, Russia's not even able to sell their oil because Ukraine's
Wrong.
been repeatedly hitting all of their oil export terminals, like repeatedly. So
They are able to export, sell their oil around the
a
world,
little
and they are
bit, but
making
it's been-
they are making money off of this.
yeah, well, what's the relevant difference between Dean cheating on Abby Hahn with Sabrina Grace while he was in New York?
So people just keep making up fake names of people because literally, like this person keeps coming up and doing that because they keep mentioning their friends' names like constantly, repeatedly. Why do I keep getting the same troll that keeps doing that? What's up? How old are you?
26.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah,
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I just think the economy is overall better under Trump.
Okay. So can you name one metric of the economy that's got better off since Trump got in office?
I just know the stock market's a lot better.
Okay. So the stock market's been growing at a lower rate than what it was at the end of Biden's administration. Did you know that in 2024 it grew at a higher rate, according to the Dow Jones and the S&P 500?
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I just feel like a lot of my investments are up right now.
Okay, but yeah, they're growing at a lower rate than what they were in 2024.
Do you know why?
Do I know why? Because Donald Trump's tariff policy has made expectations worse off for the market. We have lower real GDP growth, lower real median wage growth, the worst year of job growth in the past 4 years. Inflation has gone up to higher rates than it was at the end of the Biden administration, which has kept interest rates up. We've had lower real domestic manufacturing investment every single quarter of Trump's administration.
Wait, so what has Trump done to lower the jobs?
What has Trump done to lower the jobs?
I feel like the jobs is coming from the
His
AI
tariff
race.
policy.
I feel like it's the AI race.
His tariff policy has decreased the amount of job growth.
But I feel like unemployment is due to the AI race.
Okay, which Donald Trump is deregulating to a greater extent.
How so?
His administration passed policies to do that, to deregulate it.
To make it. Wait, repeat that?
Yeah, he's passed policies to deregulate AI.
I feel like that's actually a good thing.
That's a bad thing.
Why so?
Not only can it harm job growth, but it can also be harmful to the environment.
So wait, you think there should be more AI? I just want to make sure I'm tracking what you're saying.
I think that we should regulate AI so that it's better for the environment.
Oh, you said he's trying to deregulate. My bad.
Yeah, he's deregulated it. We want to regulate it more so it's better for the environment, and so that's not unnecessarily just killing jobs.
Nah, I hear you. I agree with that. I'll be honest.
Okay. So that's what Democrats want to do to a greater extent. So given that you understand this now, Trump's made worse off conditions for job growth. Why do you support his administration when you have acknowledged now that basically every metric of the economy has got worse off since Trump got in office?
Literally everyone.
Practically every major metric. Like, I can't mention a single one that's got better off because of Trump's administration.
Damn. Yeah, I didn't really look too much into like the actual metrics. I just know the stock market's up right now, especially like all the big companies. So it just like when you're looking at it from the bigger picture like that, it just seems like the economy's doing better if the stock market's doing better. But
so the level of growth is lower.
No, yeah, I remember you saying that. Yeah.
Okay, so then given that you know that now, then why do you still support Trump?
Yeah, I mean, if he's not really doing that good for the economy, then I feel like he's not really benefiting us that well. Well, did Kamala have anything in place that would have potentially made the stock market better?
Yeah, like she would not have imposed tariffs. She wouldn't have sent us to the war with Iran. She would have imposed broader tax cuts for working class people. Like all of those things would be beneficial for stock market growth.
Okay. What do you think about taxing the rich more? You think that's beneficial?
Yes.
Why so?
Top marginal tax rates on the rich incentivize them to reinvest into their businesses or to give wage increases to their employees. Plus, it also allows for us to fund our programs without taxing working class people to as much of it the same extent. Plus, there's a natural trickle up element in our economy. If we have a strong middle class and we're taxing the rich more, that's going to allow for a trickle up. Those people who are making less money will buy the products that the rich people are selling, so the rich will still make money. If we tax the poor and we don't tax the rich as much, well, the rich will just be benefiting and profiting while the poor isn't getting access to things that they need.
Nah, I get that. I just feel like like rich people, especially like companies, shouldn't be forced to pay more taxes. It's like I feel like they're already doing a service to the world. For example, like Walmart, Amazon, like all the big guru companies.
They pay like lower effective tax rates, and like their owners like are evading taxes. So like we should definitely make them pay more.
Yeah, I agree. If they're not paying at all,
Yeah, like I'm
definitely.
pretty sure Amazon has had multiple years of just straight zero income tax.
Yeah, well, it's because they invest back in the company.
It's not just because of that. It's because of literal loopholes that exist, whether it be based upon certain notions of depreciation, whether it be based upon certain loopholes that exist because they've lobbied people. All of those things are going to cause better or worse off conditions for them being able to pay actually like a fair share.
Yeah, no, I get that. I just feel like whenever, like, if someone is that successful in their life, they definitely should pay taxes 100%. But I feel like they shouldn't be obligated to pay more than, like, I mean, I feel like
They should be paying more than the average American for sure because they're making way more than the average American.
But they earn that. I feel like it's not like a huge belief of mine where I feel like it's
regardless of whether or
if-
not you think they earned it, they should still pay back to society because that's their fair share to society. The society that created the conditions where they can even make that money in the first place.
Fair. No, that's a good point.
Like, don't you want like society to continue to function to stay stable so that people can get into those positions to a greater extent in the first place? I think facilitating a good middle class, a good average person is necessary for facilitating social mobility and for facilitating profits for the richest Americans. Inevitably, it will in the long term be better for everybody.
I agree, and that's what I'm trying to say. I feel like that's why I feel like overall it makes the most sense to tax them more, but at the same time, like if you look at it from the bigger picture, it makes the most sense for the economy. But if you just look at the stuff that they're already providing for the world, like kind of forcing them to pay more, it just kind of seems a little weird. But I know what you're trying to say. It's not really like a strong argument, but
Trump is imposing tariffs that place taxes on every single person. That's disproportionately negatively impacting the lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on consumer goods because cost of living makes a greater percentage of their income.
Yeah.
So Donald Trump is just shifting the burden of taxation from those that are disproportionately rich and wealthy by decreasing taxes through income tax because it's a progressive tax structure that disproportionately gets the revenue from the rich, and then replacing that with tariffs, which tax everyone, right, and disproportionately negative impacts the lowest income Americans.
So what was Harris's plan for that?
Maintain all the tax cuts through the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act applicable to income earners under $400,000 a year, and only increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year in order to be able to reduce the deficit by over $4 trillion to a greater extent over the next 10 years comparative to Trump.
So say that. My bad. You talk.
Yeah,
really
according
fast.
to the Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget, her policies on a central estimate would have added $4 trillion less to the deficit and to the debt comparative to Donald Trump.
And how did she feel about taxing the rich?
She wanted to increase taxes on income over $400,000 a year by a few percentage points in order to be able to pay for all the programs she's advocating for, while simultaneously decreasing the deficit more than Trump was.
You think 400K is a good number?
Yes.
Is that combined or individual?
That's individual.
Okay. I mean, I feel like 400 is, yeah.
It's only on the income over 400K. Yeah. So if you make 500K, you only pay a higher percentage on the income over 400K, which is just 100,000 over 400K.
Oh, okay.
So if you pay 2% more on the income over 400K, you're only going to pay $20,000 more. Or not $20,000, $2,000 more.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. All right. Yeah, I mean, it seems like, so why, it seems like I'm not really like too knowledgeable. I'm sure you can kind of tell. I know, like, if I did definitely vote for Trump, why do you think I shouldn't support him? Like,
his policies disenfranchise working class people, and they're worse for the average person comparative to Harris's policies. Harris's policies benefit the average person to a greater extent. Donald Trump cares more about the very rich. I mean, hell, he wants $1 billion for his new ballroom of taxpayer funds. So he's putting $1 billion of taxpayer funds into a ballroom, but he's not putting that into the average American.
Yeah, didn't he promise us like some checks and stuff like that? Do you
Yep,
think
he'd
we're ever
promise
gonna
you
get
tariff
that?
checks, Doge checks, and we're getting none of those.
Damn. Yeah, that's kind of fucked up, honestly.
It
But
really is.
what are we supposed to do about it now, though? Like, even if I decide not to support him anymore, it's like, aren't we kind of stuck with him?
Yeah, but it at least gets you to realize that maybe you should vote for Democrats in the midterms so that you have a check on Trump's power, along with the fact that it also gets you to like look differently on the choice for the future. Like that's kind of the reason I'm having this conversation. Once we get past the midterms, I'll be asking people why they support Republicans or people like Vance or Rubio or Trump Jr.
Oh wait, so the only reason, the only way, wait, the main reason why you want people to become Democrats right now is just
To
to
hold
get, you
Trump
said,
accountable in the midterms, yeah. Because us getting Democrats more to a greater extent in Congress allows for us to hold checks and balances to Trump to a greater extent.
okay. All right, cool. I mean, yeah, I wasn't really tracking on. I just, like I said, I just assumed the economy was doing well. I knew gas prices are kind of going up for sure, which is unfortunate. Um, but I guess I'm gonna have to do a little bit more research on the overall. Like, I believe you. I just want to do a little bit research, and I don't obviously want you to pull everything up right now. Just like on the overall economy itself. I just kind of assumed since the stock market was up that the economy was up, um, but yeah, I mean, if he's not doing good for the economy, and I don't really agree with him how he is as a person. So if that's the case, then I don't really know why I would keep supporting him, to be honest.
Yeah, look up the Bureau of Economic Analysis and take a look at the jobs report, the inflation data, and the GDP growth data, and compare it to what existed under the Biden administration. And that will help your analysis too. So yeah, go do your research. I think that's incredibly important. I appreciate you coming up.
Cool. Thanks, man.
Appreciate you. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Annie, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said those companies benefit from taxpayer-funded infrastructure. Amazon could not function if not for the roads we are paying for. Well, that's very true, Annie. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Annie in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. By the way, everyone, we have 33 minutes maximum left on the stream, everybody. 33 minutes maximum left on the stream. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, in the link tree in the bio, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. As always, everybody, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there. I really appreciate y'all. Make sure to show some love to all the mothers in the comment section right now. Alrighty, let's hop on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria listed in the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Alrighty, let's go to the next individual, everybody. Brandon, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Yeah, that was a bit brutal, wasn't it? Or that was actually good, I meant. And I didn't mean to say brutal. I literally read that in the chat. I meant to say it was pretty good, wasn't it, actually? Comparative to other ones we've had. Let's try to get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2005.
And what month?
October.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
Well, many reasons, and I feel like they've all been discussed largely, but I have a question. Obviously, he keeps getting into office, so do you know, I guess from your perspective, why people would be voting Trump, I guess is a question I have.
I would say it's because people are often misinformed. They believe a lot of the fear-mongering and the lies that Trump has brought up, whether it be about immigrants, trans people, the economy, etc., as a basis as to why they supported them. And then, now a lot of people are having buyer's remorse with the fact that they were wrong. But not everyone. There's still a lot of support for Trump in the Republican Party.
Yeah, well, I guess, obviously, in your lives, you make a lot of good points. People agree. People hate Trump supporters. But then I guess I do just wonder, how does he keep getting voted in then? If he's so obviously such a horrible person, then why is he getting voted in? I guess it's something that I kind of fail to understand. I just agree with a lot of his views on things and disagree with, different things people say.
Okay, so what do you agree with him on?
Just his stance on different issues like border control, abortion, all that kind of stuff. I just agree with, some of his stances. Obviously don't agree with everything, but at the end of the day, I think overall I am more on his side than not, I guess.
Okay, so can you name like what border policy that you support of his?
Well, just in general, I disagree with, everyone. I like the control element of not just like letting people in illegally. Like there's control over that, and I appreciate that. Personally, I feel a lot safer knowing that like people aren't just being let in left, right, and center.
So did you know that under the Obama administration, of those deported, 20% of those had committed a violent criminal offense? Under the Trump administration so far, it's only been 5% have committed a violent criminal offense. So proportionally, Democrats were going after people who are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population to a greater extent, proportionally.
Okay, yeah, for sure.
Plus, we want to make the legal process go quicker. Plus, Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have secured the border and would have made the legal process go quicker, because he didn't want the Democrats to get a win on the border. So he cared more about running on the border being an issue than actually getting unprecedented levels of compromise, right, and working together in Congress to actually fix the conditions or provide a solution.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so then what makes you think that Trump's policies are better there?
Well, I guess obviously, yeah, I do appreciate his policies, but I think I'm more on the stance of like, people hate on him for a lot of things that I feel like are unnecessary, personally. Like, I think it's more on that kind of stance than necessarily like all those statistics. I guess it's just like where I kind of see things.
I would say that people hate on any politician unnecessarily. There are plenty of criticisms of politicians that are unjustified. Okay, but like I would ask you, like, what criticisms of Trump are unjustified? Because I would argue in most scenarios they are justified. Okay, she just left. Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the TikTok screen. By the way, what Obama got hated on for: tan suit, selfies in the White House, wearing a helmet while riding a bike, Dijon mustard. Right? Like, that's what Obama was hated for by Fox News. What is Trump hated for? Being an adjudicated rapist, trying to undermine our democracy, calling for the termination of the Constitution, starting a war after saying no new wars, not releasing the Epstein files even though he was legally obligated to do so and literally ran on doing so. I can count a million things, you know? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates. Dude, I can't believe that OJ guy from earlier is still coping in the comments. That's so funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 14.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
I'm 21.
And do you support Trump?
No. I just want to say,
Appreciate you. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you meet that criteria on the screen. We are just looking for debates, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Do you hate Twitch fetus?
Yes. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you meet that criteria. List on the TikTok screen. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, well, let's try to get a few more people up here. If I can't get someone up here in the next few people I try, I'll just do a Q&A until I end the stream at 9 p.m. So just letting everyone know, tomorrow I probably will be on live early in the morning at 9 a.m. Pacific time. which is around 12 and a half hour or 12 and a half hours from now, actually. So just letting everyone know. All right, let's show this next person up here. If I can't get someone, I'll just call it for today. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello. Hello. I'm 25.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
Because I like it, all his policies, and just
Can you
like
name
with
one
the
policy of Trump's that you like?
the border.
What policy about the border?
Oh, just, making it closed and like not letting everybody in. Like
So what
previous
policy did
president.
he pass that you like?
The border policy.
What border policy?
I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay, I think you're trolling.
How?
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Oh my gosh, you like Kamala way too much, dude. Trump, obviously.
Okay. How do you go live ever? Yourself?
What does that mean?
I'm just curious. Do you ever go live yourself?
No, why?
No. So then why are you in the comment section saying Parker can't even get past 5,000 viewers? You know that
You used to be
there's
a
thousands of
lot
people watching me
higher.
on. You know there's over 2,000 people watching me on YouTube too.
I'm just saying, you used to be a lot higher.
Okay. We were closer to the election then. Doesn't that make sense?
No, I'm saying even like a month ago, you were in like the 7 to 9K range a lot. I was just wondering what happened. I wasn't trying to clown on you. I was asking what happened.
You were trying to clown on me because you said Parker can't even get over 5K viewers. Laughing emoji, laughing emoji, laughing emoji. So that's actually you trying to clown on me. Now, do you know what day today is?
What day is today? What does that
Mother's
mean?
Day.
Yeah,
So does
okay.
that make sense?
It's late
That
at
less
night
people would be
now.
on the
Are they
stream on
still-
Mother's Day?
Are they still hanging out at nighttime when it's time
Yeah.
to go to bed?
Yeah. Less people are going to go and be on social media on Mother's Day.
I think people are hanging out during the day, but okay.
Okay, but some people are still hanging out,
See, Josie's right.
it's later at
10:30
night.
Exactly.
Why are you jealous that I have so many people watching me? Is that why? And also, wait, why are you watching me then?
You're entertaining for sure.
Also, I'm entertaining. So then, why are you making fun of the fact that I can't get over 5,000 viewers? Apparently, you're
I'm
one of
just
them
saying,
that likes watching the stream.
You used to be so high. Those are the only
Omega,
comments
thank you
I
for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Well, I'm very elevated right now. So what can I say?
Elevated? What does that mean?
Well, exactly what you were just referencing. You were saying that like I was so elevated.
I'm too stupid to understand what you're saying there.
Well, too bad.
Can we talk about the border?
Yeah, we can. As soon as you're done complaining about me getting a lot of viewers and, me being,
Brother,
in
I'm
the
just
position I'm in.
saying, it's weird that you have less than 5K after averaging a lot. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to be mad. I'm not trying to con you.
So then why did you put laughing emojis in your message?
What did you want me to? What do you want me to put? Smiley faces?
No, it wouldn't make sense to put any emoji if you were just trying to say that. The laughing emojis say that you're clearly trying to clown on me in this scenario. So you just got caught in a lie.
You're looking into it too much.
No, I'm telling you what you were doing. You were clearly trying to clown on me for it.
Parker, I think you do a good job. What do you want me to say?
Oh, so you love my content. Oh, thank you so much.
No.
Thank
I
you for the
never said I
cordial.
love your content. I said
What's
you're
that?
interesting. I said you're interesting. I didn't say I love your content.
So you said you were entertained by my content.
Yeah, I think.
Yeah,
you
so it
crash
sounds
out
like
a
you
lot.
like my content.
I think you crash out a lot when you don't need to. I'll be honest.
When did I crash out when I didn't need to?
I think you bring in Santana way too much.
Okay. Why is that an issue?
I wish you and Andrew Wilson would go at it.
Wait, can you answer my question? Why is that an issue? And I have already dunked on Andrew Wilson.
Okay, the video I saw is you left and made Dean 1v1 him. That's the video I saw.
No, I dog walked him on a prior day, and he wouldn't engage with my point at all.
Is there a video of that?
Yeah, there is a video of it. I asked him specifically what benefit there was from the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. I demonstrated him that there wasn't much of a benefit, and then he ended the debate just by over and over again asking me the specific growth that happened in the Midwest instead of addressing my overall broader point that the overall federal growth wasn't enough to justify the federal spending.
Was that on the Whatever podcast?
No, it was when he joined my platform and got dog walked.
Oh, gotcha.
So Andrew Wilson can't even open up an olive jar. What makes you think that he could beat me in a debate?
Can we agree, though, that it was pretty ridiculous that Dean put on a literal blindfold because Andrew asked him to? That's pretty ridiculous.
Can we acknowledge that it's ridiculous that he thinks he can try to beat me in a debate after him not even being able to open up an olive jar?
Okay, again, you guys want to do this male-female thing, and you want to be like everyone's whatever they want to be?
I didn't do any male-female thing. I'm just saying, like, this guy can't even open up an olive jar, and he thinks he can beat me in a debate?
Can you, on stream right now, open up an olive jar right now?
I don't know where an olive jar would be.
Okay.
But I guarantee I would not struggle as much as he did.
I don't know. I don't think you can just make claims like that. Unverified claims don't go over well.
I've opened up olive jars before. It's not that complicated.
Didn't he say it was slippery?
And his whole point was, haha, she's a woman, she can't open up an olive jar. Then she tells him to try to open up the olive jar, and he fails. And after trying multiple times.
Yeah,
You know that, right?
I'm not going to defend
You know that, right? Like, that was so embarrassing. I can't believe you still support Andrew Wilson after watching that clip. Like, that's got to be embarrassing, bro.
I've never said that I support him. I think he's had some really good debates, 100%.
Can you name
Especially
one?
against your friend.
Can you
the
name
girl.
one good debate appearance that Andrew Wilson has ever had?
The one on the Whatever podcast, I don't remember what her name is, but she has like, I don't know, a bunch of beads in her hair. I don't remember her name, unfortunately. But she was the same one that was on Jubilee with you and Dean.
Yeah, so by the way, I just gave you an example of how literally Naima absolutely dog walked Andrew Wilson, and you just didn't acknowledge it.
Oh, so I missed it. I was talking. Did you talk when I was talking, or what? I don't know.
I said that prior.
Anyways, that Whatever podcast, he dog walked her the whole time. Like I can't. It's been a minute since I've watched it.
Can you name one point that he beat her on?
Again, like I just said, I haven't watched it for a while, but I came away from that after I watched it, like the girl didn't know what she was talking about. So I will rewatch it with an open view and see if I missed something. But I'm just telling you from my prior knowledge, it was an Andrew Wilson W. And it did seem.
But can you name one specific point that he beat her on?
Was you leaving right away when he asked you to debate? That was weird to me.
No, you're talking about the scenario where I had to go, and it wasn't even a scheduled debate.
I'm just saying, for as good as a debater you are, it seemed weird that Dean's like, I have 10 minutes. Why couldn't you have stayed for 10 minutes? It just seemed weird to me.
I didn't have 10 minutes.
Oh, okay.
I had to go. So why did I have to go?
You have 8 hours a day during. I don't know. It seemed like you were running. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying.
How? I literally just had to go.
I'm just saying. From an outer space view, it just seemed like you were running.
Why would it be considered running if I had to go?
Would you ever put on a blindfold if Andrew Wilson told you to?
No. But I know that Dean did. The reason why Dean did was to prove that he wasn't looking at the Discord when getting his arguments, because Andrew Wilson's whole point was that he was losing so badly in the debate that he had to blame the idea that Dean was looking at his Discord and getting information from his Discord to dog walk Andrew Wilson. So quite literally, it was Dean demonstrating that he was pounding Andrew Wilson into the ground just based upon the top of his head and not based upon reading it from the Discord.
Completely understand why he would do that. He just looked like an absolute sheep by doing it. I'm just saying.
That makes no sense.
It's basically calling Trump your daddy.
It's really not. It's really not. You're just like, you're gonna say that because you can't actually criticize anything we've said in the debate.
I mean, again, I'd have to go back and watch it, but I'm just saying, if someone tells you to put on a blindfold, you blindly put it on. That's just ridiculous to me.
He didn't blindly put it on. He put it on to prove the point that he wasn't reading things in the Discord.
I'm just saying, you elevate Andrew when you do that. I'm just telling you.
That makes no sense.
What do you mean doesn't make sense?
That doesn't elevate Andrew. It just demonstrates that his point is bullshit.
It seems like Andrew has more power in that situation when he does that. I'm just telling you.
That's not demonstrating that he has more power in this scenario.
Oh, I mean, we'll have to disagree then on that.
Okay. Do you want to make a point on the stream?
I'm just telling you. I told you I want to talk about border. That's what I told you.
Wait, also, how do you feel that Andrew Wilson gets less viewership than Dean and I?
Is that true?
It is true.
Because on that same podcast, now, like I said, I didn't verify. I was just watching it. He said he was top 5 in all of YouTube debaters. Can we verify that or not?
That's not true. How many viewers does he get concurrently on every stream?
No. This is what happened. Now I remember.
How many viewers does Andrew Wilson concurrently get on every stream?
No. And then you're like, oh, we do TikTok. We don't do YouTube or whatever. And then Andrew's like,
I do YouTube.
I don't do TikTok. I'm talking about on that debate that you guys were having.
At that point, I didn't do YouTube. Yeah.
That's my point. That's what I was telling you.
Okay. I'm confused. Your point is, I'm asking you how many viewers does he get right now on that stream?
I don't know, guy. You act like I'm just like this Andrew Wilson thumper. I'm not.
Okay, so then why are you making this point?
I was making the point that as I'm looking at debates and things like that, it was very weird going into a debate and seeing Dean wearing a blindfold. I just thought it was ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Okay. So do you have any actual point to make on the stream, or are you just going to keep repeating that?
I mean, you simply just asked me about Andrew Wilson's viewership, and I said I don't know, and I just went back to how I came about it.
Yeah, I know.
Again,
you keep repeating that. So can you make a point, maybe? I'll just try.
What point do you want me to make?
Any point. Why you support Trump?
I told you 4 times now because of the border. I don't get why you and Dean, Santana, and whoever else. I was like, you know what? It's a good idea that person A can just walk across the border. You have no idea what his history is. You have no idea the baggage he brings. You have no idea anything. Instead of wishing that you.
That's not my view.
What's your view then, Parker?
Yeah, I believe that people should go through the legal process, but we need to make the legal process go quicker, right? And I believe that people who are in the country undocumented, who haven't committed a violent or serious crime, should be given a pathway to citizenship. And through that pathway to citizenship, there's a vetting process.
Yeah, but Parker, I've listened to you for a long time, and you made the point one time that you said the illegal crossing the border is the same thing as someone jaywalking. That's just simply not true.
No. What I said is I view them similarly from a legal basis in the fact that just because something's illegal doesn't mean that someone should be punished in every single scenario.
And again, and I'm saying, how do you know someone that's coming across the border if they're a murderer or not? You have no idea.
We have a vetting process. How do we ensure that more people go through said vetting process? By providing a vetting process for undocumented immigrants in the country who haven't committed a violent or serious offense. Because then the people who do not meet that criteria, or who do meet the criteria of not committing a violent or serious offense ever in their life, will go through the legal pathway while they stay in the country because they have an actual incentive to do so. And then all the people left over that are undocumented do not meet that criteria and would be likely to have committed a violent criminal offense or a serious offense. And in that scenario, then it would be easier for law enforcement to focus on those that are actually a threat to the safety and security of our population. And plus, if you cared about safety and security of our population and upholding the law, you wouldn't vote for a convicted felon who's an adjudicated rapist and violent sex offender.
Okay, anyways, can I go back to my point here? Literally, let's just say person A, who you have no idea who it is, okay? You have no idea. Person A comes across the border. Clearly, they have no crime to their name at that point, right? Other than, in your opinion, this misdemeanor, which is the same thing as a jaywalking, okay? They go into some house and kill someone. Okay, now they become this mass murderer or whatever you want to call it. And now it's like, yep, we should get them out of the country. Why did we not care about that before they became this murder? I don't understand that.
Someone can legally immigrate to this country and then murder someone. Like, you understand that I'm advocating for a legal vetting process for all these people. So anyone who's in the country undocumented, who has not committed a violent or serious offense, would go through a vetting process.
One death, though, from someone that's not vetted and not going through the legal process.
I told you I want to incentivize these people to go through the legal process. The best way to do that is provide a legal process for them to go through.
And I agree. And I think that you guys and us and Republicans should want to have a faster legal process. But what I'm saying is, your argument has always been these illegals, that's as long as they don't commit a crime, they can stay in here. Well, one of those, are you? I don't even think you're there. I'm going to stop talking.
I'm still here, man.
Oh, sorry. I guess I don't know what you're confused about my argument is, but I just think legal immigration should be what we are striving for, which you said earlier. But I also disagree that all these illegals, we should just let them just roam the country and hopefully they don't commit a crime. And
That's not the argument we're making. So under my view, there would be a vetting process, my guy.
Okay, but there's already people in here, Parker. You like.
I understand. And my process ensures that more of the people who are already in the country are given a vetting process to go through.
Okay, but didn't Trump give them the same thing? $10,000 and a trip out and to be put on whatever?
Because that doesn't, because the legal process for immigration takes so long, it doesn't provide much of an incentive for all undocumented immigrants in the country who have not committed a violent or serious offense to go through said vetting process or legal process. The best way to incentivize them to do so is by giving them a legal process of immigration where they do not have to leave the country.
Okay, but again, all you're doing in that situation is incentivizing people to come over here illegally so they can just jump the line. That's your whole argument is incentivizing that. Why would you want that?
No, because if we need to make the legal process go quicker, it wouldn't incentivize people to go through said process undocumented, because the legal process will ensure that they're treated better within the country.
Okay, again, Parker, if your best friend lived by the border and an illegal came over and killed that person, you wouldn't feel any remorse on that?
Remorse? I don't know what you mean by remorse. How would I feel remorse?
Regret.
Regret? No, that's not because of me that happened.
I'm saying you're supporting that.
No, I'm not. You think I'm supporting people committing murder? You're fucking stupid.
No.
Thank you for the galaxy.
I said you were allowing someone that shouldn't be in the country to commit something that they shouldn't be able to even do, commit a murder.
So again, I'm still advocating for them to go through a vetting process. So are you letting legal immigrants come to our country and commit murder?
Listen, if you're a legal immigrant and you commit murder, yeah, I think you should leave too.
Okay,
like
so that's quite literally not constitutional. You can't denaturalize people because they commit a crime.
I'm just telling you. You asked me what my opinion was. That's what.
So you think we should denaturalize legal immigrants because they committed a crime?
If you're a mass murderer and you come over here and yeah, absolutely. If you're a mass murderer and you come over here and you go through the legal way to become a
I don't know why you specifically are only referencing mass murder. I just said a crime.
No, I'm talking about mass murder. I'm talking about the worst of the worst. Obviously, if you
you would just put them in prison.
I don't want you to leave. Like, that's stupid. Why would you even put words in my mouth like that?
I didn't put words in your mouth. What words did I put in your mouth?
I said mass murder, so there you go.
Yeah, what words did I put in your mouth, sir?
If they litter, I'm not trying to say, no, let's nuke them to wherever they came from.
Yeah, I never said that you said that. I questioned simply, and I was asking, is this what you're saying? Because this is what I was asking for. Okay. So what's your broader point here that you're trying to get from this?
My broader point is this, Parker.
Is it that you think I'm defending crime or something?
When I listen to you, it sounds like that. I'm just being honest.
Well, I've already addressed this. Under my view, there'd be a lesser violent crime happening within our country because we'd actually be able to address the people committing the violent crime.
Okay, can you tell me, if you're an illegal immigrant you come across and you want to go through the Parker process, what does that look like? Where do they go? They go to the United States City Courthouse and say, hey, I'm an illegal. I want to be put on this fast track. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, you simply just go to the context of a court process. You apply. We have a process for you to apply. You go through the same sort of immigration process as everyone else. You just get to stay in the country while you do so.
Again, like I said 5 minutes ago, you're just simply increasing people that want to come over illegally. Because as soon as they get over the border, it's
But if you invest in making the legal process go quicker, then that would incentivize people to go through said legal immigration process.
why do you need to do the legal way? Why can't you just say right now, let's increase the legal immigration and do it the right way? I'm confused why we have to allow all these
So by the way,
illegals
I can tell you why I have this position, but that's the Democratic position, is to criminalize undocumented entry and make the legal process go quicker. That's the Democratic position on the matter.
Okay, and who do you support? Did Kamala have anything about speeding up legal immigration?
Yes. The bipartisan border bill.
I'm gonna write this down. Give me 1 second.
Which Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine.
So you said Kamala wanted this. What is it? Say again.
The bipartisan border bill.
Bipartisan border bill. And Trump didn't want it, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna look into that.
Okay. You want to just look into that and come up a different day, and we can finish our conversation there?
Yeah, sounds good. Appreciate it, bro.
See you then.
Bye.
Alrighty, I'm going to answering questions for the next few minutes. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best places to ask me right now. We'll be answering questions for the next few minutes, everybody. Again, if you want to ask me a question, Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat are the best places to ask me real quick. I'll be answering a few questions for a little bit longer. If you're on YouTube, I'd really appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, everyone. I'd seriously really, really, really appreciate it. I think right now we currently have like 1,600 likes. Let's try to hit to 2,000. I'd really, really, really appreciate it. But if you have any questions, yeah, again, make sure to ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. Those are the best places to ask me. I'll be answering questions for the next, I'll go 10 minutes or so. 10 more minutes. Alrighty, you can ask me any questions, and I'll try to finish and catch as many as possible. Did you and Dean meet because you were both streamers, or before that? We actually met kind of through that. I mean, he watched my content before, and then he started streaming, and then I met him through that because we had a mutual friend. And he started streaming doing my topics. Who told you this? Think of the $2. Let me make sure to catch up. I got you. Give me one quick second. Let's take a look real quick. Let's take a look. They said approved data center in Utah's active fault lines will use nuclear power and drain Great Salt Lake, dry lake bed, plus chloromobile, plus arsenic, dust, global disaster, politicians profit, and won't stop spreading this. Well, thank you so much for letting me know. That's absolutely crazy. That's fucking crazy. What's your favorite food? Sushi. Definitely sushi. Do you use Cash App, Parker? No, my Cash App isn't working. They've taken down my Cash App a while back, so I'm just going to take it off my Linktree because they won't even let me get one at this point. Juliana, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Definitely more than that. It's been a while. Since high school. I don't know much about them like 8, but thank you very much for the $2. Thank you. Where do you live, Parker? I live in Los Angeles. What's your workout routine? I hop on TikTok and I debate people. Parker, do you know or have met Adam Mockler? Yeah, I have met Adam Mockler. He's great. Who told you this? Thank you for the $2. Thank you very much for do your research, but spread the warning. It's serious. I got you. I definitely will. That's crazy. Again, if you want to ask me a question, Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, I'll be answering questions for the next about 8 minutes or so, actually. Do you have any pets, Parker? I do not have any pets. Do you like Sam Cedar? Another good debater? Yeah, I like Sam Cedar. Based on what I've seen. Any plans to further your education? No, I don't have any plans to further my education at this point. Megan, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much for how do you feel about the proposed changes to WIC? You mean by Republicans? It's crazy. Absolutely insane. Juliana, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Definitely Penn. For sure. Sierra, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Just sending some love from Michigan. Well, thank you very much. I really appreciate it, Sierra. Thank you. Do you like Kyle Klinsky? Yeah, Kyle Klinsky's cool. He's actually one of the people who kind of pulled me over to the left originally. I used to watch him in 2020 all the time, and he's actually, I would say, probably one of the most influential reasons as to why I'm a liberal today. At least from back then. I would watch him, and I was like, I liked Yang at the time, because that's like who I was looking at in the primaries. Barbara, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Any ideas to help with PTSD? Mine's been extraordinarily bad tonight. I wouldn't know any specifically myself. Obviously, just to talk to like a professional, of course. I wouldn't know what specifically to do in this scenario. No, never dealt with it myself. What's the largest dono you've ever gotten? I think I've gotten a $1,000 donation before. That's the largest donation I've ever gotten. That was absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Joel, think of the $5 for who's your for governor for California. I'm gonna be voting for Steyer. I prefer Katie Porter comparative to everyone, but I don't think she has a shot to win. So I'm probably gonna be voting for Steyer because he's more progressive than Becerra. Like ideologically. Coffee or tea? I'd definitely go with tea. Emily, think of the $2 for do you watch anime? I don't watch it typically, but I have seen anime before. What's my favorite? Death Note. Tea? What? Yeah, tea is definitely better than coffee for sure. Carlton, think of the $1. Thank you very much. Said Tetris clinically helps with PTSD. Well, that's a great thing. Thank you very much. Who told you this? Think of the $2 for PTSD. Look into MAPS Psychs therapy. It's real. Definitely make sure to look into that. Do you have any political aspirations? I never have, no. Twitch Vetus, I was trolling. Maxley, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you very much, of course. I really appreciate it. Seller Stick as well. Thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Juliana, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I haven't been reading any recently of books. Michael, thank you for the membership subscription. Thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. I actually haven't gotten a chance to read it quite yet. I haven't got a chance to read it. But I'll definitely make sure to try to look into it later on. Julia, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you. Just your opinion on Matt Mahan. I mean, I don't think he has a shot to win, so there's not really much to look into there. Justina, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Justina. Seriously, so nice of you. Thank you. I have another about 4 minutes, everybody. If you have any questions, you can ask me over Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat, everyone, again. KB, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Comics. I would definitely, I don't like read comics very often, but I like comics. Like the stories that are based on comics, of course. Aubrey, thank you for the $1. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. I'm glad that I've been able to be there. Thank you very much. As well as Paris, thank you for the hand hearts. Thank you, thank you. Favorite song? Right now, I would go with The Complete Knock by Blood Orange. Thank you to Kelly. Thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, no. Sometimes it's just kind of like a just like how I respond in those circumstances. Yeah, like I'll say like sir because I'm like trying to keep my cool. So that's actually what it is. I'll be like nice to someone when they're like being mean to me. It's just because it's like my response, my coping mechanism. Celery, think of the $2. Grace, think of the hand hearts. Yeah, if you have any more questions, you can ask me again. You can ask me over YouTube Super Chat, over Venmo or PayPal. Tomorrow I should be on at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, everyone. Breen, thank you so much for the hand hearts. Thank you. Parker, I know you were joking. I was joking too. Okay, sorry. I'm just making sure. Sometimes I don't know because I can't tell off of the chat. But can you dance? No, my dancing is atrocious. My dancing is atrocious. Alrighty, everyone. 2 more minutes. Everyone, 2 more minutes. If you have any last questions, make sure to ask me. Venmo, PayPal, or YouTube Super Chat. William, think of the $2. Maybe in the future. Maybe. I don't think they would have me on. I think the dad said no more people who are under 30. What do you think about the viruses going around on the cruise ship? Obviously it's concerning. I don't really know much about it, but hopefully it doesn't become worse. Ruben, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you for. Did you watch Talarico Surrounded? Yes, I did. Absolutely. Alexis, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I have watched that. And favorite TV show? I'm going to go with Dexter. Killian, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Have you heard of Jeff Pixley running for Oklahoma 4th District? You should research them if you haven't. No, I haven't heard them. I'll have to make sure to look them up. Maxley, thank you for the $2. Where can we see your early content? What do you mean? Do you mean like, yeah, what do you mean? I guess I'll have to ask. Joseph, thank you for the $2. I'm pretty indifferent to either or. Pretty indifferent to either or. Gabby, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Music, not as a person. Jacob, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. What is your opinion? He's generally got some. He's like interesting. Generally got some cool information. Obviously, wouldn't agree with him on everything though. Dank, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Would you vote for Bernie in 2028? Depends on who it's against. I think he's too old at this point. I'd rather vote for AOC. I think I'm mostly caught up. Do you play video games? I do. I do play video games. Every once in a while. I don't always get to play. Very sadly, okay. Alrighty, any last questions you can ask me real quick, everyone else? I'm about to be getting off right now. You can also check out, everyone, my videos on YouTube. I posted a bunch of videos there, as always, like every single day. If you want to check them out and like the videos, I'd really, really, really appreciate it, as always. Always got some good content there, in case you missed the streams at all. Javier, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $2. Thank you. For off topic, but what do you think about the current Mexican president? I actually don't know much about them. I don't know much about them. Are you live every day? Yes, I am. Dude, my nose is so itchy right now. It's like the light. The light actually apparently causes my nose to itch. Apparently it's like a thing with dermographia that it causes my nose to itch. And it's like photosensitive or something like that. Like with the lights in front of me. It's not always that I get that, but like, dude, today it's so bad. Like my nose is just so itchy. It's unbelievable. Would you do a gaming stream? I actually have before on Twitch. Kala, Wim, thank you so much for the $5. I actually think I did hear about that actually. I'm not really quite sure what's going on there though. Do you do meet and greets? No, I don't. All right, everyone. I'm gonna get off right now. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I will see everyone tomorrow. 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, very likely. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I'll see everyone tomorrow. Good night, good night, good night.